let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology.
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be...
It's been a long time, Game Bird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you. Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm-fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. But that's not all. Presenting the Nintenbyte piped glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Game Bird Classic.
So order now while your body is ready.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast. Hey, we got a banger show for you guys today. Two real big topics we got to get into, but it's going to be a little bit all over the place. So much has happened since literally April 2nd last week. Last time we had a show, that was already a big day, right? We have the Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Direct, and a whole bunch of other news that came out that same day. But then, hey, we got to the next day and the next day, and more stuff just keeps happening, including even stuff to this day. So things are wild. Things are crazy. Let's go ahead and introduce everyone because we got a full show, and we have a couple people on this show who actually played the Nintendo Switch 2. Pretty wild.
What? You
lucky
bastards. I mean, what? Sorry.
One of those people I know for sure got maybe a little bit of an exclusive scoop over there. We're going to talk about that as well. But we also got to deal with the pre-order situation. Before we get into all that, though, let's go ahead and introduce everyone. Let's start at the very bottom, Mr. Tucker Hazel. How's it going?
Hello, I am one of the notorious gentlemen of this esteemed podcast that has gone hands-on with the Nintendo Switch 2, and I am here to answer all of your questions. I'm your direct link to the minds at Nintendo who have a delicious system and a set of games ready for you. But I'm Tucker Hazel. I was here last week after the Direct, and I'm here again with new information because I've played the games. I have a YouTube channel, which is in my name there. If you want to subscribe, go ahead, do yourself a favor. That's a little treat on me. But I'm here to give you my thoughts. So hope you guys enjoy hearing.
Link to the channel down in the description as well if you guys want a quick way to find it. And of course, look, when you have pre-order news, we got to have the pre-order man himself, the 2-inch destroyer, Jake Randall.
What's up, guys? I don't know if that was your first time doing that intro, but
Second.
that thing was awesome. That was like that was the best intro ever. So it got me pretty bricked up. Needless to say, the 2-inch destroyer is back. So I've been coming back to YouTube, reviving my channel from the grave for this, and it's been a roller coaster because it started off, I was super excited. I was getting into my groove, and then the tariff situation happened. The wind was completely taken out of my sails, but I've been bouncing back, and we got great news today, so I'm trying to hype responsibly.
We're 57 days away from the release of the Nintendo Switch 2. Shout out to Paul Gale Network for his countdowns. Eric Miller.
Hello.
He's just here.
That's it.
What's up? Yep. Oh, Flam is here, looking so good. Fly, you got here for that game quick.
Yeah, I did. Hello, everybody. My name's Flam, variety streamer, but also YouTuber now. We're on the YouTube grind. I got several posts up and everything. So we're
YouTube channel down in the description. I'm advertising that. Let's get that YouTube going.
Yeah, no, seriously. I just did a video about the tariffs. It's a little out of date now because Mr. Doug Bowser gave us new info that kind of contradicted some stuff. But I'm making another one about him, and I'm making another one about a little fun thing that nobody's been talking about. I've seen. Where did the slap go on the Switch 2? Did you notice that in the direct? There was no slap. It was the click from the first one. We'll talk about that and more after this.
Back from the brink of death, N64 Josh.
What is going on? So glad to be here, you guys. And yes, my energy level is still not quite where I want it to be. I got the flu right before the Switch 2 dropped, and then it turned into pneumonia. So, love that for me. But here we are.
Hey, glad that you still made it. I wasn't 100%. I mean, maybe he dips out because he's been sick. But you know what? He's here. He'll be here for as long as he can handle it.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Gamebird's here, and I can always handle a little.
Yeah. What is up, guys? Gamebird Classic here, the fourth greatest host on the Nintenbyte Podcast. Excited.
Whoa.
I know, right? We got some great guests tonight. Stoked to talk Switch 2 and, get the scoop on what it feels like, what it smells like, and more importantly, what it plays like.
And what I got to say, guys, if you really like that new intro, then you're going to love Gamebird Classics channel. You go subscribe to that bad boy.
Yeah.
Be sure to get yourself some stick fix.
Stick fix. That's right. I'm almost at 1,500 subscribers. It's a small number, but hey, we got to start somewhere. It's getting close.
Dude.
Yeah.
Getting close.
Wait, hold on. That's the amount of subscribers I'm almost at.
Yeah, man.
I'm at like 1489 right now.
The race is on. It's a battle, a death match between yourself. I will see you in hell, my friend.
All right.
But seriously.
And then we got the Stash Man. But before you start, Stash Man, do you have a little package that we sent you? Yeah, you have that handy somewhere?
Yeah, the 2-inch.
Yeah, actually, I got that in the other room.
Yeah, you might want to go grab that. I'll talk for a little bit. You grab
2
that.
inches is more than enough.
Okay.
he has, by the way, Stash has no idea what the hell's going on.
Wait, come say that?
He's had this package for like 2 weeks or something. He has no clue what the hell's going on. So
you actually did mail him something.
Well, this is like a real thing. It's a surprise.
Right.
Surprise.
It's a life-size 2-inch
That being
destroyer.
said, I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. I am the YouTuber, the clickbaiter, as they say. Apparently, the truth seeker, the disinformation debunker lately. Hopefully I don't make any more videos like that because I really don't like doing that. And plus, it draws all the negative attention from certain YouTubers over it. It's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right though. We're here. We're doing the work. I'm honestly just filling airtime. So while I fill airtime till the Stash Man gets that massive package into the room.
What the hell?
Let's go around the room quick. Just super quick. What was your guys' favorite game revealed for Switch 2 so far? Let's start with the man who played the game, Tucker. Favorite one. Just one.
Favorite game revealed, period? Not necessarily
in general,
from Nintendo?
for Switch 2.
I think it's probably Duskbloods. I am a FromSoft fan, and it looks different. I love the interview that Miyazaki gave about the game. A little hint to the lore, a little hint behind his ideas behind it. And I really am excited to see FromSoft, I think one of the best developers in the business, taking on actual solid multiplayer. They've had multiplayer elements in their previous games, but designing a game around it, I think is really exciting. And it also is, I think, the biggest signal of this being a next generation step for Nintendo, of them being willing to do something that they would not have done in previous generations, which is lock down an exclusive From Software game. And the game just looks great. I mean, you tell me that's PS5 footage of a game like Elden Ring, I believe you. So Duskblood's, that trailer, everything about it, absolutely exciting.
Awesome. You took up all the airtime, so now, Stash.
Hey,
we need you to get that package ready. Oh, don't worry, he's going big screen. We got to feature the man. All right, buddy. Why don't you go ahead and open the surprise package that he has literally no idea what it is.
Oh boy.
so when did this come in? Like 2 weeks ago, maybe?
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, all I know is you said, "Hey, there's something coming in the mail for you, and don't open it." I'm like, "Okay," and then it was really crazy the last 2 weeks. I didn't even think about it.
I was gonna be like, I knew when I said him, he's gonna be surprised I'm even bringing it up.
Yeah, I was genuinely surprised.
Christmas came early, guys. It's not even July. We're not even doing Christmas in July right now. This is just
my
big package.
Master Sword letter opener right there.
That's it.
Yeah.
You need to play some Zelda this weekend.
Careful not to cut your package on stream.
Uh-oh.
Oh, baby. I totally forgot all the stickers that are on the box. There's caution, there's fragile.
Yeah.
For a half second there, when I saw the caution thing, I thought it was a freaking like biohazard sign for some ungodly reason, even though I know what the hell's in the package.
You need like sexy music playing while he does it, and no other.
I know we do.
He's mad. Did we tape the fuck out of that box? That's why he's struggling. That's Yulia's tape job. Shout out to my fiance.
I mean, really good job though.
We wanted to make sure it did not get
rip it open.
Using
there's
the
a
sword
note of some
Cactus
kind.
Bane.
an extra sign in case you opened it when you weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
It's like, do not open until we say so.
I thought I was going to say, do not open until 1985.
Sorry for the packing peanuts.
Back to the Future.
Yeah, right.
We wanted you to have a fun time packing peanuts, you know.
Okay, so I'm going to move the mic so I don't knock things over, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wait, is there any way we could move the mic like out of the frame for a second?
Yeah,
I kind of want to see
there we go.
Beautiful.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Yeah, see, Jake's a master presenter over there.
I was just say I'm not the best unboxer. I hate doing the unboxings.
It's okay. I'm not a really fan of it too because I can't figure it out. Oh, there. Oh, that's the big boy. And I know it's heavy.
Oh, no.
Okay.
There's one other thing in there. Yeah, there's one other thing in there, but that's the thing you got to open first.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
The other things, it'll make sense once you open it.
Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Keep the mic right there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There you go.
That mic has
Hey, listen, I know you're
out.
excited, but
Stay.
settle the hell down, dude.
Yeah, right.
Dude, the mic's bricked up.
Yeah,
Audio listeners, love you to death. Mr.
It's
Thunderstash
not particularly
is opening a
exciting.
very large black package. It has got lots of foam in it, packaging peanuts. He's taking a look
looking
in.
Careful, Stash. Curiosity.
Being
kills
very
Stash.
gentle.
He's like, I'm going to see everything this is before I pull it out.
I know, like, what are we?
hell's going on?
He's
What is
struggling
it?
to pull it out the box.
What?
Audio listeners,
I'm confused. I'm so confused.
we got to work on your unboxing video skills.
Yeah, Steve, just sit on it a little. It'll
Yeah,
fly
Yeah,
down.
wow.
That's true. We got to work on it though. Okay,
thing
he's
is
about
really
to show
packed
us. He's
in
got
there.
packing peanuts.
He's used
What
to
is
keeping
it?
his packages
I don't know.
sealed.
Pull out the peanuts.
Guys,
Pull out the peanuts.
He keeps his packages sealed.
Yeah,
He
right.
doesn't open them.
That's very true.
Pull the peanuts.
He's gonna
out.
display it in the black box.
Like when he pulled out the Master Sword to open the box, that's the first time he's ever done that.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't even understand. How does this
I still
work?
don't get it. Hold on.
Boxes open? I don't understand.
I think Steve has realized, or I think he's realized now what the item is. Hasn't been able to get it out, but he made a face.
I saw one thing on here, and it's a jet ski.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Okay.
is this Wave Race related?
Is this a
pull it
wave
out.
race figurine?
Whip that bad boy out.
Let's see. Whoa! Wait, this is sick.
Oh, what the heck?
Dude, that is so nice, guys.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, baby.
Look
What
at
does it
This
that.
is
say?
badass.
Wh-
This is
what-
so heavy.
Yes, it is. What's it say, Stash?
Okay, it says congrats to Thunderstash Gaming for reaching 100k subscribers,
Holy moly.
courtesy the Nintenbyte podcast crew, and it's literally a jet ski
Yay.
riding a wave. That is so
Dude,
badass.
hype.
Wow, that's really nice. That's so cool.
Well, we know how
Dude.
much you like to talk about water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I actually talked about it in like all my Switch 2 videos.
Did we get the water graphics good?
Yeah, this is so good. Did you guys design this?
So there's a person on Etsy who designed the wave thing, and then I was like, well, we got to make this a full wave race. So I literally went and custom bought off eBay the old school they don't make it anymore. The old school Sea-Doo figurine from the 90s to put it on there.
Wow.
Can everyone see that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And don't
Fantastic.
forget the
So
second piece.
freaking
It's
cool.
incomplete.
Well, the other piece,
Second piece.
it's like a thing to set it on with like LED lights, and it spins it around on your shelf.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah. I don't know if I remember to include the batteries. I might have forgot, but whatever.
Battery's not included.
This is crazy. Thank you guys so much. I was not expecting anything. I didn't even know what was in that box, obviously, but certainly wasn't expecting anything like that. I will proudly display that.
Oh yeah! Congratulations, friend.
I
Thank
think
you.
what that means is anyone in chat who's not subscribed to you should probably subscribe to you now.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
subscribe.
You want to see a little
Hey,
something?
celebrate
Look
the
at this.
Stash Man.
Watch this happen. Boom. 100,001.
Hey, thank you.
World first.
Okay, it takes
World premiere.
it takes AA batteries, and then there's also a USB Type C, and
Yeah, I
I
don't
got
know
a
what the
quarter.
No,
So
I
I
don't
can't-
want the plug. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I got
didn't
got
open
tons of
that.
hookups.
I ordered that separate off Amazon. So cool.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're gonna get this set up right now.
Awesome, man. Well, hey,
Yeah.
congratulations,
Yeah, right.
Thunderstash. We know that
Thank
you don't
you.
like to
Congrats,
celebrate
brother.
stats and achievements, and you don't even pay attention to this shit.
I
And
do.
you know what? We do. 100K. It only happens once, baby. It's a silver plaque whenever you feel like filling out the paperwork.
Oh yeah. Michaela was talking to me about that too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She where is it? She texted me earlier today, and I gotta read this to you guys. It's funny. You guys will understand the issue with me.
Yeah, you'll greatly understand the issue with Stash, and even knowing that he's.
Wait, Steve, one thing I want you to think about is it's one of my biggest regrets from when I got my plaque is they let you order more than one for people that work for you on your channel, but you have to pay. So I could have had a plaque that said 2-inch destroyer, and I didn't do it.
Interesting.
Oh man.
It haunts me to this day.
That
That would've
my
been
friend,
cool.
is a beautiful example of regret.
Yeah, totally right.
Don't make my
Actually-
mistake.
I should get Michaela one too, since she's been making my thumbnails for like the last, I don't know, 9 to 12 months. Yeah, she messaged me and said that everyone is proud of you, and I hope you feel so accomplished and proud of yourself. And I just said, "Thank you, babe. I don't." but that's on me. Still plenty of work to be done.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Dude, you should be proud of yourself. That was a sweet text for her to send.
I know. I never want to like rest on the laurels.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's when you get in trouble with
Yeah.
anything.
Also, shout out to the
Yeah, thank
Nintendo
you.
Prime live stream community. Stash was 300 short last night. We took care of that right quick, didn't we?
That's
folks?
amazing.
Oh, that's crazy. She was like, you've jumped up so much in the last like couple of hours, because she'll monitor it. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, because I don't look.
Yeah, right.
She's like, yeah, it's crazy. I'm like, yeah, it is crazy. I'm like,
And it was
I don't know why.
appropriate. It was appropriate for the Nintenbyte podcast that the 100K happened exactly on the day that he's uploading all his Switch 2 coverage, baby.
Mm.
Yeah, there was like, maybe it's because of all the Switch 2 coverage. I don't know. Okay.
Congratulations, Stash Man. All
Yeah,
right.
thank
All
you,
right.
guys.
Now he's like, I don't give a shit about this anymore, although this is the coolest
Yeah.
fucking thing in my whole collection room. Moving on. All right, so we gotta get to some topics. We're not gonna do this traditional style. We're really gonna have two main topics because they're gonna end up folding into other topics. It is what it is. The first topic we want to get to, because Jake Randall isn't planning to be here all night. He's got a life, baby. He's got shit to do, but it's an important topic. This is big. This happened today. Actually, technically started last week. So you guys know they announced, hey, we're supposed to all be pre-ordering today. It's April 9th.
Yeah.
Yours today.
I'm checking my watch. I'm checking my wallet. It's still full. What the heck?
Last week, unfortunate update from GameStop, April 4th, 2 days after we all had our hopes high. Pre-orders for Switch 2 in the U.S. will not start on April 9th, 2025 in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and the evolving market conditions. Nintendo will update a timing at a later date. The launch date of June 5th is unchanged. They're going to work closely with Nintendo, yada, yada, yada. Okay, cool. For those that don't know, after the thing was announced, the U.S. government was like, hey, we're going to do 46% tariffs against the main country that actually provides the Switch 2 units, which is Vietnam, 49% against Cambodia, which provides the Pro Controller, and a whole bunch of other tariffs for a bunch of other people. And that's why Nintendo was like, oh, shit. And Doug Bowser actually fully admitted in an interview tariffs were never taken into consideration when they made the price. So this really caught Nintendo off guard, and they weren't ready. And here's the thing. You would think it would stop there. You would be like, okay, yeah, well, we're getting all ready to maybe cross the border to Canada, right? We were just talking about it on my stream 2 days ago. I'm 3 hours away from the border. Hop in my car, baby. We're going to Canada. Midnight pre-ordering. And then GameStop Canada. Keep it consistent. Keep it to the GameStop.
Yep.
They come out and they're like, yeah, pre-orders for Switch 2 in Canada will not start on April 9th. Guys, this was less than 4 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
24 hours before pre-orders supposed to start. They will not start, so we can align with the timing of the pre-orders to be determined in the U.S. And we're like, okay, what's going to happen? Lots of speculation, lots of anger out there, lots of whatever. Who really knows? We're not here to get political, but we do have to show one political thing because it is a political topic, because there was a huge update today. We'll just go right to the source. Don't get mad at me, people, because this is just where it all comes from. The president of the United States, over on his social media, said, based on the lack of respect for China, we'll skip over that part because the bottom line is the accessories come from China. We're worried about the system, right? That's what we're really worried about, is the system. You can get third-party accessories if you need to get them. But yeah, he does say down here, as we said, conversely, and based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States, including Departments of Commerce, Treasury, and the USTR, to negotiate a solution to the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, non-monetary tariffs, and all the countries have not, at my strong suggest, whatever, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States. I've authorized a 90-day pause and substantially lowered reciprocal tariffs during this period to 10%, effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, obviously, that's breaking news because 3 months, 90 days, that is after the Nintendo Switch 2 launches. So we know no matter what, 10% is it for the next 90 days. And obviously, there's negotiations happening. The guy from Vietnam was actually in the Capitol Hill today. Don't know if there's any progress made there. This stuff's going to get announced slowly over the next 90 days. Probably be individual.
Can I add one thing?
I'm throwing it to you anyways, buddy. It's all on you.
Okay. Well, I'll let you finish that.
No. We're there, baby. You're the pre-order man.
Okay.
Go for it.
I could have just waited one more second then.
Yeah, right.
Got chat. The letter T doesn't work on my keyboard, so when it looked like I said a bunch of jitterish, I was trying to type it's just the letter T, but obviously there's a lot of T's in that sentence, so it came out as is just he letter and then nothing. There's no T. So
interesting.
And that's why I said Hanks also, because I can't.
Somebody get this man a new keyboard before pre-orders drop. All right.
Well, I'm obviously not in my usual.
Yeah.
But, then he'll be ordering Nintendo Switch too.
You have Jake. Is it
Nintendo?
Nintendo Switch. Yeah.
Nintendo Switch.
Is it a keyboard with
it's just
switches, or is it is it like one of those rubber keyboards, like the really cheap keyboards, or does it have like
it's
switches
really
that you can?
Yeah, like from Walmart.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say if it's like a nicer keyboard with like the switches and stuff, you could maybe swap it with a key that you don't use very often. But never mind. All good.
So the T is literally stuck. Like
down,
slammed
How fun.
down. And
if you want to rip it,
the heck out of it, and it doesn't
against the wall, and maybe get lucky.
You need stick fix for it?
Stick fix.
Stick fix will.
All
work.
But what I was gonna say about the pre-order stuff, one thing to note with the tariffs is, I believe that Vietnam already has a 9%, so it's only a 1% increase, which Nintendo could very much eat. So it's not quite as bad for them.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But yeah, obviously, Prime, you and I made videos today, and you were in my video, and I was in your video. We talked about this, and it's definitely good news. But I'm cautiously optimistic because I don't think Nintendo is going to jump on this and put out an update as fast as they did for the delay, because they're looking at this long term. Like, yes, they want a good launch. It's very important for them to have a good launch and be able to launch in the United States on time, which they haven't talked about delaying the launch date at all, to be fair. But it's getting closer. So we're going to need pre-orders sooner, but they're looking at their holiday. They're looking at their year one. They would hate to have to do a price increase. Now, whatever they end up choosing, I'm sure that they're counting on the fact that more negotiations will take place before the 90 days is up that will protect them and be able to keep that price the same in the United States. I fully expect that when it's all said and done, even though we have no confirmation, that the price will be the same. And I think it would take something extreme for that not to be the case. I mean, Trump isn't targeting Nintendo. That's not really what he cares about at the end of the day. And I don't think he would mind making deals to make it easier for them to just get their products over here the same price. They've always been pretty respectful of America. They obviously have a headquarters in America. They just don't manufacture here. So that's the key thing. But this just opens the door. It's like the TikTok ban. It keeps getting pushed back, And I think that at the end of the day, we're going to be okay. But I wouldn't expect a pre-order date to be announced necessarily this week or even next week. They might just need a little more time to work it out.
Yeah. And I'll only bring this up because if you dig further in this, which I did a little bit after the fact, the president did say that certain industries might have like different carve outs during some of these negotiations. So it's always possible. Consumer electronics, last time he was president, they ended up getting an exemption from the tariffs. Yeah. So that could also be something that comes into play as well. But again, now this isn't happening for a long time, right? We know at least next 90 days, pretty much nothing really changes. Business can kind of go along as normal for the Big N, at least for their primary system here in the US. Because as I said, you can even see it on their own official website. If you go look at the Mario Kart bundle, it literally says it's shipped from Vietnam. That's the country we got to worry about to actually get Switch 2 out. If they have to delay accessories because of the stuff going on in China, that who really knows with that front. And we already got a report from Nintenbyte. Shout out to him. His retail sources. Two big things. The biggest thing is they are telling him, and maybe Jake's heard the same thing, that this is one of the most well-stocked launches they can even remember for a system. Like the number of units they're being told they're going to have for day one. Pretty insane. So that was already kind of a general out there.
The thing about that is it's estimated to have 6 to 8 million consoles worldwide for the launch, which is almost 4 times as many as they had for the Switch 1. It's almost twice as many as they had for the PS5. It's more than they had for the PS5 and Xbox combined when those came out. However, it's still going to sell out. It's still going to be tough to get one. Because even with COVID and all that stuff going on, they made 18 million PS5s year one and sold every single one. And you got to remember that Nintendo's built up the 6 to 8 million stock over several months, possibly up to a year. We don't know exactly how long they've been manufacturing, but it's not like they can crank out 6 to 8 million every month. Even when it came to Switch 1, once they were rolling, they never sold, I think the top was, we'll say 30 million is the ceiling. So with 150 million Switch 1 adapters, which the PS4 did not have, it's still, and there's no Xbox that's also launching a console at the same time where people, if they can't get this, might go for that. So there's so many different factors. It's a totally different situation, but I would say expect easier than the PS5 and Xbox launch for sure, but still
quick,
difficult. Yeah. But the pre-order is going to be the best time because, like you said, they have the most stock now. So it's better to try to pre-order one than wait, because during the holiday season, those things will actually be impossible. It'll be harder to get then than it will be now.
Yeah, and we already have there's already data out there from other countries that have launched. It is sold out pretty much in every country that has already read in pre-orders. We've gotten reports out of France and other countries that it's literally a record amount of pre-orders for a video game console launching, which falls in line with what Nintendo heard. Like, yeah, they're gonna have way more units than has ever been seen at the launch of a video game console. Despite that, sellouts within minutes. But the key thing is minutes. Some people said like 5, 10, 15 minutes. Wow. There were things, Jake knows firsthand with the PS5. Sometimes it was like 60 seconds, it's gone. Well, you might actually have that 5-10 minute window when pre-orders go live everywhere, or sometimes they're staggered a bit at the retailers. When they go live, you'll have an opportunity. The sites are going to be going wild. There's crashes. Follow Jake, man. He's got all the tips to get through all this stuff. What to do? Should I delete things from my cart? Should I leave it in my cart? What do I do if it errors out? This happens. It goes nuts because it's millions of people trying to get it.
If you guys want, I can give you a couple just like tips that'll apply to most retailers just real quick. I want to remember these because these will seriously help you out. Yeah. Like Nate said, when the pre-orders go up, the websites get just throttled with so much traffic. They don't function properly. They don't take you to the page you're supposed to. One thing you can do to really help you, if you're lucky to get far enough to put in your payment info, if you use Apple Pay or PayPal, it processes your payment on Apple Pay or PayPal servers as opposed to a credit card, which gets processed on that retailer's website server. So you could use a credit card and check out, but you are increasing your chances exponentially if you use PayPal or Apple Pay. So that's like one thing you just keep in mind. And another tip is several of the retailers use a queue system, and that would be Best Buy, GameStop, and Walmart. And GameStop has just started using the queue system. They announced it like last week, but Walmart and Best Buy have been doing it for a while. And the way that system works is every time you join the website from a different browser on your PC or a different device like an iPad and your phone, every single one of those gets a different place in line. So think of it like a lottery system, and every browser you open gets you another ticket. So instead of just trying to join it on one and having one chance, you join it from 10 different browsers or create virtual browsers. You can have a bunch more tickets. And the only thing with that is extra tabs won't do anything. It'll recognize that as the same source. So it has to be different browsers or different devices. But yeah, I've got tons of tips like this on my channel. So, and on Twitter, I post them too.
Yeah. And
I'm already learning so much.
With these tips is like, you're fighting bots. They're already doing this automatically. Like they have this all set up to be automated.
That's why the queue system's great, Nate, is because even if the bots join instantly, you get a random place. It's a lottery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know.
I got go ahead, Flam.
Yeah, I want to ask Nate, Jake, I want to know, one, how does the email through Nintendo specific, like the one that they are planning to send out for people who played 100 hours and all that kind of stuff, how does that work? And then also, is there a way to like pre-order it so you can pick it up at the Nintendo store in New York and be a part of that midnight release experience, but still have a guaranteed system in your hand at the end of the night?
I don't think they're doing pre-orders for the Nintendo store. I think that's just a line, and then the night before they hand out tickets. And if you are one of them, you bet. The pre-order registration that you're talking about, you cannot. I know for a fact because I've read that very carefully. You cannot pick up from Nintendo stores, either New York or San Francisco, through that. That is literally, it will be shipped to you through the Nintendo store. And as you mentioned, the 100 hours of game time, 2 years of continuous online, like having NSO without any lapse. There's a lot of requirements you have to meet. But what's confusing is it lets you apply whether you have those requirements or not, and doesn't tell you if you'll be approved. So I guess there's something on their back end that'll do that. And then those invites get sent out May 8th, which is separate from like when actual pre-orders. This is their own thing. So you can do it now It's on Nintendo's website, and you'll get the email May 8th if you get an invitation. And I believe it gives you 24 hours to purchase.
72.
That's 72. Okay, but it's going to be gone in less than 24 hours. You know what I mean? It's
sure.
If
Yeah.
you wait on that, you're probably not going to get in.
Okay.
I would venture.
I anticipate in the United States market that more people will have met the criteria than they have stock.
Yes, and this is the way I've been telling people about this on my live streams. The way to look at this is like a last resort. You didn't get a retail pre-order. There's still an outside shot. You'll get something from Nintendo, so you don't have to try to do like camp out overnight at a Walmart that'll have a few units on hand for launch. Because that happens at a lot of Walmarts where they have just walk-ins when you can buy literally when they open up.
But that's a good point. It sounds crazy, but there's going to be multiple pre-orders through all the retailers.
Yes.
So the biggest drop, like the fat drop, will be the initial one. But as we get closer to launch day, Nintendo will allocate more units to those retailers. So those will get put up. But also people that tried to buy one and their payment didn't go through or canceled, those will get put back up with the new allocated ones. And unlike the initial pre-order drop, those ones will just be random. They won't be synchronized. So different retailers will do it different times. So that's why like following myself, Wario, Lbot on Twitter is good. So you can get posted with those links, or if we know something's going to happen ahead of time, we'll share it. And then the other big one is launch day, because launch day is when a ton of canceled orders, and then when the companies are finally like, okay, any stock any inventory we have, we put it out there. So launch day will probably be like your second best chance, which a lot of people will have given up kind of by that point, which helps you even more because they don't think there's going to be a restock on launch day. And then one more tip for that is obviously people will be looking at midnight for the launch day, but Best Buy typically does Nintendo stuff like that when they launch right after 1 a.m. Eastern time because they're Central time. So I'm telling you, like 1:02 to 1:10 a.m. every time for a Nintendo new product is when Best Buy puts it up. So bookmark that as well.
I've got a question. Oh, go ahead.
This is my last. I'm sorry. I know I've asked. I'm just curious because I do kind of want to be a part of that midnight experience at Nintendo New York. I don't know if any of you have done it before for previous console launches or even just for a game. I mean, obviously it's going to be crazy because it's the Switch.
There's already someone waiting there now.
Exactly. Yeah. But like how much, like, what should you anticipate if someone was to go that route? And do you think like how early and how far in advance, like with showing up the day before, do you think you would be in line and far enough to get a console?
Probably not. New York is a huge city and it's one of 2 Nintendo stores in the United States.
By that time. Yeah.
Yeah, Seattle's going to have a problem with it too. You're going to have to be out there. Oh, yeah.
Does Seattle have a store?
I can't remember. Wherever they're opening, I can't remember.
It's San Diego.
San Francisco.
Sorry.
We're all wrong.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Best Buy, if you pre-order it online from Best Buy, you can pick it up at midnight on launch day. You can go in, grab it. But that's also a way that you could like go to the Nintendo store after. And even if you're not buying it from there, like be part of that culture. Like, I don't think you necessarily have to buy one from the store to experience that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I assume you could just buy like all there wouldn't be a line necessarily for peripherals and stuff like all the extra stuff and things like that. It would just be mostly like the console itself.
Maybe this.
Yeah, that's.
But you got to get that pretty early.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy that on Amazon prior. Yeah.
Yeah, I've already got mine ordered near end of the month. So they
sorry.
Nintendo also noted that while the system has more stock than ever, the accessories and the physical games do not. Those will just be those are probably the official Nintendo stuff and the physical games. Those could be experiencing potential sellouts on launch day as well, or sellouts in pre-order. So especially if you're like a physical one and you want it day one, these things are going to be restocked, absolutely. But you want it day one, that's going to be almost even harder to get. But obviously, you want to try to get the system, then focus on the games.
Yeah. So I had a question, and I think you briefly went over this, Nate, but I just wanted to get clarification. It's been a busy day, so today I haven't been able to catch up as much on some of the news surrounding pre-orders in other countries where there's been no delay. were you saying that the pre-orders were gone within a minute to 5 minutes in all those other countries, or what was the word around town for that?
5 to 15 minutes, and all the reports are saying it was a record number of pre-orders for a console.
Oh wow!
In the country.
Do we know if there was a big bot issue?
Australia is the only country that it actually stayed up for like a week.
Oh wow!
In Australia.
Do we know if there was a huge bot issue with pre-orders, or I assume I assume it was part of the problem. I was curious.
Look, that's going to depend on country to country for scalping reasons. There's different laws in different countries around that stuff. I also know that some people in my audience were busy pre-ordering overseas to get it shipped here for the few retailers that ship to the U.S. And even though I think it was like Amazon UK came out and said, "Oh, we're going to cancel any orders being shipped to the U.S." because they're worried about scalpers. That's what they're worried about. They want it to go to real consumers. But a bunch of my people that I know in my audience are like, they didn't cancel my order. So that played a role too, because everyone in the U.S. is like, we're worried that not only will pre-orders not go up, there is that concern of it not actually coming out on June 5th here, while it's June 5th the rest of the world, and people don't want to miss out. So other countries are getting slammed as well from just international being like, hey, we're worried we're not even going to get a chance. So we're going to try. So that's
here's the thing, like, don't do that to countries that are getting less allocated to them than the U.S. is going to when we get them. It's not a nice thing. You know what I mean? Like, let the British gamers. I know they're annoying, but let the British gamers get their Switch and let us get ours. But I gotta say, Amazon definitely does not care about the bots. They actively just don't do anything to prevent them, and they probably care more about it being seen as circumventing tariffs by letting people. That because you can buy other products, on Amazon UK and they ship no problem. So I'm sure they care, but not for the scalper reasons. And it's for that reason I actually don't think Amazon US is going to be allowed to sell the Switch 2. So they just botched it so much with Xbox and PS5. And I think Nintendo actually really cares about that kind of thing, because to Nintendo, they want to sell software. And if it's going to scalpers that are hoarding tons and tons of consoles, those consoles aren't purchasing software. And especially the early adopters, they want to purchase their software.
To double down.
It's been going around that Amazon US has lost the rights to sell the console, at least for launch.
Yeah. To add to that as well, just based on some things I have heard, even though pre-orders could potentially even be up next week, we'll see. The thing is with Amazon, there's still that concern, even if they keep the prices, which is what I predict is going to happen. I think they're just going to keep the prices and everything's going to be basically as if nothing happened, besides just delaying when we pre-order. I think a key thing to consider in this is that Nintendo does still concern themselves with the fact that, but 4 or 5 months from now, there could be higher tariffs, and we need people to be able to buy software. That's huge, because software, like digital, isn't subject to the tariffs. So it's a big thing for Nintendo to get these in people's hands, because when or if tariffs hit that make that $450 no longer profitable for them, and it's a loss on every console sale, hey, it doesn't matter, because we now have a big enough install base where the software sales are more than making up for that. So it's really important, especially at launch. Nintendo really, really wants this in as many actual consumers' hands than scalpers. So going with the retailers they can trust to at least, you can't stop it, but can limit or at least make it so their chances are as good as a real person. That's the way to kind of look at that. I also know, I believe GameStop, you gotta have a pro membership. I'm pretty sure.
You don't actually.
You don't this time?
Oh, really?
Really? They'll probably start doing it when it actually launches for resale.
After launch
day.
But
for whatever reason, all the places that normally do something, Walmart normally makes you do like Walmart Plus, Best Buy has stuff. They all announced that none of that stuff was going to apply, which I was like, okay, good. That's how it should be.
Then that could have been Nintendo telling them, hey, you want units, you can't, no paid memberships for launch. No paid memberships.
Yeah, and you know what, Nate, this is a really important point you just reminded me of, is that for other console launches like PS5 or whatever, retailers would drop early. Like Sony gave a pre-order date and Walmart dropped a week early, like right after the state of play back in 2020. They just don't care. However, Nintendo gave that date of April 9th, and Walmart didn't drop right after the Direct.
Nobody did.
They held. So people don't need to freak out about the pre-orders happening unexpectedly, because now that we have this information from what just happened, we're going to get advance notice of pre-orders for sure. So people shouldn't panic. Just, keep yourself posted with what's going on, and you should be notified.
I think that's a big fear for people, that they just drop pre-orders now. But getting notice is huge. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
One question for Jake, because this is something I don't know. I know Costco eventually gets units, but they don't do the pre-order thing for launch. Do you think they're going to have units day one for members, or is it going to be something that's like a week or two later?
Costco, honestly, I'm not too sure about. Kohl's had PS5s at launch. It was super random. So
I think member only place to shop.
Is game. Sam's Club was really clutch for the PS5 restocks over the years. They're obviously owned by Walmart, which is weird because there were certain drops where Walmart couldn't fulfill all the orders, but then Sam's Club would drop and fulfill all of them. So it was a little confusing. But yeah, all those niche ones like Costco, Micro Center, they're going to get some stock too, for sure. Think about it. If those places got PS5s during COVID, when there was only 4.5 million units at launch, you think they're not going to get any Switch 2s when they're almost twice as much?
Oh, yeah.
So look out for all of those, for sure.
What about Kmart?
I was thinking Radio Shack.
Dude,
Toys R Us.
Streams, the biggest thing to spam in the chat is Kmart just dropped. Or just McDonald's just dropped.
Yes.
Wild.
Cabbages.
If you're in my chat, don't do that. It's not funny.
Pennies, guys. Go to J Pennies.
Guys, did you hear Blockbuster is selling Switch 2s?
Don't do that.
What about KB Toys?
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Dude, KB Toys is my spot.
Oh, that was so awesome. Yeah.
Also, this is also just something you guys always have to check locally. There are times that mom and pop shops will get a handful at launch, so that's just something to pay attention to as well. Their stock sometimes comes after launch based on my local
I've
store.
actually been doing recon on mom and pop shops, and I've got good relationships, so they would tell me.
Yeah.
And none of mine have any lead on that. And they've gotten some rare stuff before. They were able to order Final Fantasy 16 controllers, which were a Japan exclusive.
Yep.
The DualSense. Yeah. So they get the in on some good stuff, and none of them have anything. So
yeah, but yeah, I also remember we're not. What was I going to say? The mom and pop shop here that we have, they didn't know until 4 days before PlayStation 5 launch that they were actually going to have 10 units. They had no idea.
Wow.
It just showed up at the store.
Obviously, my story too is just anecdotal, right? Who knows?
Yeah. So So that's what I said. It's always good to check with them. If they're a really, really big one, maybe they know. Maybe they're even getting ready to take pre-orders. Or if it's a smaller one, maybe they're like, hey, sometimes we get lucky. We tell them we want it. Sometimes they send us something. We just don't know. We kind of find out on launch week. So that's just another last-minute place to check out when your pre-orders are basically done. It's launch week. Okay, do I have a shot here? Should I maybe call Costco and see if they're going to have any on day one for members? Should I, go camp out at Walmart? All that stuff. I know everyone has FOMO. I get it, but it's also just to know, guys, it's okay to not have it day one. I think this is going to be a frequently restock system. I think you're gonna see stock weekly. I think for a little bit. Nintendo's got a plan, but we'll see.
Yeah, and you know what? The great way to look at it is yes, if you don't get it on launch day, you're not playing Mario Kart World yet. But really, there's not a ton of games to come out, and we'll get Donkey Kong in July. So I wouldn't stress too much. And if you get it down the road, that just means you have more to play. So if you get it in August or September, all of a sudden, instead of only having Mario Kart to play, you have all these great games to start playing. That's what I did with the Switch 1 because I didn't have the money to buy it at launch. So when I got my Switch, I was able to play Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey. I got it right when Smash came out. and it was more magical because of that. So don't just try every time, and then if you don't get it, you won't beat yourself up. But if one of those times that you go for it, you get it, you're good.
Cool. Does anyone else have any more questions for Jake before we go to our next topic?
I'd like to just add to that.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been asking me where I'm planning on pre-ordering, right? Like if I could have a choice of any place, if I could get the Switch 2 at any of these places, where to pre-order. And I'm sure you guys all know, Jake, I know you know, about that $20 cashback or gift card from Best Buy for every $150 spent on Nintendo merch.
That's if you're a paid member.
Yeah, the Plus or whatever the program is. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
If you're buying a Switch 2 and you're buying games and you're buying accessories, it would pay to be a $49.99 member, because you're going to probably get the maximum, which is $100 back, is the way I was looking at it. I'm already a member because, I took advantage of those buy 2 get 1 free Switch games, which they did quite a few times.
Yep.
And they let you lock in pre-orders too on that. Like what's funny is I still have probably 4 or 5 games pre-ordered from the buy 2 get 1 free. And I think they haven't done it in probably 9 to 12 months, but I still have games that haven't came out yet. So
wow.
Between that, and then obviously Jake, you already mentioned it too, but the midnight launch, the way I read the PR statement was that it was the midnight launch, and they said Eastern time, midnight. So for me, right, I can get it at 9 p.m. here in Arizona, which is badass. So let me ask you this, Jake. Do you know if the website's working yet?
Local time, isn't it?
It said Eastern time.
It says Eastern time on the website, yeah. But I would always
take it down. Did they take it down now? But
I don't know.
Yeah, but they said Eastern time. That's
pre-order it at Best Buy for in-store pickup because you guys are going midnight launch. Just call the store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Target will do pickup on launch day too, but just when they open, not at midnight.
Yeah. Best Buy announced publicly that, hey, they're doing this special midnight launch. They don't always do it because they know they're going to have a shit ton of pre-orders and people want to do that whole midnight thing. So that, by the way, if I get a midnight launch unit at me and Eric both get a midnight launch unit at Best Buy. Oh, baby, we're doing a camp out stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going old school camp outs. Let's do it.
I'll be streaming all night, dude. I would love to FaceTime you and have you come on.
Absolutely, yeah. Streaming, baby.
I think there's a good chance I'll be doing the same. I mean, been doing it since GameCube. It would feel weird to not do it now.
Oh yeah,
right. Even if it's just to get it at 9 o'clock, I don't care. It's fun, right? For anyone who hasn't done it, whether you're on the show or in chat, if you have the opportunity to camp out, it's one of the greatest experiences. You're with a bunch of people that are like-minded. They're super excited. You can literally feel the hype. You can feel the energy. It's a lot of fun. And just, go online, hang out, pull up Jake on the live stream, man. It'd be a good time. It's always a good time.
And it also just makes it way more memorable, right? If you just have it arrive from Amazon or whatever in a box and you set it up, that's going to be great. You're going to have a system, but the event and the memory is something that you're going to think about forever. And the Switch was my first midnight launch. And I remember lining up there, having my 3DS, being at the last, I was like, this is the last time I'm going to use this. Of course, that wasn't true, but that's something that I still think about, and how I got they were handing out things. It was I got the last colored Joy-Con one, and everyone else after me got gray Joy-Con. And my friend was right behind me. He was so jealous, but it was just it was a memory. So I can't wait to do that again. Of course, I'm going to jump at any opportunity to be there on opening night.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I'll just tell this quick story so we can move on, because I know everyone probably wants to talk about games. But last week, I went out to get some cigars with my friend Matt, who I'm one of his groomsmen for the wedding. So it was to give us the groomsmen gifts and talk to us about the tuxes and all that. And Matt was with me when we camped out for the GameCube when I was a junior in high school. I mean, I'm turning 40 in less than a month. This was a long time ago. And I brought it up to him. I also was telling him how I was going to the Switch 2 thing, and he's like, "Oh my god, like you're so lucky." And it was just funny because we were reminiscing about camping out for GameCube. I'm like, it's crazy, dude, that like here we are, about to turn 40. Some things never change. And it's just so much fun. It's like one of those core memories you'll always have, right? Whoever you camp out with, that's something that you'll have that memory for the rest of your life. So I highly recommend doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before we completely move on, my last thing to say is don't just focus on one place to pre-order that you want to pre-order. Try everywhere. And honestly, even if you secure a pre-order, keep trying in other places and cancel all of them except the first one that actually ships and give you tracking, or unless you're doing in-store pickup. But honestly, I've seen people get it and then have it canceled on them. It happens often, especially with pre-orders, but it'll even happen with restocks. So try to get it anywhere that you can actually get in and get your pre-order. And then, like I said, just cancel your extras as soon as one is actually confirmed.
That's a good tip.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Of course, this assumes, guys, that you can afford it because a lot of the places want your money up front. But
actually, no. The only one that will charge you up front it's Best Buy. They will do a pending authorization where they check to see if you have the money in your account, and then they will return it to you later that day. But if you don't have the money in your account, they'll cancel it.
Well, cool. Because Target,
and then a lot of people get confused and think they get charged that day, and then when they takes their money out when it ships, they don't have it. So that's how that works. But the other ones won't unless you pre-order in person at GameStop, which is also a really good option. It's the only in person.
Very good option. Yeah.
Pre-orders.
You get the in person,
and you can do the trade in.
Yeah, they have a trade in too. Yeah.
All right.
Of course, you might want to do a full system transfer though. I don't know if you want to trade it in right away. Anyways.
Well, if you're like me and you get like 4 switches,
well, no, all of us just are a pile of switches sitting next to them, or a pile of Switch 2s. Anyways.
Whoa.
Whoa now.
Hey, hold on. Doug Bowser's coming for you.
I wonder if John Ebo's gonna pull out all those switches that he put in the trash and trade them in. What do you think?
Well, this is why I'm not invited to the events, because I was gonna grab this and try to hot swap it.
Dude,
hot swap. See what happens.
I have to go, so at least I will no longer be monopolizing. I just get excited when we talk about pre-order stuff. I have a lot of fun with it.
It's literally the topics for you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
you're the only one who knows anything about this.
It was great. All of you guys, it was also great to see the chat. I know, I know everyone here, and it was really fun. And hopefully, when pre-orders get announced, I'll be back on, maybe next week, maybe the week after. But I will stay the whole time next time I'm on for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. Watch. Pre-orders our podcast night. We're like, we don't know about that. He's got a job to do.
They won't launch at night. It'll be during business hours. It could be at midnight, but it won't launch after 5 p.m.
1:02 a.m.
That's for launch day. Launch day.
All right, Jake. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Tease in chat for Jake.
Oh yeah.
Tease in chat.
Everyone knows, type the tease. Make sure you capitalize
the middle finger.
Capitalize.
You know how the middle finger was invented because French archers they were cutting off the middle fingers so they couldn't fire their bows, and so to taunt them they would show them their middle finger that it wasn't cut off, and that's what you guys are doing with these teas.
All right, Jake. Well, thank you so much for being here, man. We'll catch you on the next stream when the pre-orders are happening. That's what matters.
All right, thank you. You're always
cheers, man.
Again to me, Nate. All right.
Nah. All right.
Bye, guys.
Thanks,
keep it 2 inches.
Always.
All right. So we have another topic to get to. You guys go check out Jake Randall. He is linked down in the description because this other topic's the big boy topic. There's a lot of facets to this topic because as we have people here who played Switch 2. Tucker, how many hours was it the standard 2-hour session?
Yeah, you know what? I can find out exactly how long I was there. Just look at the time codes on the pictures, like when I was there and when I left. Let's find out. Let's do a little. So I arrived, everyone, at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience in New York City. Not a great look at there, just because my webcam.
Yeah.
That was at 2:54 p.m. last Friday, and I was leaving at 5:56. So almost 3 full hours with Nintendo Switch 2
Nice.
hardware, with handheld mode, with 4K, with the new Pro Controller, the new grip, a whole slate of games, including Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, and some third-party stuff and Drag and Drive. So I've got pretty much answers to pretty much anything you could want to know about Switch 2 that isn't from Nintendo itself.
Absolutely. And then our very own co-host, Mr. 100K man himself, Thunderstash Gaming. This motherfucker.
I know.
He sweet talked his way into 5 hours at this event. I don't know who he was. I don't know if there was some under the table pants action going on.
There was.
There's a photo of him with Jose Otero. Maybe he sweet talked Jose coming over from the old MVC days because he, fanboying out. But here's the thing. He got 5 hours with this thing. And, the people have been waiting. There's this tidbit, and I don't want to wait. So I just want to get to this tidbit, man. You were talking about it in our chat, right? And I said, dude, we got to tease this for the show. I don't know how to tease it because no one's talked. I've been, I'm on top of the news.
Yeah.
Right? No one's talked about this. So no one seems to have gotten this information out of Nintendo because Tucker said, hey, I got everything you need to know unless it comes from Nintendo. Well, here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
Stash got his grubby ears in on something that comes from Nintendo. So what is it, Stash? The people need to know.
Yeah, so we talked to everybody. They're all very nice. All the Nintendo reps, they're very helpful. Tucker, you know that.
Oh yeah,
they're there to
aggressively
help.
nice, maybe.
Yeah, they are. And they're trained very well too, because from the moment we got in there, we were trying to get information. Like from the moment we stepped into the doors, like into the waiting area, Tucker, we were trying to get info where you could actually like hold the Switch and pull the Joy-Cons apart. In that area, the first Nintendo rep we were talking to, we were trying to figure out things about like the pre-order and stuff like that, like making casual jokes about it. Like, so do you know, by the way? Yeah, but so the big thing to me, and this is something that I've wanted, right, is achievements. I've talked about it on the podcast. It was on my wish list of things to have for Nintendo Switch 2. And obviously we know that there's achievements or medals, which is Nintendo's achievement system. It appears on the Zelda games. And so I was talking to the rep who was in charge of the Switch 2 tour game. So the actual $10 software title, right? Is it $10? Is that what we've heard now? Okay.
Yes, that's
I have not been on social media but to post my videos because
it was an interview. It's a weird way to announce the price, but whatever.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we were talking, and there's 100% medals in the Switch 2 tour game. There's 80 medals, or over 80 medals to be exact. And I asked him if the medals are just in-game, or like, are these going to be part of the UI where you can actually like view your medals, on the homepage or the UI for all the games? And he said at first no, and then he said, actually, I'm not sure about that. I think that's not right. It's not no. Like, I think that is actually going to possibly happen from what I've gathered. Like, it's supposed to be in more games, he said. I said, okay. So I'm thinking, like, if it's already in both Zelda games and it's in the Switch 2 tour game, well, what else is it going to be in, right?
That's 3 of the 4 Nintendo published
Yeah.
launch titles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I was like, this is looking really good. And I was like intently
Dude, you're gonna make
actively
Nate. You're gonna make
listening.
Nate crap himself. Look at him.
Yeah. Well, he could tell that, like, when you read people's body language, right, and you just can kind of connect with people, we were both looking at each other like he can't say anything else, right? But
Mhm.
he knew that I knew what he wanted to say but couldn't say. It was one of
Mhm.
those scenarios, right? We're just reading each other, no problem. I'm like, okay, I totally get it. You've said as much as you can. You've said enough for me because I can put 2 and 2 together. So this is hype. I'm like
Right.
super excited, right? I'm
Mm.
like, it's gonna be
Or
awesome.
or he knew that you would know what he didn't want you to know, and that you know that he knew that
Yeah,
and
yeah,
swindled
crazy.
you.
pretty much.
No.
Pretty
To make sure this rep doesn't lose their job.
Right.
He's got to
They're
prevent
both
both.
Yes.
He's got to
they're
cover
both
both
out
things.
knowing each other.
Technically, he didn't confirm.
Yeah.
But he was given a vibe. He was throwing down
Yeah, and I pick
This
up
is a
on that
vibe
stuff
scoop.
very good.
kind of a vibe. So, well, a little bit of, okay, yeah, there's medals, achievements in the tour game. Cool. That's not shocking if you watch enough footage of it. There's not a lot of media hasn't. I gotta admit, the media has kind of done a really crappy job covering the individual games at the event. I don't really know why. It's weird.
It is really weird, and
Hey,
I'm
that's
happy
what
they
you have
are
to come with
though.
us for.
Exactly,
Well,
I'm happy.
What
I've got a
questions do you
question for
have?
guys.
Yeah,
Right?
I got a
So,
question for you guys. How did Nintendo? I don't recall. I remember seeing the news going around that Nintendo said they won't have achievements. How did Nintendo word that specifically? Because if the system is a medal system, technically medals aren't achievements; they're medals. So I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, like how was it worded?
Technically, trophies aren't achievements; they're trophies.
Absolutely. They're like, no, we don't have achievements, but we do have medals.
Interesting. I know it's a good
You know.
point.
I agree with you on that. Actually, I looked closely
Yeah.
at that wording, and that's exactly, to be perfectly honest with you, that's exactly what I thought.
yeah,
That they
so-
were just being choice with the way they replied because you did not use the right words. Yeah, we don't have a trophy system. Why
Yeah.
would we? PlayStation has one. We're not going to copy them.
I
You know,
see.
we
I
have
see.
our own thing, obviously.
okay. So obviously, just to kind of recap, guys, kind of throwing down the vibes. Achievements are a thing. We already knew that officially. The Zelda stuff officially announced that publicly. If you went to the event, you now knew that was also in the tour game. Didn't look from anything we saw that Bonanza has anything, but also if it's an app related thing, that wasn't at the event, so you wouldn't be able to test that out for that game anyways. If it is, and that game doesn't come until July anyways, so it's not a launch game.
One thing wildly important to consider about Donkey Kong Bonanza, though, is if this is a game made by the Super Mario Odyssey team, which is, I think, an assumption that a lot of us are making. If you recall, in Peach's Castle, at the end of Super Mario Odyssey, Toadette handed out a bunch of achievements. There was like 200 of them you could get. I don't know. I'm my wheels are turning now that I'm thinking about that.
Basically what the big news is Nintendo is having achievements, and it's going to be in a ton of their games, if not all of their games potentially. And whether or not this achievement system, this medal system, can be expanded to third parties, that is something obviously don't know. And third parties, as we know, unless Stash asserted otherwise at the event, they've been very listening to the NDA and saying nothing they're not supposed to say. But Stash went, I don't know. Stash is smirking.
No, the third parties were good. Obviously, I talked to Radek Grabowski over at CD Projekt Red, and he was very clear with his words. He didn't say too much, but obviously he confirmed the 7-week build, the 64 gigabyte cart.
Sure.
The full game is on the 64 gig, including the DLC. $70, and it is a launch title. He confirmed all of that, but
yeah, and that's all stuff that they've been willing to communicate publicly anyway. So yeah, he was very company line, this is what we're willing to say, what we're allowed to say. We can't say anything else. So guys, that's like the big news. Achievements. It ain't just a Zelda thing, and it sounds like it's going to be a huge thing this generation for Nintendo. Whether or not you'll be able to see it in the UI of the actual system, heavy sort of hinting, actually, yeah, maybe, but we're not going to confirm. But, maybe you can click on that profile icon in the top left, and there's something there for achievements where it's not just the app on your phone. But we'll have to see. And here's the exciting bit. If it is something that you can see in your public profile on your Switch and you don't have to have a phone, which, by the way, would make sense because some kids don't have phones. So then how are kids supposed to deal with achievements? Does that potentially mean that this is maybe a bit more of a universal medal system? And then third parties are part of the game, baby. We'll see, though. We'll see. That is something we can't confirm today. Cannot confirm that. Nintendo, though, seems to be going a bit all in with the medals, which is good. Nintendo's done achievements before, guys. We all know this. Like Tucker just brought it up in Odyssey. There was achievements, but there's never been like a universalized system for it where everyone's using the same type of thing. This medal system seems like it is very much Nintendo has now unified this. So we'll see. Obviously, we don't know the exact details. This could be one of the things they're still saving to tease on our way to launch. So maybe it even gets shown off at a certain direct that's next week for Mario Kart World.
Yeah. There's a lot to say about that tomorrow or next week. Yeah.
Achievements in Mario Kart would be awesome. That would be insane.
That'd be really cool.
It increased the value too.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe kind of has achievements right now too.
Kind of, yeah. So it's like it would make sense that okay, the next step is, and that's one of the announcements they're saving is we do have a medal system in this. And what if they're those mad lads? That's when they show it off in the UI next week. Oh, check your achievements in Mario Kart World by tapping your profile at the top. Like, no, they did it. They did the universal thing. Oh my god, the gamer score. They did a gamer score, but it's called like Nintendo Stars or something. Oh! Anyways, we'll see what happens. Now everyone can check me that I'm a fake gamer and I don't play games. Check your star score. Anyways, no. So I have specific things that I feel like we should hit on. We have a lot of questions. Questions about the hardware. Obviously, lots of things going on with the joysticks and the news out there. It's not Hall sensing, but then we want to kind of know what that feels between the two different controllers. Lots of stuff with that. But before we get to the questions here and all that stuff and kind of direct this around, because I know Gamebird's got questions. I'm sure Eric does. We all do, right? We haven't played the damn thing. And Eric it anyways. Yeah. So he'll just parrot what I'm saying.
Damn straight.
That being said, for our live audience, you guys can get your questions in too. Super chat your questions in. If you have questions specifically for hands-on experience stuff, this is the time to get it in. I will star them and I will try to get to them before the Q&A section so we can get it in during this topic. But I want to throw it to N64. Josh, do you have a question for these gentlemen?
Yeah, I just want all of the details about Mario Kart.
Maybe we should start a little more specific because there are actually a lot of avenues to explore Mario Kart World through. And so let's start with one and branch to the others.
How did it feel? Like, how did it feel like 8 Deluxe? Did it feel fast? Did it feel like a game that you could play for the next 10 years?
Here's one issue, and Stash can back me up on this. That is not an answer we can fully explore at the moment because we were not only on 100cc, which usually I would not play on ACC that low, but we had auto steering on. You got the little antenna on the back of your car, and it keeps you from going off the road and stuff, and it like controls your cart a little bit. It made it feel very, very weird. I have never really used auto steering when I played 8 Deluxe, and so definitely changed the flow and pacing of the game, having those controls on, and we were not able to change those. And so I can talk about the pace of the maps and the throwing of the items and all of that, but controls is something I'm not 100% on because we were put through this like filter of you got to have on a certain CC and you got to have auto steering on, which was a little bit of a give and take there.
Makes sense.
Okay.
So the demo definitely held us back a little bit.
Do you know if there's options for like what basically like does 200cc make a return? Do you know?
No news on that. No information on that. I'm sure that's something we'll cover next week, but I can't imagine they would remove it.
You never know, man. Yeah, I got you.
I know. I know that this is just something that's already official. Bill Training was teasing the direct next week and confirmed the 3-lap thing is back in a mode. So that's cool. Obviously, he didn't give us a lot of details on that, so he's just trying to get us excited for the direct. So we're on the Mario Kart. Let's stick with Mario Kart till we're satisfied. So this knockout stuff, man. How good is it? I mean, Stash, didn't you win a tournament?
Yeah, I won.
Of course he did.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy go.
I thought the knockout mode is absolutely badass. I was thinking about you, actually, Josh, after it. I'm like, fuck, Josh is gonna love this shit. Like, it's so for real. I'm like, everybody's gonna love this mode. I literally said it to the guy right after the Nintendo rep. I'm like, this mode's the game changer. Like, this is so much fun. I love it. And the idea of playing that online, because this was all in person, like with the other 23 participants. There's 24 in our group, right? And it's a 24 kart knockout mode. And so just to kind of explain how it works, right, is it's one continuous race. And you have to finish in the top percentage of each race. So for the first stretch, you got to finish in the top 20. So if you finish 21 to 24, you're knocked out. Okay. Then it goes to the next. It's top 16, 12, 8, and then the final 4. And it's like, to me, it was exhilarating, right? I am very competitive. To a crazy degree that wouldn't be healthy to talk about on the show. But at the same time, I am a very good sport too. So don't take it that way. It's just, I'm very competitive. And so for me, I'm just like, oh, this is awesome, dude. Like, I love this. You know what I mean? Like, this is fun. This is thrilling. This gets me excited to compete in Mario Kart, right? It gave me almost like the vibes I get when I play in NBA Jam tournaments, like real, like the Retro World Series tournament. He gave me those vibes, right? I'm like, this is really cool. Tucker, what do you got to say about the knockout mode? I want to hear your thoughts first.
Yeah.
Before I talk anymore.
That is going to be, I think it's going to be the reason people love this game. And this is going to be the element that makes it the next gen Mario Kart game that truly feels like a step up. I think for me, the open world, the free roam, the interconnected maps, and the exploration that we don't know a ton about yet, and we didn't really get to try too much. We'll talk about that in a bit. Those are going to be things that make it appeal more strongly to me personally. But because I'm not as hardcore or as competitive a person in general, but knockout mode, immediately you're immediately locked in. It feels so different from other Mario Karts in terms of energy and pacing, especially because the best and most important part of any Mario Kart race is that last half of the last lap when the pressure is on and you're like, oh God, I'm in 8th place. I need to work my way up. Items become more important. You're more aware of your surroundings. You're more tense on the turns. And everything's heightened. This does that 3 times a race, 3 times on every course. And so each time you are hitting and heading towards another checkpoint, your butthole puckers. You're like, oh God, I need to be in that top. Or I need to be continuing to climb faster and faster. Honestly. Oh man. No, but it was really, really fun. I think I made it to the second to last. We only got to play one of these, but I think I made it to the second to last checkpoint. And one small detail I really love about the checkpoints is because only a certain amount of people, as we know, get to move on after every checkpoint passes. But when you pass a checkpoint, if you're in that, like, you're on the bubble, or like, oh gosh, did I make it? Because it can get very tight. They let you drive for just a little bit extra past the checkpoint before telling you did not make it. And it is evil and it is hilarious and it creates a little bit of extra tension. And so I was sitting there and I was, let's just say it was the top 8. And I was in the like 8 to 10, 11 area. And you barely make it past. I'm like, oh God, was I wanted? Because I'm still going. And then, oh no, you're knocked out. Oh man. It's just such a small design decision that I think really, really gives it that extra level of tension. And also every time you pass a checkpoint, everyone gets an item. So it immediately, the checkpoint gives you an item as you go through it. So immediately there's just items flying everywhere and all the tension is up. And it has this really fascinating flow that is unlike anything else from Mario Kart history. And this is going to be what I think people get really into competitively. And energy and design wise, I think this is going to be the mode that people really rally around and say, this is what makes this the next gen Mario Kart. And it's the kind of thing where you're like, it's been like 30 years of Mario Kart. How did it take them this long to make this mode? This is such a good idea. It's going to become a core pillar of the Mario Kart experience, I think.
That's so awesome to hear. I'm so excited for knockout mode personally. I think it was about almost a year and a half ago, I made a video on my channel. Basically, what could we see next for the Mario Kart series? And I kind of went through like the top things that I would love to see come to the next iteration of Mario. And what I think it was like my third or fourth. I did 5 or 6 things that I really want to see. My third or fourth was for them to implement a new battle royale mode with 25 kart racers, where every lap it eliminates the last 5 racers. And lo and behold, we basically got that, although slightly different. So this was this honestly, a year and a half ago, was one of the top things I wanted to see in this game, and we're getting it. So hearing that this mode feels great, is tense, and keeps you on the edge of your seat, that is exciting stuff to hear, and I can't wait to try out this mode. And I believe both of you guys, I think this probably will, based off of the feedback that you guys are given so far, this is probably going to be a quick fan favorite.
Yeah. Like Tucker said too, and I said it in my Mario Kart video as well, is that I fully expect this mode to be in the Mario Kart games going forward for as long as we're probably all still around, right? Like, this is going to be, like you said, a core pillar for the Mario Kart IP, and it is kind of boggling, right? Like, how did we not have this yet? It took me just one time playing it, and look, yeah, it was a good outcome, right? But I could have lost, and I still would have walked away saying, like, this mode's badass. I want to play again right now. You know, like, it is so much fun. I think everyone's gonna love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, to talk more about Mario Kart, like, all I could think in the back of my mind, guys, is what we've been talking about. In that, when that $80 price tag was announced, and you know, half the internet lost their mind, the first thing I thought is that there's more to it, and there's a reason why they announced at the Nintendo Direct the exact date for the Mario Kart Direct. That was Nintendo's way of saying, hey, don't jump to conclusions, wait for that Direct. We got more to talk about. Because all I could think is that, okay, from everything I played here, this game's amazing. I cannot wait to play more. This knockout mode's amazing. If everything was as it is just from what I played, I'm all in on the 80. I don't care. But I know there's more to it. I don't know if you got that feeling. If it's like, I have a gut feeling, right? It's just intuition that there's going to be more to it. There's something that they're hiding.
Yeah. Well, to be clear, one element of the game that we didn't go particularly in depth on was free roam, which is something that I think is a big selling point of this game. It was only in the lead up to our knockout tour match that we had probably about 90 seconds, 2 minutes with free roam. And so not really enough time to get a sense of what the map is like or what it's really going to be like exploring it. And one thing that I was able to do in that time, and I'm not sure if this has been, but I didn't really watch a lot of the Treehouse because I was traveling to the event. But I found a peach coin, just a big floating peach coin underneath this little building. And I picked it up and didn't do anything for obviously the mode and demo that I was in. And I was sitting there like, what's this going to be for?
Really?
Yeah. And so,
that's cool.
And I'm relatively sure there's going to be more in terms of collectibles and reason to explore the environment. That question of what will that peach coin be for? I think we're going to know the answer in, 6 days when we watch that Direct. But it did give me just that little tease of there's something else out there. And if I was able to find one in just a couple minutes on a demo, I can't imagine what else they're hiding, because I don't think it was full open access. We definitely didn't have all the characters. We definitely didn't have all the costumes, which also we can talk about if you guys are curious. But yeah, there definitely is going to be extra stuff that they're hiding, especially because they were hiding quite a bit from that first little teaser. And then they revealed so much more in the full trailer. And now we have a direct coming. So I think they're just going to, over the course before launch, really open this game up to us. And hopefully there's still some surprises for actually at launch that people are able to discover and sort of have a community moment around.
Well, I got a question now that I got to bring up to you guys. And I'll be real quick. The coin that you mentioned, it looks like a collectible coin or something in the game. Like,
probably it feels more like when you play a 2D Mario game, you have the 3 star coins per level. It's more like that. It's not like a little spendable coin, though. I mean, it might be a currency that you're purchasing something for.
I'm just curious because isn't that one of the bonuses for picking up a Switch? For picking up Switch 2, one of the bonuses
one of the pre-order bonuses is a coin. Yes.
Yeah. I wonder
what does it look like?
I wonder if it's the same thing.
We haven't seen it yet.
They haven't shown it yet.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So Tucker, when they do finally show it, you're gonna have to let us know.
Yeah.
I'm curious because if it's the same thing, then I bet you maybe it would be in other games too. It could be a universal coin.
I have a question for it's a two questions. One's for both of you, the other for both of you as well, but I'm definitely curious for the second question from Stash. The first question is, what did you guys see? Because I haven't seen enough footage. Got to watch a little bit of Treehouse. I'm watching this excellent footage from Stash being at the event. What did you guys see as far as power-ups, like new power-ups, abilities that you find on the track? Was there much new there? Was it pretty much what we've seen in the past? Any special returning items that we haven't maybe seen in the last couple Mario Karts? And the second part is we know one of the new kind of transformations is kind of like a boat mode. You go on water in this game instead of going underwater. Yeah. I want to know how that feels. Obviously, in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, there's a difference in feeling between being on the track and using your glider that's a little bit more floaty and drifty. What's the water feel like? Does it have kind of an actual boat feel to it, as the resident wave race fan in the podcast? But also, I'm curious about power-ups. That's one I've been thinking about since this game got announced.
To the boat question, yes. I actually mentioned this in my Mario Kart video that it looked like wave race. Like when I was doing the kart selection, there's actually a jet ski cart when I'm in the kart select screen and I hover over it for a minute and I'm like, what?
That's awesome.
This is interesting. Yeah. And when we actually got onto the water, it totally controls differently. But it felt good. Like it literally felt like you were riding waves.
That's cool.
Yeah, because with Deluxe, when you go underwater, obviously it feels different. And I think it feels probably how it should driving underwater. Sure. This feels how it should driving on top of the water. Like it definitely feels like a boat or a jet ski. And obviously I can't wait to get that jet ski cart. Like this is so cool, dude.
And then real quick, Stash, not to interrupt, but while you're on it, I gotta know, because we've talked about this the last like 3 or 4 podcasts. How'd the water look in person? Everything looks great here, but how'd the water look in person?
Okay. Honestly, this is a big sticking point that I want everybody to please understand. Okay. I even talked to the guys about it today because I was working on my Zelda video, right? And I have an iPhone 16 Pro Max, and I was recording in 4K 60 with HDR on. And I even bought a portable SSD, the one from Genki. I bought that, so I made sure I was ready. I had the charging brick and everything. And when I bring my videos over from my iPhone to my Windows PC, and I try to use Adobe Photoshop Premiere to edit the videos. I tried DaVinci today, which yielded some better results, but it's still not where I need it to be. So I did something that I didn't think I was capable of even doing today, especially at my age. Because how they say with your cell phone, you only unlock you only use like 1% of its capabilities, right? And
Right.
like I've always been that person. I'm like, yeah, like I'm not gonna hide it. I don't. I'm not on my phone a lot. You know, I'm doing other stuff. But today I had to tap into that because the only way to get the Zelda videos to you guys without losing the HDR, which the HDR makes this, okay?
Yeah.
It literally makes it. This is such a massive, massive inclusion on the Switch 2. And had I not learned how to do this, I edited my Zelda video today. I did it all on my phone and even posted it to YouTube and brought in my narration that I did on my computer, uploaded it to Google Drive, brought it into my phone, figured out how to put it all together. And that was literally done on my phone today. And that's not something I would ever consider doing. But it was in order to get you guys the HDR footage, because as soon as I bring the .move file, you know, Apple video file, as soon as I bring it over to Windows doesn't want to read it, and then you have to convert it to MP4, and then you lose the HDR effect. It looks completely washed out. Okay, and so the reason I bring this up is because when you see the water in person, it is glorious. And I'm talking about in Donkey Kong. I'm talking about in Mario Kart. Talking about in Zelda. The water is absolutely beautiful. It looks so good. I was very impressed with the water. I'm like, this is great.
Love to hear it.
Dude, it literally felt like the N64 days when you know I was just salivating over the water. I'm like, oh man, I got to see the water effects in this game. It felt like that, but I was just like, I wasn't thinking about it until I saw it. I'm like, holy shit, this water looks great. and then more games came, and I'm like, oh my god, like, and all the colors again, like even this footage here, guys. Again, like you lose some of the HDR effect. When you see this in person, the colors pop so good. Like they look really, really nice. And I can't say enough good things about how visually pleasing everything is. Like right here, you know, you see the nice sunset and all that, but there's more to it. Okay.
And for both you guys, the power-ups, did we notice anything special or new? I don't know if they limited how many power-ups were available for the demo or anything, but I'm just curious.
I don't think they did, man. I think this was I think this is the final build. I think it's been the final build for a long time, to be like honest, but you know that I've thought the Switch 2 had been ready for a long time. It's just other factors, right, as to why it's not out yet. So as far as items, trying to think, there was obviously the bagged lunch or whatever you'd want to call it. It looks like a sack lunch, right? And that's where you change uniforms. And that was very interesting because I was using Mario and I was actually Cowboy Mario, and I went from Cowboy Mario to Famicom Mario, where he's wearing the Famicom hat. And I think it's from the game that the precursor to Super Mario Kart, the rally game. Josh, you know what I'm talking about, probably. The rally game that only came out in Japan.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know the artwork too. You could wear that same costume in Odyssey.
Yeah, that's what he was wearing. So like when I got the lunch, that's the costume he changed into. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. It's so interesting as well. I know there was more items. There was a golden shell, right?
Interesting.
And when you fire the shell, it leaves a trail of coins. Am I remembering that right, Tucker?
Oh, me unmute him quick. Hold on.
Oh, you're fucking dead. Unbanished.
Perfect time to unmute.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you're fucking dead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to message my brother currently to have him quiet down a little bit. I've messaged him on Discord, on Steam, on his text, and he's still locked into whatever he's doing.
You don't need to go in there and be like, hey.
Or Tucker, try carrier pigeon. Those
You know
always
what?
work for me.
That is more efficient. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Oh my,
What's happening?
Is that a cat fight?
Oh my god, we got a cat fight.
dude! Tucker and having a good time over there.
What's happening?
Holy
live?
shit!
Only on Nintenbyte Podcast do we get live.
That
I
was
don't know what's
crazy.
happening, but this is awesome.
All right, Tucker, do you need a moment to handle your family, including the pets?
They're
Yeah, take
gone.
your
I don't know.
time.
They just ran out of my room.
They
Wow.
heard carrier pigeon and they went wild.
Wow.
That's amazing. Honest to God, they don't usually get that loud. That was totally unexpected. And perfect timing too, talking about how loud it is back here. Oh my God. Golden Shelf, anyone want to talk about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Golden Shelf. So that left a trail of coins, right?
Yes, it did. Yeah. And it, just as it does in like New Super Mario Bros. 2. The interesting thing about coins is that I believe you have more of them this time. I think 20 is now the upper limit.
20 is the cap. I confirmed it.
Yeah, I think it was 10 before. And obviously with 24 racers in any given track, the variance in how fast you're going that coins allow you gives them a little bit more importance. And so,
Cool.
and I think because there's just more going on, it's fun to be having that constant visual feedback of picking up coins and items flying everywhere. And so I like that that's in there. And that honestly is one of the only new items that I picked up on. There's also like a Hammer Brothers, like you can spam hammers and throw them at people, which is not really that different from a fireball or something. I don't know. It's kind of, it's a Mario thing, so it's fun at least. But my guess is that there would be maybe a section in the direct for some new power-ups that'll be used in the game, because I was shocked by how little new there was in terms of power-ups, or one big one that they would hang the hat on this game. I mean, almost every Mario Kart game has one or two new items that do really change the flow and feel iconic for that game, and not having that in this, I was a little bit surprised. Like there wasn't one that jumped out at me. So I would say it's more likely we see more in the direct next week, or at least that there are more in the game when it fully releases. But from our time with it, it was much more about the tracks, about the different modes, and not about the items.
Sure.
But to your question about the boats, one thing I really did like about it, I think, is maybe an improvement above going underwater in 7 and 8, is that it's a lot bouncier. You go on the water and you dip underneath it a little bit, and then you get a little. You can trick off of the water because it's basically like getting a little ramp each time. And also there's things in the water. So I remember this one little section on a map where I was in a river, and I dipped into the river. I bounced out a little bit. I tricked, and then I landed on top of a Goomba who was in a little inner tube. And then I bounced off of the Goomba, and I tricked off of the Goomba. And so it gave this really interesting sense of flow where you're kind of like using just the momentum of dipping in and out of the waves. Like as Stash said, kind of like wave race. Obviously, it's not a massive focus of the game, but it does feel like there's a little bit more momentum carried when you're not going under the water and going slower, frankly. I mean, it was
more
just less
sluggish.
interesting to go underwater. So I think it's definitely an improvement.
Hell yeah.
One thing that you guys see the footage right here, how it goes like all tie-dye right there.
Mm-hmm.
It like right at the end of each wave it does that, and it's so cool, especially with the HDR, like in person. But obviously we didn't see the knockout mode. They just said like, hey, you're playing in a knockout mode tournament now. You're going to be competing against everybody else here. Are you ready? It's like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, let's go. Like, we've never played it. I'm like, this will be fun, right? And when you start the knockout and you fly into the actual knockout mode, and like you're controlling your racer and you're flying, like it's as if you parachute down from your cart.
Nice.
And I'm like, this is so cool. Like immediately I just had like this huge smile on my face. Like, this is badass. Like, what a great idea. And you're literally like, as you're flying down, I'm running into other carts. Like, I'm trying to jockey for position and get them screwed up from the get-go. So like when I hit the road, I'm running, you know what I mean? I'm like, this is really awesome.
Right, they
and
kicked us all off the battle bus at the same time, baby.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I'm watching this footage too, because like I'll be honest with you, I have not like watched it back like with a I don't know, an investigator's eye, I guess you would say, like to see if there's other items. Uh, I don't know if you guys have watched a lot of footage, but there's that tie-dye effect too right there. It's so cool in person when it's
That's really cool.
and the HDR, obviously when it's 60 FPS, it looks so awesome. The weather effects was a big one. Tucker, did you see much of the weather effects?
I actually did not. I mean, it honestly may have been rainy when I was on one of the tracks, but that was not something that made a big impact on me if it was there. So, like, you talk about your thoughts on it.
Yeah. So there was at one point I was like driving through a storm. So one point it was raining, then it was storming, so there was like lightning going on, and that was really cool. It looked very, very nice, and I know there's a few tracks on. Was it on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Is it the Cloud Top Cruise level, Josh? Where there's all the lightning and the speed
Oh
ramps?
yeah. Cloud Top Cruise.
Yeah, I love. That's one of my favorite ones, and it gave me like those vibes, but on a much, I don't know, more epic level, I guess you could say. Like it looked really, really good. Like it felt like you were driving through a storm, like you would see in maybe like an open world game or something where it's storming. Like for instance, I'm obviously still chipping away at Assassin's Creed Shadows, and when it storms in that game on the PS5, it looks so amazing, and it reminded me of that. Like it's believable, the sound effects, everything. I'm like,
Cool.
I just want this at home, and like on my TV and my surround sound to hear this, because from what I can see and hear, that's the vibe I'm getting. It was really cool, the weather effects.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And we only saw so much of it. So, you know, who knows? One of the things I loved, and this is something that like I was looking forward to based on what we saw in the direct, and I thought it was going to be a really big deal, and that was the grinding. Like I was trying to, you guys will see in this footage, but I was trying to grind stuff as much as possible without basically trying to do something that I know I can't do, because there's like right there, you see that how I'm trying to jump on it. I'm like, okay, I want to do it, but I want to win this race, so I don't want to be too creative in trying out new things. And you guys, that's like one of the reasons why I'm excited about the free roam mode, is because I can actually go find all of like the secrets and all of the shortcuts, because as someone like, again, who's just like super competitive, I would love to be able to do that, but if I'm in a race, I'm going to try and win. You know what I'm saying? So like when they said there's a free roam mode, I'm like, oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do on that mode. Like that's where I'm going to go strategize.
I got another question, but I also want to give, you know, our guests a chance to ask their questions. And so if you guys have something, please dive in.
I want to know, not necessarily about Mario Kart. I want to know, how good is the handheld screen versus the OLED in your personal opinion? Do you notice? The thing. Is it good? Yeah.
Here's the thing. People are gonna say, "Oh man, it's not OLED." Yeah, but it's a 1080p screen versus a 720 screen, and that is a sacrifice I will take any day of the week. I mean, I'm not a particularly a snob in terms of color or resolution, but resolution is something I notice a lot closer than color. And so just being able to play a game on a handheld screen in 1080p, which is pretty rare, all things considered, especially for gaming systems, that is, I think, a market improvement and much more important to me than having OLED, which I think we can all assume is something we'll be given access to later down the line in some sort of revision. But I think it looks better than the OLED because it's simply a higher resolution screen. And also, I mean, the games that one thing to stipulate, the only game I got to play in any form of handheld was Mario Kart World. All of the other systems were locked in to either Pro Controller or grip on a screen, on a TV. And so a handheld is something that we have much less experience with. I can give you some thoughts on the general system and magnets, all of that. But in terms of handheld play, immediately I was like, oh, this looks phenomenal. This looks fantastic. I mean, probably the best handheld screen or best looking handheld games I've played, just because I'm used to, on basically every handheld system I have, maxing out at that 720p, and 60 FPS 1080 on a handheld screen is like, holy shit, I can't believe what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, that's true. And how would you say like the upscaling and like on the, I know those, I don't know what kind of TVs those were in the showroom, but like for somebody who also has who does have an OLED monitor / TV at home, is it gonna look crispy as hell on those TVs? Because it looks like it upscales really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, from what I was able to tell, it all looked great. The only game that I had any like noticing of jaggies on at all was Street Fighter 6, which was a game I only played one match of, but that was really the only third-party game I spent a large amount of time with. I played a little bit of Yakuza. I can talk about that as well if you're interested. But I jumped into Street Fighter 6, which is a game I have a decent amount of experience with. And, you got that Street Fighter 6 animation where they're coming into the ring and like doing their animations. Then you get the part where they like flex their face and make them make goofy faces. And I was immediately like, that does not look as good as I know it. And so that's probably a little bit more on them bumping down the polygon count or the resolution to make sure that the frame rate and gameplay maintain smoothness. But every other game looked fantastic. I'm not as much of a I'm not particularly super experienced with being able to point out resolution and stuff, but every other game looked excellent. I'm sure you're gonna have no issue with it. But Street Fighter 6, I was a little bit mixed on because it doesn't look as good as PS5.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's understood.
So, obviously, like I got the hands-on time with the portable screen on Mario Kart, and I also got to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in portable mode.
Gotcha.
And I posted my video for that. I don't know, a few hours ago. And as far as the screen, right? I have the OLED Switch, and obviously I love it. We all love it, right? Yeah, it looks amazing. When I picked up the Switch in handheld mode, I forgot about it.
Awesome.
Completely.
That's perfect.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah,
great to
perfectly
hear.
honest with you. In fact, I thought about it after, and I'm like, will we get an OLED Switch 2 this generation? Does it need it? I don't know. I don't know because it looks amazing, right? Like I don't know if we're gonna get a mid-gen refresh because it's an 8-inch screen, 7.9-inch screen. Are you gonna make it bigger? You can't put it in your pocket if you do.
Well, I mean, I don't think they care about pocketability at this point.
Yeah.
I would say that will there be one? Obviously, we don't know. I would say if there is one this time around, it can't just be that. It would have to be a Pro. There would have to be another selling point.
I agree. Yeah. It's not a big enough jump because the screen looks amazing. And like, again, if you watch the videos, like the one I posted today of Zelda, it was especially important because I wanted to get that HDR. That's the one I did on my phone so that you guys can watch it on your TVs at home or your monitors that are 4K 60 with HDR. If you have all of that, then you'll be able to really see it. But oh my God, like it pops off the screen. Zelda, especially like playing Zelda in both Mario Kart. One thing I noticed, and I don't know if you noticed this, Tucker. I know you only played Mario Kart handheld, but I didn't feel any difference at all. Like as far as performance, it ran just as good as it did on TV. It felt just as good. I didn't feel any sort of drop off in performance or visual fidelity.
Yeah. I didn't play Zelda, so I don't have that. I can't do a particular response to that, but I think it's what's interesting about Switch is that we all know what sacrifice we're making when we take it out of that dock. You're playing certain games and you take it handheld and you're like, yeah, okay, look, it's a 720p screen. It's not got the extra boost in visual fidelity from being in the dock. Whatever, I can take that. I'm taking it on the go. But I do think that you're not making as big a sacrifice this time around. Not only because Switch 2 is 4K enabled when it's in the dock, but I don't think most games are really going to take full advantage of that anyway. And so you're going to be getting a nice crisp 1080-60 on dock, and then you're going to be getting a nice 1080-60 when you're in handheld as well. So I think it's really going to be much more of a comparable experience and much less less sacrifice made when you take things handheld, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that was my takeaway, is that I even said it, I think, in the video, like, candidly, like, this is me, like, when I'm actually playing it. And I was like, there's like no drop off here. Like this feels identical, which is really cool because we
That's
all know that
excellent.
like that wasn't the case, right? You knew you were making some sort of sacrifice, and in some games a bigger sacrifice, right? Like you might take a huge dip in resolution, or your frame rate might take a hit, and it's like everything I had played was like 1-to-1. I didn't feel any difference, and I'm like super sensitive to that sort of thing. I would notice it, and I'm just like, you guys are gonna love the screen. Honestly, you're gonna love the screen. The HDR in
Awesome.
person is just like, I don't know. It's like eye candy. Literally, you're just
Yeah.
like, colors are popping everywhere. This looks so good.
Yeah, the HDR, when they dropped that in the trailer, or like when they were talking about the specs of the Switch and the Direct, that really gave me a lot of confidence that we wouldn't really miss the OLED all that much, if at all.
To me, the biggest deal is the variable refresh rate. Like,
huge.
Yeah,
games
that's
aren't
massive.
going to run consistently at 30. They're not going to run consistently at 40. It'll make that smoother. And since it's 120 hertz, you can do things like what Cyberpunk's going to try and performance mode, 40 FPS. Variable refresh rate lets you do that and have it feel smooth on your TV. And so, like, that's a huge thing for me. So, as we've been talking a bit about the screen, but there's one question on everyone's mind, and we can't answer it because we don't know 100% what the tech is behind it. But you guys obviously got a lot of experience using the Joy-Cons.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, I will actually stipulate most games that I played were with a Pro controller. So Joy-Con is actually a little bit more limited, though I can still speak on it.
Sure. So for the Joy-Cons, obviously we have a lot of questions about it. We talked about the rumble and all this other stuff. We got to address the very first thing. How do those sticks feel? Because that's the number one issue on Switch 1.
I think they feel better because they're bigger. Not in terms of distance of the stick, like how tall they are, stick height, but they're just bigger around. And so it feels a little bit more like you're using a stick on any other controller versus how small the joysticks are diameter-wise on the Switch 1 Joy-Con. That is definitely the thing that I first noticed, is your thumb just sits on it more substantially. Very, very good decision, I think, on their end.
So when I used it, I think it all kind of like came together for me pretty quickly, in that my thought was that these are Hall Effect sticks, and Nintendo is not going to say they're Hall Effect sticks because Hall Effect is copyrighted. And so they're not going to call it Hall Effect in the same way they're not going to say that medals are trophies or achievements. But they're using that technology because I have Hall Effect sticks. I have Hall Effect controllers. I know what they feel like. This is exactly what it felt like. It's totally what it felt like. They're just not going to call it that because if they do, they'll have to pay a royalty.
Yeah, they probably redesigned it a custom design for them.
100%.
Probably a Nintendo solution.
By the way,
yep,
that might be the biggest news of the show. That's why I wanted to bring it up, because I knew Stash in particular is very sensitive with the sticks. I'm like, he would actually be able to tell the difference between standard, and the Hall Effect. And to be fair, guys, also, do you have any experience with TMR sticks?
What is that?
Yeah,
No,
see,
no.
so TMR is a more newer technology that's starting to, in the enthusiast realm, replace Hall Effect sticks. So I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility that maybe if Nintendo went in that direction, maybe they have a similar feel to Hall Effect as well. But either way, the big takeaway here, and this is what you guys hear, is they are not the same joysticks as obviously the Switch 1. They've completely redesigned, and they appear to not be like an Alps sort of design. It looks like Nintendo took the Joy-Con drift seriously, and that's what everyone wants to know.
Good.
Yeah. I am familiar with those sticks, Nate, and I think it could be either.
Yeah, because I have a similar feel. I've only ever touched one
Yeah.
controller. So
Yeah, they have a similar feel, and both of them obviously feel really good. And I think it's Nintendo's solution, right? It's whatever they came up with in house to probably not only emulate or replicate, but to make it better, right? And put some Nintendo touches on it. But I would 100% believe that it's new stick technology because it feels great. And you'll probably feel that too. Like as soon as you pick it up and play it, you'll be like, oh yeah. And as Tucker said too, they're bigger. They feel better. Your thumb rests on them, just like you said. And I was like, yeah, this is great because, I have a Nitro deck right now and it feels a lot better. But the one thing that you miss out on is the rumble. The rumble in the Nitro deck is like, it feels like, I don't know, a step up from the rumble pack on 64. You know what I'm saying? Like it feels like very old rumble technology. And it kind of sucks because you miss out on the HD rumble. And obviously at the Switch 2 experience, I was reminded of how great the HD rumble is, specifically the HD rumble 2. I was like, oh shit. Like whatever they're doing, obviously they're branding it HD rumble 2 and they can't be like, yeah, it's basically, a dual sense. They can't say that, right? Like all these things we're talking about is proprietary and it's copyrighted. But when I was playing certain games, I'm just like, dude, this feels crazy. This is really cool. Like this rivals the dual sense. I mean, one game specifically I played, I was like, oh, I even told Michaela, but she was recording. I'm like, oh my God, babe, like you've got to feel this. This is wild. Like this is legit.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by the HD Rumble. Tucker, did you get much time with the HD Rumble?
Well, I mean, most games were featuring in some capacity, especially the Nintendo ones. I have to say, the game actually where it most surprised me and immersed me was actually Dragon Drive.
Yes!
It was the way that was used in conjunction with all of the mouse movement that made it feel like you were using a totally different kind of controller. It's interesting that there wasn't anything to specifically show that off to you in a more substantial way outside of Dragon Drive, which is a game that I think was probably one of the least played of the entire event. Even the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, which I did spend some time with, is hit or miss in terms of which micro game little test things actually even utilize any rumble. And so it felt great in Mario Kart, but it really was Dragon Drive where I was like, oh, they really did up their game with this because you can feel it sort of moving around and emphasizing different elements of your actions as you're moving the controller. So, and again, in combination with mouse mode, it felt like a totally different kind of controller experience.
Yeah.
I got a question for you guys about the Joy-Cons. When they first showed that console reveal teaser that showed the Switch 1 kind of transforming into Switch 2 and a lot of like the promotional stuff that we've seen since. When I look at that video, and I mentioned this in my reaction to it, there was a look to the Joy-Cons that almost looked like they were more textured or had like some sort of a grit or texture to them. I'm curious if that's the case. I know the Joy-Cons for the Switch 1, it's a very smooth plastic, but I'm curious, is there a little bit of a texture or a different feel to them? I know you guys didn't get to have them outside of the, the little dongle that keeps them attached, but did they feel more premium? Did the plastic feel better? Was there more heft? Just curious about just the build and the feel of holding them.
So a few things. Number one, I think the plastic's probably about the same. Really did not notice much. So that's probably just, if there is any visual texture thing on that transformation or any promotional material, it's probably just a design thing in terms of visuals. In terms of the feel of them, there are two things that I want to highlight in terms of my experience of using the Joy-Con. Number one, or Joy-Con 2, is they're taller and they feel taller in your hand. And so, especially when they are put into the grip, this is something I think not a lot of people are talking about, but I think it's very important. When these two Joy-Con 2s are inserted into the magnet grip, this is a nice sized, substantial controller. I think a lot of people are going to opt for just Joy-Con 2 in the grip in terms of its size and comfortability versus investing in a $90 Pro controller because it actually does feel a lot more substantial and usable than the Switch One grip did. I think it's a substantial improvement.
And then just to bounce off of that, the grip that they had at this event, did it have the back paddle?
It
buttons?
did, yes.
And if so, how did those feel on the grip? Because obviously they're going to be smaller than the ones on the Pro controller.
Yeah, they felt fine. It was basically just a fiddling thing for the situation we were in because nothing we were playing used them. So it's not like I had to think about them. But I did find myself, I'm playing Mario Kart. I'm just kind of like clickety click click. I'm just kind of messing with it. I'm like, okay, that feels fine. But yeah, I'm glad that they gave us a chance to try that. And of course, the what are they called? The paddles, I guess, the back paddles were also on the Pro controller, which we did use a lot more of, and basically every game was set up with that. But yeah, it's cool that they have that, but that is also, again, that's the charging grip. I don't know. I don't really even know if I know anyone that owns a Nintendo Switch charging grip for their Joy-Con. But again, maybe it's something that someone would want to invest in as a cheaper but still reasonably usable alternative to getting a Pro controller because it's a less than half of the price.
Yeah, so I'll add on to that too and just give you my experience. The Pro controller, by the way, feels great.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that next.
I got a lot of Pro controllers.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions on the Pro controller.
I'll go back to the Joy-Cons then just to answer. I did feel like they felt more premium. They felt more hefty. They felt bigger. It just felt more substantial, right?
Hell,
like
yes.
When I hold my Joy-Cons, they feel small, right? They feel small in my hands. When I held the Joy-Cons at the experience, they felt much better. When I was handed the Joy-Con grip controller to play Mario Kart when I first walked in, I don't play like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you don't either. Like you said, Tucker, you don't. Do you play with the grip ever?
I mean, on occasion, I guess, but I've had a Pro controller for 7 years, so of course that's what I opt for.
Exactly.
I literally have extra Pro controllers, so if I have people over and we're all playing a multiplayer game, no one gets stuck with Joy-Cons.
No one gets grip.
Joy-Cons get used in my house is if we're playing like WarioWare or something like that. Just
okay, so all right, so then we're pretty much, it seems like we're all on the same page there, and that's why I want to bring up this point is that when they handed me that controller, I was kind of like, I don't play like this, but I mean, obviously I'm playing the game, but I would just like to see how it feels is what I'm thinking with a Pro controller. And that thought went away within 30 seconds because it actually feels good.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right?
That's the point I was making. I was like, this is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I will say, again, this is the other point about the usability and comfortability of the Joy-Con 2, is not that we're going to be particularly, us in the enthusiast community, using a single Joy-Con on its side that often, but it is something to consider. I actually think that specifically the right Joy-Con on the side didn't feel as good, and I'll tell you why. Because the Joy-Con 2 is longer, the distance from one side of the Joy-Con to where the stick is very imbalanced in terms of how far you have to reach your thumb. And so I found myself holding a single Joy-Con R on the side and really feeling like I was like holding it weird. Like I had to stretch out my fingers to really get a grip on it. And of course they've extended the buttons, but with that the strap on, it doesn't make the buttons stick out, unlike the Joy-Con strap on the original Joy-Con. And so that actually felt less substantial to press because there's just less, you're not pushing down as much. I actually like the Joy-Con strap a decent amount in terms of the way it makes pressing the shoulder buttons feel. I thought the shoulder buttons were less satisfying to press because they didn't have that sort of extension to them. And the Joy-Con right on its side felt imbalanced in my hands. Now, I will stipulate, it was also, I had to use I had to use the wrist strap. They were very big sticklers about even when you're playing drag and drive and your hands are on the table. They're like, make sure you put on the wrist strap. Make sure you put on the strap. I'm like, okay, all right, guys.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
like
that
putting
was
on your
kind of getting in the
seatbelt.
way. Yes, that was kind of getting in the way, and also there were like cords and things that were locking them down so you couldn't steal them. And that was kind of getting in the way. So it may not be as bad as that first hands-on experience with all the extra things going on. But those are some thoughts on the design of the Joy-Con as a single unit. I was a little bit mixed on it because I do think it's much more designed not for that single Joy-Con play, that the Switch 2 or the Switch 1 Joy-Con, I think, were much more geared towards that.
As far as what was it? Drag and Drive, right? And like I'm doing a video on that. That'll probably go out tomorrow.
Talk of the show.
Yeah, you know what? So obviously I love basketball. Years ago, I think it was like 2009, I shredded my Achilles tendon. So it wasn't a tear or a rupture, it shredded. They said it was like a bolt of lightning hitting a tree.
Oh.
And the roots going everywhere. That's what happened to my tendon. So, you know, like my foot became like detached from my leg, right? And, you know, I love hoops, right? So, of course, you know, I ended up getting surgery, but I was in a wheelchair for, I think, about at least 6 weeks. And I was dying to play basketball, right?
Mhm.
So we played horse in the front yard. I played against my brother and my cousin, and I was in the wheelchair. And I will say I did win. I was so happy to win too. It takes a lot of strength. But doing that, you have a lot of respect, right? For wheelchair basketball. And when it was announced that there was a wheelchair basketball game, all I could think was like, oh, I remember doing this, right?
Mhm.
And like, I have total respect for it. And it was a lot of fun, is what I was thinking. I'm like, I think this game could actually be really good. And I know people are pooping on it because, you know, that's what people do, right? But I was like, I have a feeling this is going to be one of those games that's going to be like really fun. And when I sat down to like do it, like you said, they make you strap in and everything. And like, I didn't wear Wii straps or anything. I didn't do any of that. You know, you could trust me around your TV. I wasn't going to throw a Wiimote through the TV like all these people were doing for views probably. But yeah, when they're like, you know, you got to strap in, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. You know, I get it. We're at a show. And I got to say, like, when I started moving the Joy-Con and doing like the motion, because again, like, you don't forget when you've been in a wheelchair what that motion's like doing all the time. I swear to you, it felt 1-to-1, and the HD rumble felt exactly like what it feels like to push a wheelchair. I'm like not even kidding. It was like all coming back to me. I'm like, oh my God, like this feels exactly the same. This is crazy. Like what kind of technology is in here? I just couldn't believe it because it's in these, you know, these small Joy-Cons, like at least with the Dual Sense. You know, it's a bigger controller. You got more room for whatever motors they have in there. These are smaller. And I'm like, I don't know how they did this, but this has me excited, right? For other implementations of this technology and the fact that these Joy-Cons actually feel good. And so I'm going to be able to use them and not something like a Nitro deck. And I will note too, guys, like you'll see it in the video, but I tested it on my jeans because, you know, apparently you should be able to do that with these mouse Joy-Cons. And so like I scoot it back, you know, and literally played it like on my jeans when I was playing in a 3-on-3 match, right, against other people. It worked fine. Like it worked perfect.
Nice.
I was like, this is really cool, man. Like you don't have to be at a desk to do this. And I know we talked about that on this podcast, and you guys mentioned too, I think you mentioned, Nate, that like you wouldn't have to be at a desk. Like you would be able to do it. And so I was like, yeah, like I want to test this out to see how good it feels. And I got to say it felt great. I don't feel like I was at a disadvantage playing on my jeans, which of course is important because, you know, if you're competitive, you don't want to be at a disadvantage. So I was like, I feel fine. Actually, I could totally do this.
Yeah, I always kind of figured that would be okay because like I've done like a PC at a computer setup and didn't always have a lap board, and like I'd put the mouse on my leg and it would always work great. So I wasn't too worried about it. Obviously, if you have like super skinny legs, maybe you don't have that much surface area. But also you got to think, guys, like also if you're sitting on a couch, if you got your like arm of the couch, you could technically use it on there too. So like. I'm not saying that this is the ideal way. Obviously, the way Nintendo had that all set up, they had mouse pads and like desk and like the ideal way is at a desk, and there are tons of people that do console game at desks. So it's pretty exciting. And the only thing I worry about with the HD Rumble 2 is I'm sure it's better. They said it's better. It's bigger controllers. Let them do better HD Rumble than the first time. And the first HD Rumble also though kind of got a little rant and rave when people were playing 1-2 switch, like, oh yeah, you can feel the clicks of the lock picking. You can kind of sort of, it does kind of feel like ice cubes when you shake it in the one game.
Don't forget the squirting milk.
Yeah, the milking cow. It does
never will.
It doesn't feel exactly like milking a cow because obviously you don't have the feel of the actual udders, but you can kind of feel the liquid going from top to bottom. And people were impressed then. And then Nintendo went on to basically never use it in any of their games.
Yeah.
So do we think that that's what's going to happen again with HD Rumble 2, where it's like, yeah, this is really cool, and there'll be some indie games that maybe do some cool things with it, but outside of like Dragon Drive and maybe the tour game, Nintendo, like if it didn't really feel like were they using it? Use Pro Controllers for pretty much all the rest of the games. But like I don't expect them to add it to the Zelda games that Stash was playing. We saw all that handheld play. But HD Rumble's also in the Pro Controllers. So like we can't ignore that. HD Rumble 2 is in them. Did the other Nintendo games actually feel like they really used it, or was it just being used like standard Rumble? Because I'm kind of afraid that this is just one of those things that's really cool that never gets used.
I will say Donkey Kong Bonanza is one of those games that actually uses it quite a bit because you're doing a lot of gripping and chucking and grabbing in that game. And so in order to make it feel a lot more tactile, they, I think, did put quite a bit of effort into making the different things that you're grabbing or things that you're climbing have a different feel to them. Now, we didn't get a ton of time with that game. I can still talk about my impressions, obviously. But I think that's one that people are going to feel pretty strongly about in terms of its usage of HTML 2 because Donkey Kong is grabbing onto different like substances ostensibly, right? There's like different kinds of mud and different kinds of rock and stuff, and it has a different feel and pop to when you're gripping it and pulling it out of the ground. It feels a little bit different, which is a cool little nuance. It wasn't something that super jumped out to me, but it's definitely something that's in there. So hopefully that sticks around a little bit longer. One thing I will say is, and what gives me a little bit more hope that this would be used a little more substantially, is I think PS5 games have done a pretty good job utilizing their version of HD Rumble, whatever, I don't remember what to call it, but I use my DualSense quite a bit. I'm like, this feels pretty good, the way that they're using it in all sorts of different kinds of games. And I think having third-party developers thinking more about the Rumble experience as something that's holistic because they were trained on PS5 might mean that they are more willing to translate that to the HD Rumble 2 on the Joy-Con and Pro Controller, because it's not just Nintendo doing it now. And so I think it's something like a rising tide lifts all boats, that because both Nintendo and PlayStation are using it, I mean, I think it should be used a little bit more across the board than it was on Switch.
Totally. I for me, the game that I think of that I just think has a perfect blend of the use of Rumble is Astrobot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sony nailed it with Astrobot, from feeling that when you're in a level that's raining and feeling the little taps in the Rumble as the rain's hitting the floor or treading through mud. So I'm glad to hear that this one feels a lot better. It feels more like the DualSense. And I do hope that, like Nate said, that they put more use into it. They add to the immersion, especially with games when you think of like 3D Mario. The big one for me is Zelda. Like imagining the proper use of HD Rumble in a future Zelda title is really exciting. So here's hoping.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, before we move on to the Pro controller and some of the stuff. Obviously, Itchy Rumble kind of crosses both controllers. Mouse mode. So set aside drag and drive. Obviously, very unique experience. But we know mouse mode was there for at least one other game.
That's true.
How we doing? How we doing with that mouse mode, man?
Yeah.
You think
you want to transition into Prime 4 conversation or just the mouse mode element?
I think just the mouse mode element, because the thing is, like, a lot of people are like, oh, it has a mouse. They'll barely use it. It's not a big deal. Who's going to want to use a mouse with the Joy-Con on the side? Like, that's not very comfortable. I have noted that because mouse mode exists, it's always possible. There is support for standard mouses if you want to use it, potentially. I don't think that's confirmed yet, but I would assume, you can plug keyboard and mouse into your Switch 1 right now and do some things. So setting that aside, obviously the reason for mouse mode is that everyone has it. It comes with the system. So how's it feel?
I think that for Metroid Prime 4, which was the one that we used that most specifically in, drag and drive is such a different experience. You almost can't really translate to what it'll be utilized in other games. It was immediately superior in my experience. When I sat down to play, well, actually, I stood. We were standing at these desks to play Metroid Prime 4. You do one just holding it and using the joystick, and you turn the other one on its side, and you press the buttons on its side, which I actually think works really well. Like, you're still utilizing those face buttons as you're using the mouse, which is something you don't really do with a mouse usually. Of course, some mice have side buttons, but they're usually optional and not core to design of games. There's a boss fight at the end of the demo for Metroid Prime 4. And halfway through the boss fight, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to see what this is like playing it just controlling on two sticks. I'm like, I can't hit anything. Oh my God, it's so much worse. The aim and precision of mouse mode, especially when you bump up the sensitivity, which I think is important that people do, is immediately superior. I mean, you can easily hit things a lot more. It's a first-person game, so I think it feels a lot more responsive and fluid and makes the combat feel snappier. And the great part is, even if you are not a fan of using the mouse mode, obviously you can still do it normal. You can still do it regular style, like a set of controllers. But you can just swap back and forth, baby. That's the thing that really blows my mind. I think makes this a much more substantial innovation than people are giving it credit for. Is say you're playing Metroid Prime 4, you're using just normal controller style, you're walking through the environment, and suddenly there's a little puzzle that wants you to hit 5 things in quick succession. Just rotate your wrist, use it in mouse mode for 10 seconds, and then turn it back. The fact that you can swap between on the fly, depending on what the game asks you to do, I think will make every game that utilizes it feel a lot more fluid. Because if there's a specific section where you want precision, you can literally just turn your wrist and utilize that functionality. And that's never been something that games have been able to take advantage before. So I instantly like the mouse mode quite a bit. And it was decently comfortable. I won't say it's as great as using a normal mouse, but I thought it was amazing, especially for Prime 4.
Yeah. So for my experience with, well, obviously there was Drag and Drive, the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour used mouse mode, and that was a ton of fun. And I'll have that video tomorrow. But for Prime 4, very, very similar to what Tucker said in that I hot swapped a lot throughout my demo because I wanted to test it out, right? Like, how good can it go from holding like a Joy-Con to flipping it over now and using it as a mouse? Is it going to be 1-to-1? Like, can I switch on the fly and not get hit by an enemy? Is this going to be a detriment? Like, do I need to go into a safe corner to do this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you know how it is in games. Like, do I need to go somewhere safe real quick? That was like a big thing I want to know. And it was 1-to-1. It was literally like switch, like pun intended. Like, you switch and it's like hidden switch, man. It did it perfectly. And playing it, same thing in that when I went into mouse mode, I felt like my arm was almost like an extension of the arm cannon. I'm like, this is badass. This is so cool. Yeah, like I'm literally like moving it around and like, using the left Joy-Con to look around, and then I'm controlling the arm cannon with the mouse mode, and you're like looking around and you're aiming. I'm like, this almost feels like I'm playing like a light gun game, like Time Crisis also, which is awesome because that's a great game. Like this
Or
is
the
so
Wii versions of
cool.
Metroid Prime that people
Yeah.
praise so much for their flexibility.
Yeah, it feels like an extension of it, doesn't it? Like it's like what they would have wanted to do with the Wiimote. This feels like an evolution of the amount of control that you have playing Metroid. And so for me, I walked away, and the Nintendo rep, of course, asked me, and I told her exactly what I'm telling you guys, but I walked away saying I'm 100% playing this in mouse mode, and it gave me the confidence, Tucker, that the reason why Metroid Prime 2 and 3 haven't come out yet is because they're going to utilize the mouse mode on Switch 2. And I
Bro,
talked
I
to
didn't even think about that. That's
Yeah.
fascinating. And
I
I'm
talked
sure
to
Prime
Roger
Remaster will
about
get a patch. Absolutely.
Yeah, I talked to Roger about it, the Nintendo New York store, and this is before I had played it, and he was talking about how cool mouse mode is and how it's just amazing. And then after I played it, I'm like, 100% this has got to be why. Because this is the best way to play this game. Like, once people play 4, they're not going to... They'll still play the other games, right? But they would wish that they could play it like Prime 4 in mouse mode.
Don't
That
play
was
with my
my
heart, bro.
takeaway.
Don't play with my heart.
Dude, I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. Like,
It's a
I
good
was
theory.
an instant believer. Yeah, it felt so good. I was like, this is really encouraging because I played Dragon Drive. Mouse mode was awesome. The Switch 2 tour, again, tons of mini games, and the mouse mode is so cool. And then playing Prime 4, Civ 7 was there. And I didn't play it. Nobody played it, right, Tucker? No one's playing Civ 7 at
No,
this
that
event.
was empty the whole time.
Yeah,
man.
and you
No one
know,
wants to play that.
no, that's
love
not a game to
Civ.
play at an event. It's like playing
yeah.
SimCity at an event, right?
Wait,
Like you're
I mean,
not going to do it.
takes hours. It takes hours, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you looked at it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
yeah,
you watched the gameplay live, and I thought it looked great.
Yeah.
It's
I have a
smooth.
I have a specific question regarding mouse mode. I mean, more specifically regarding Prime with it. Love to hear that it felt seamless. It was 1-to-1, just putting the Joy-Con down and seamlessly switching. Love to hear that it feels like the Prime way to play the game.
Yes.
With that kind of feeling like you're controlling the arm cannon. My question though is, how does it feel with the buttons, the button inputs, being that it's not a traditional mouse? Is there anything awkward or feel like there's a learning curve as far as button inputs while holding the Joy-Con sideways and on the counter or table?
Well, I want you to consider just for a second. What is the position that your hand is in while using a Joy-Con? Your finger is on the bumper and your thumb is resting on the face buttons. Turn your hand sideways. Your finger is on the bumper and your thumb is on the face buttons. It is really no different.
Fair enough.
I think maybe in terms of multitasking, it might be something your brain might have to adapt to in terms of moving your wrist, and also, you know, your wrist is rotated, so you got to think maybe about your thumb positioning a little bit more specifically. But it's only, I think, because it's something that's never been done before, and you have never done before. And so I think in terms of comfortability and usability, it honest to God is no different. It's really just a 90-degree rotation. But it is something that I think you'll have to think about a little bit more, and will eventually become second nature. But I mean, just you use a little logic, and you're like, I'm not really doing anything different with my hand.
Right.
Yeah,
for sure. I just figured I'd ask because it is a new thing, that if there's anything confusing or disorienting about it, or if it just feels natural right out the gate.
Yeah, I agree. It did feel natural. There was nothing to it. I didn't even think about it. And the Nintendo rep's trying to tell you stuff, right? But like I'm like Luke, you know, taking the visor off and using the Force. I don't want to hear it. Like I hear you, and like I'm not.
Will you shut up, man.
You know, it's like
the reps at these events sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's like I hear you and I'm listening and I'm nodding, but like I'm like also in the zone. Like I'm with Prime 4. Like this is prime time, baby. Like you gotta let me enjoy this.
You
And-
not see this mustache. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't need to be like, I understand they have to do this. This is their
You're right.
job, and they do such a good job. Let me say that. But like when you hand me a controller, like I'm just gonna play. Like I'm gonna feel it out. I'm gonna immediately. I don't know if you guys do this, but you probably press the buttons right when you start a game to see what each one does.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't like look at the instruction manual, or I don't go into the settings and look at the controls. I'm like, let me just play and I'll figure it out, because that's
I got a
how
question.
you play.
Were any of you crazy enough when you put it in mouse mode to stick your thumb on the thumbstick to see if that still works while you're in mouse mode?
No, I wasn't even thinking about it, but that's an interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't think because I'm curious because that could also explain why it's seamless. Because if it also still works, it means it's always enabled.
Yeah,
the whole time.
I think that's probably the case.
Yeah.
I'm just I don't think it'll ever be useful.
Both mouses, both control sticks, and you're like, what?
Dude. You can play 3 games at once. Whoa.
So, Vlam, what question did you have?
Yeah, sorry. I keep trying to find a pause, but it's my bad. No, so when you're my thing I'm worried about, because I at least I'm using the regular Joy-Con because I don't have a Switch to Joy-Con. When you're sliding it from side to side specifically, like when you're going, you know what I'm saying? Like instead of up down like you do in the wheelchair game, I'm talking more about like that left to right motion when you're aiming in Metroid Prime and all that kind of stuff. Did it feel either unnatural, or did it feel like the Joy-Con was going to fall over, or if you felt like, or did you feel like if you were in an intense situation, maybe like in a really fast-paced game like Splatoon, for example, and you were using that? Because I play a lot of first-person shooters like Valorant and Marvel Rivals and stuff like that, and there's a lot of flicking and dragging your mouse, it being a lot of really really fast with it. Do you think that mouse mode would be, with the current state of those Joy-Cons, would be
good question
viable for like really fast-paced? Like, do you feel like there's an issue with them falling over? Because I feel like, at least when I'm holding this in my hand, I feel like that side to side movement is just, it feels like the Joy-Cons are like waiting to fall over.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think this goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of my mouse mode conversation. Is
you're
gonna want to turn up the sensitivity so you don't actually have to move it very far, because that's the thing that I think would cause you to have it be a little bit unsteady, is if you're moving it in like a big strokes. I know, like I watched my brother play PC games. He's got this whole giant desk and he's moving his arm way back and forth. You're not going to do that with the Joy-Con. And so turn up the sensitivity and do like small motions with your wrist. No risk of that. But it's not going to be as flicky precise as a big mouse pad.
Sure.
I don't think you're going to want to do that. I think if you're doing that, that's going to maybe be a little more unsteady. Yes, Nintendo Prime from Nintendo Prime Podcast. Yes.
Yeah. So, hey, Nintendo Prime Podcast is retired.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Nintenbyte. No. So when you guys were using that mouse mode, was that with the strap on or off?
Yeah, it was. They made a strap on every time.
Yeah, okay. Because as one thing I am curious about is if it feels a little different with the strap on versus strap off, because mouse mode can work either one. And if you look at the design, like there's slide pads on, not just the strap part, but also without it for people that want to do it that way. So I was very curious if there was any difference in the stability with or without the strap. But
I'll be honest, I don't think they would have even let you take it off. I think there might have been they might have been glued on or whatever, because they were very specific about what access you had in any given control scheme to manipulate it to your own liking. This was not something where we could particularly experiment. The only opportunity we ever had. Sorry.
They don't like me at events. I find ways to do things they don't want me to do. In a menu in what was that, Pokemon Let's Go, that we're not supposed to access, but we got exclusive footage to put on YouTube. Oh, one's supposed to do that. Oh, you're not telling me to do this. Well, my hand is sneaking around the Joy-Con in mouse mode. Oops, I accidentally touched that button in the press, and the Joy-Con strap came off, and I slapped it down to use it quick. You
want a little bit of mildly useless but kind of interesting behind the scenes info here. Here's a little, I don't know, let's call it a scoop. Let's use some big air quotes now. We'll call it a scoop. Is
news today?
I was playing Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, and my right Joy-Con was being a little finicky. Sometimes the mouse mode wasn't working. Now, of course, to a lot of people, that would be a bad sign. I am I give them enough leeway. Things go wrong, whatever. It's not the end of the world to me. They were able to come and fix it by restarting the Switch. I don't really know how that works, but it ended up fixing it. And here's the really stupid, useless scoop.
I don't know how.
Well, you can explain in a second. Is I saw them open the case underneath the TV, which is where the actual Switch was stored, and they took it out of the dock, and I saw the code that he typed in to unlock it. Because he pressed show password, which was please open Sesame with $signs as the S's and a 3.
Hey,
and
all
a
you
3
gotta
as the
go
E.
to LA event. If you get that cabinet open,
Yeah, but
that would be crazy. That'd be
he was
crazy.
typing it in and he pressed show password and my eyes went boink. I see what the password is. So there's the scoop. It's useless, but I did see something I wasn't supposed to.
yeah. So I think the reason I say I think I know why, like just restarting it worked. When you're at these press events, this is not the ideal situation to play.
Mm-hmm.
And so these are being wireless communicated. Lots of wireless interruptions. They can kind of desync.
Interesting.
And so when you reboot, it resyncs the controllers. Yeah, I've been at enough press events to see this as like a thing that happens. It's very common. So that's why, like, you guys here, like, don't panic about this.
Yeah.
You're not going to be in a room with 100+ Switch 2s, all like using mouse modes and doing all this stuff. And like you're in a very unique situation where this is not how you experience the game. Desyncing is a thing that happens with controllers sometimes in those situations.
I'm sure we all similar, but I'm sure we all remember the infamous Skyward Sword demonstration. You know, where they had to ask people to turn off their phones and stuff like that.
And then when you did the demo on the show floor, it worked fine. Yeah, because it wasn't one unit trying to work wirelessly with that 10,000 people with their cell phones trying to record and take. And so, you know, obviously wireless interruptions are a thing. That's basically what I'm saying. And all these Switch 2s are using the same wireless signal. So, like, yeah, you get enough together, there's always going to be a problem. You guys probably know this sometimes used to be a bigger problem. They've kind of fixed it now, but at a lot of stadiums, it used to be really hard to use your cell phone and get a signal at all because there's just too many phones around each other. They have now found ways with access points and stuff to kind of get around that, but that was a problem at stadiums for a long time, especially in the early cell phone days. So, and the only reason I know they fixed it because I've been to some since then. And now that, you just need more access points, and then it kind of takes care of the problem. Okay, so this is where I think we get to the big question that I have for the Pro Controller. Okay, because we haven't delved into the Pro Controller yet. That goddamn control stick. Again, I'm the control stick guy over here, man. So obviously, we can get into hey, is this also sort of that Hall effect or TMR thing? And that's important too, because some people did have drift problems with the Switch 1 controller. But also, they made a big deal about the sticks on the Pro Controller and like trying to perfect the perfect controller and how smooth it slides when you're moving it around, and the sound, like how it basically makes no sound, like the stick sounds when you guys know the stick sounds. Everyone knows.
Okay, so before you said that, because I actually didn't know that about them sharing the information about the Pro Controller, you mentioned, okay, let's talk about the Pro Controller. I'm thinking in my mind, what am I going to say about this? Because largely, form factor is very similar. Feel in your hand is very, very similar. But the one thing that I was like, oh, you know what I remember is that sliding the stick around in circles felt so smooth. And I'm not a big enough stick guy like the two of you are to know exactly what the difference was. But I know that I felt that immediately. And then you mentioned the sound thing. I'm like, that's the difference. That clack you get when you slide the Pro Controller stick around, totally gone. And I'm like, you're right. I absolutely, I unconsciously, even as a guy that's not super into the sticks, immediately noticed that just sliding it around was such a smooth and, I guess, quiet experience. So yeah, I did notice that just subconsciously. I thought that was funny.
They also mentioned in that same interview about the triggers as well, working on the triggers to improve them. I forget how they described it, but like softer or less clicky, or just like a smoother trigger press. Is that something that you guys notice? And to add on top of that, obviously the form factor is very similar. With it's updated, but very, very similar. Did it feel more premium? Did it have a little more heft, even slightly more premium, or did it feel just like the Pro Controller, like one-to-one?
The thing that's most premium and I think most immediately different about the Pro Controller 2 is the texture of the part that touches your hands. The Switch 1 Pro Controller has that like cutoff point where it becomes this, I don't know, almost looks like rubber, almost looks like here's a weird pull. It looks like a steering wheel kind of like texture on the Pro Controller 1. That's gone. It's the same texture across the whole thing, which I think is interesting. And it feels just like, it feels silky smooth. It feels like it's soft like a baby's bottom. I mean, it is a really different hand feel. And it's also totally different from the hard plasticky feel that almost every controller has ever had. You know, you think of like the grippy bits on the bottom of an Xbox controller or the like hard edges that a DualSense has, all gone. Just totally like soft, silky, melt in your hands feeling, which I was not expecting. Like it's a different hand feel, which I think is the most substantial and most premium feeling element upgraded to the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller 2.
And the triggers,
I didn't really notice. Can't really comment, to be honest.
Got it.
All right. Well, then all those questions to Stash. What are we doing?
Yeah. Throw it to them expert over here.
Yeah. So immediately when I put my hands on the controller, it felt so much better. And a lot of things that Tucker said are like completely accurate. It just feels better. It feels more premium. I don't know what they're using, but it doesn't feel like other controllers that I've held. And obviously I spend a lot of time holding controllers, right? Like it felt different. You know what I'm saying?
He's holding
like,
some right now. You can't see, but he's holding a controller in each hand.
Yeah.
I log a lot of hours, right? Like it felt different.
When he's not, got to keep the hands in shape.
Yeah, it feels good though. Like it felt immediately premium. And I don't know really how to put it into words that are different than Tucker's because I think he said it pretty well there. But I guess I could say that I bought the Switch 1 Pro controller on day one. I love it.
Yeah.
I fly when I go fly. I put my Switch in the stand mode and I use my Pro controller. Like I don't use it in handheld mode.
Yeah.
I use the Pro controller anytime I can, right? Anytime and every time. After holding this Pro controller, I feel like I'll never use that Pro controller again. Right? Like I don't know. It's such a nice controller is my point. Like I love the Switch 1 controller. I love it. And for me to be like, there's no reason to use it again. Like that's the controller I'll give to somebody else to use. Because it's, still, it's not a Mad Catz. It's not a Pelican. It's still a good controller. But I'm going to be using my Switch 2 Pro controller because it feels amazing. It feels premium. It feels really good. And I just want it to, obviously play more. But yeah, very nice controller.
Did you notice the triggers though, Stash? I'm just curious about just because I remember, unless I'm remembering wrong, I feel like they mentioned that as well, Prime, in that same interview, that they made changes to the triggers.
Yeah, they felt really good. Power sliding. Like if you look at my Mario Kart footage, like I power slide the whole time. The track design, I feel like at least in the tracks that we did was geared towards people who love to power slide, right? And like I love to power slide, and it felt really good.
Okay. The sticks, man. Dude, come on. I need to know because I have had a major issue with every Switch 1 Pro controller. Okay. I've bought 6 of them over the lifetime of Switch. Only for me. All 6 have drifted. Literally within the first month. Do the sticks feel like they went with not the standard Alps design like they used on Switch 1?
Yeah, the sticks feel like way better. I don't think we're gonna have any issues. I really don't. I really
Okay.
don't. They're quieter. That was a thing. You can play in bed, and you won't wake up your significant other, which is something I've definitely done. I'm sure you have too.
Been there, yeah.
Yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, they feel very good. They're not the same sticks. I can 100% guarantee that they're not the same sticks. It's not the same technology. They did something different. And I think stick drift is going to 100% be something that does not happen again.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say, cosmic question. Will these controllers put Stick Fix out of business?
Yeah, most likely. I'm sorry.
Well,
I didn't think we were going to talk about that today, but probably.
There could be a new problem though, especially with those pro controllers, because they're quiet, they're smooth to go around. But what happens if over time they're not quite as smooth? So now Stick Fix is actually more of a lubrication tool.
I have heard of Stick Fix lubrication. I've heard a lot about that.
Have you heard about lubrication?
Just be like GameStop. You'll find a way to stay in business, man.
Yeah. they'll pivot. They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
See, Stick Fix will come up with a solution for a problem that doesn't exist, but you make people think it exists.
Yeah. Or start grading Pokemon cards too.
They'll create a problem.
For real.
Was the did you get to use the D-pad much? Because the Pro controller initially, I had to open mine up and put Scotch tape around the sensors because once like Cuphead and Mario Maker 2 came out, I needed precision, and I grabbed my girlfriend's Pro controller the other day, and I was like, I'm pressing left and it's going up. Like this is insane that it was so bad out of the box.
Now, what's interesting is I don't think we played any game that utilized the D-pad, and so I didn't even think about pressing it. It's because you're thrown immediately into some game, and just think about the lineup of games we played: Donkey Kong, Mario Kart, Metroid Prime.
No Street Fighter.
Well, I did play Street Fighter. As I mentioned, it didn't look as good. I played the mode where it's a single Joy-Con and you swing it around to fight.
Oh, I see.
And I whooped my friend's asses, Marisa, who's my Street Fighter 6 main. And it was whatever. It was fine enough. It was fun, but no, did not use the because I think they wanted you to do the swing it around motion control mode for Street Fighter. So no, I don't even think I used the D-pad once, which is more a testament to just the styles of game they had on offer. I mean, I think there was really only one 2D game, which would have been Street Fighter. So I never even thought about using it.
What was Hades 2 there?
Yeah,
it was. I didn't play it.
My video is coming out for that tomorrow.
Yeah, I know that's a game that some people, the first one, some people like to use D-pad on.
Interesting.
Cyberpunk used the D-pad as well, and I played that, and I posted. I actually forgot I scheduled my video to post, so it posted while
it's actually up right now. Yeah,
yeah. So I just had to go post my social media stuff. I'm like, oh crap, I forgot I scheduled that. Like it's been a blur, guys, like editing and stuff. But we did use the D-pad in Cyberpunk, and it's not a substantial way of using it. It's just mapping, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
And I don't recall if I used the D-pad in Hades. Like I could probably look at my hand and know if I did. I might have. I might have because I feel like I used the D-pad for Hades on PS5. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, as I say, it's a popular mode for the original Hades.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. So I might have naturally just went to that position, and I'm not thinking of it, Josh. Because it was
maybe
just
that's a good. Maybe that's a good thing.
And that could be
so.
You didn't notice a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I gotta ask, when it comes to the Pro controller, the HT Rumble, that's a big question of mine because I feel like most games, I actually feel like the Rumble in the current Switch Pro controller isn't good. I think it's worse than previous Nintendo consoles, honestly. There's so many games where when it rumbles, when there's a big moment, something that happens, an explosion or earthquake or extended rumble. It's just a really loud buzz. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It's super
totally.
loud. If your control's on the table, it does that zzz.
Yeah, vroom in the night sky. Not that I want to admit that
Yeah,
I've played it.
it's just
but
like vibrating your
bad.
hand with
Yeah.
very tiny vibrations, but really fast, like a buzzsaw. So, does the rumble feel more like, even what we got in the GameCube, which I feel is superior to the current Pro controller, but closer to DualSense? Or was it just the Joy-Cons that kind of had that good rumble, I suppose?
It's definitely nicer. It's definitely nicer. I think because it's also more localized, like as you mentioned in the DualSense, it's more positioned around the controller, which, I mean, I think is probably in the Switch 1 Pro controller, but just not almost ever utilized.
Sure.
But yeah, no, it felt very good, especially with Mario Kart when we were playing Mario Kart, and that like I'm just pulling this out of my butt. I think I recall, when you're drifting, and it depends on like what, this is what it is when it's when you're on a rail and you're grinding on one wheel, that side of your controller kind of vibrates a little bit more.
That's cool. That's
and
super
so yeah,
sick.
there definitely are some of those touches that I think will make it feel a lot more substantial.
And is it a nice rumble, or is that kind of that buzzsaw that we get on the Switch 1 a lot of the time?
Stash?
Yeah, no, I don't think it was like the Switch 1. It felt much.
You guys
more
know what I'm
precise.
talking about, right?
I do.
I'm not just
No,
okay. I just want to make sure you guys
I
understand
know what
what
you're
I'm
talking
getting
about.
at.
It's like a hummingbird's wing, just like
Yeah, like even playing Cyberpunk, the HD Rumble 2 is definitely being used. Like when you're
Mhm.
firing the weapon, it feels like you're firing a weapon, which is
Cool.
like how the DualSense is. That's why, like across the board, I didn't feel like I noticed enough of a difference, if there was a difference, between the Joy-Con HD Rumble and the Pro Controller Rumble. And like Tucker
Cool.
said, like when you're grinding on a rail, you feel it on that side that you're grinding on.
Love that.
It's really good. Like I'd be very, I don't know if I could find anything bad to say, right? Like
Cool.
or anything concerning, I guess you would say. Like I was very impressed. I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. And it feels like I said so much better than the Switch 1 controller as far as the HD Rumble. And I know what you're talking about with that controller. The HD Rumble isn't great. I will agree with you on that. But this feels like kind of like a night and day difference.
Awesome.
I think the one disappointment, if you want to call it that, is the lack of analog triggers. Because if games like Forza Horizon are going to be making their way to Switch 2, playing that without being able to feather your gas pedal essentially is going to be tricky. It's going to be they might have to do like they did with what was that, Trials HD or whatever, where you had to use the stick as your gas essentially,
Oh yeah. That's a good point.
Did they utilize the rumble in Prime 4 when you're charging your arm
Yes.
cannon?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Cool.
And
I love that.
Yeah, I was charging my arm cannon like
a lot.
Pretty much. Yeah, if you see in the footage, yeah, like pretty much the whole time.
I kept saying, I'm like, dude, he could take this out so much faster if he stops charging the arm cannon. Just get the quick shots in. But you're just
It felt that good.
It
felt so damn good. I'm charging this bitch every shot.
Yeah, it did. Like I was just like charging and dodging as much as I could, and just trying to like also just figure out the controls. But yeah, that was one thing actually I wanted to mention. I'm glad you brought that up. But that the HD Rumble felt very good in Metroid Prime 4 in mouse mode. Like it was really cool charging that up. And that's just another way that it was able to immerse you, because not only did it feel like an extension of the arm cannon with the way that you're pointing it around and aiming, but also that HD Rumble felt like really good. I'm like, this is cool.
Cool.
Yeah. If we want to sort of shift to Prime 4 talk, Josh, Favlam, Eric, you guys have any questions about Prime 4 you want us to dive into?
I just can't even like I have so many, I don't know which one to ask, This is like I'm like, I want Prime. I just want to know every little like does it feel like Prime 1 and 2? Like, does it feel like a traditional, like in that same vein of just it's that I'm trying to get the right. It feels like a 3D Metroidvania, basically. Like, does it feel like that still, or is there some features and from what you guys played that makes it stand out as its own standalone game?
This is going to be an interesting conversation to have. And
All right.
I'm not sure what I'm going to say is going to make people particularly happy, but here are my thoughts on this demo that we got to try. It was about the opening, say 12 minutes of the game.
Sure.
Cutscenes, opening battle, teach you how to open doors, teach you how to scan, teach you the basics of combat.
Yep.
What you're asking about it feeling like a 3D Metroidvania, I mean, probably, but not from what I played, because this was a very linear opening set piece section of the game.
Okay.
And my thoughts on the Metroid Prime 4 demo is that other than it being higher fidelity, we were playing it in 1080, 120. You could have told me this was from Prime 1, and I wouldn't have been able to really tell a difference. This specific section.
Okay.
Now, I'm not a fan of Metroid Prime. I've played remastered, and I played the original game on I played the GameCube version. And I'm not a big fan of that game in general. But what I found so frustrating about it is exactly what you're saying. From this opening few minutes, I felt nothing here that made me feel like this is a 15 years in the making, long in development sequel that is a next step up, which I found frustrating and disappointing, because the things that we saw in the second trailer for the game about the psychic abilities, those may be influencing the pacing of exploration and puzzles and combat. I'm excited for those, and I'm interested to see the ways in which they'll shape and shake up the design. Didn't see a single lick of that in the demo that we tried. And so the only thing that really impressed me or interested me was mouse mode. I liked that quite a bit. I thought it made the gameplay feel a lot more responsive and fluid and engaging, but nothing about this specific demo I found game design wise particularly impressive. Now, that's only this demo. There's a lot more to the game, a lot more to unlock.
Safe demo. It's a safe demo.
It's a safe demo, but I was really disappointed by that.
So the takeaway is, if you love Metroid Prime, you're probably gonna love this because it's very Metroid
At the very
Prime.
least.
At the very least. But nothing that you saw at this event specifically was necessarily reinventing the wheel for the series.
Not at all.
Okay, interesting. Good to know. I'm watching your. Oh, okay. Hang on. I see it's different. So I was watching your footage, Thunderstash, and I was seeing like when you were aiming when you're aiming with your gun, right? It looked like the crosshair was moving on the screen, and then once you kind of got towards the edge of the screen, the rest of your body followed looking. But I see you're also now like in this room, it's not doing that. Is that like are you in mouse mode right now? Or like when you're in mouse mode, is it following you like a traditional FPS mouse mode shooter? And does it do that weird thing that we saw at the beginning of this video only when you're in like the stick mode, or how does that work?
Yeah. So I was switching, like I said, on the fly the whole time.
Yeah.
So when you're in mouse mode, it's going the direction that you're aiming it. So if I'm moving with the left stick and I have it in mouse mode, my aiming reticle is going to move in the direction that I'm pointing it. It won't just like sit in the middle unless I have my arm, flat and aim directly in the middle. Like if I move my arm, it's going to move the arm cannon. Like it feels 1-to-1. Which I think that's actually what makes it more immersive, is that like, you're holding an arm cannon right now. Like you gotta watch where you point that thing at all times.
Okay.
It was really cool.
Interesting. Okay.
Stash, did you have any agreements or disagreements with me about the design or the experience here with this demo?
Yeah, it felt like a safe demo. For fans of Metroid Prime, which I love Metroid Prime. I'm hyped.
Yeah.
I walked away more excited for it. From what I could see, just in the trailers, right? And we've talked about it on this channel. I think it looks like it's going to have more Metroidvania elements, which makes me very happy because it's one of my favorite genres, right? So, we had a few areas where we went into the morph ball, right? like a few
Mhm.
of them, where we had to navigate through the
Yeah.
the ventilation systems, which is pretty typical. But I don't we didn't really have any secret areas that you
No.
could find.
Mm-mm.
Mm.
And you're also like I think you only get a certain amount of time with the demo, and I wanted to beat it because I know the ladies said most people don't beat the demo, like they don't beat the boss because the timer you know,
Goes off.
you only
Yeah.
get so many.
Yeah.
They can't let you like die all day, right? Like so, I wanted to beat the demo
Yeah.
and see the end with what do you call it? Did I show the footage where I show the end? I think I did.
It's a cutscene with Silex. Yeah.
Silex, yeah.
Yeah, and what's
Mm.
interesting just about that cutscene is that thing behind the Metroid Prime 4 Beyond logo, that sort of circle with the little wavy bit that goes in between. That's like a thing in the game, like a physical item. I don't know. It's some sort of warp drive charge battery sci-fi nonsense. I didn't expect it to be an actual thing, so I saw like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, to the point of the boss, Stash, I don't know how you felt about this. That boss took forever. It was such a long fight. And honestly, I was really disappointed by that because it felt like no attack I was doing like any particular amount of damage. I mean, I think probably half the time I spent in that demo was fighting this boss just because it had so much health and you had so few options. I was just like, man, this is a slog.
Yeah, so the boss fight again, I was using the mouse controls. I think I tried for a little bit switching to the Joy-Con. And again, because I want to keep testing it out in different scenarios.
Mhm.
And again, I like kept gravitating back towards the mouse mode, even when when you're
too.
doing a boss fight, right?
Yeah.
Because it felt more precise because of the way you needed to aim
good to know.
directly.
That was gonna be
at-
my next
at-
question. Yeah.
Yeah, you had to aim directly at the weak points, right? And so using it in mouse mode was definitely more beneficial. The fight kind of felt like a labor, but I liked it in that sense because it makes it feel like more like a boss fight. Like, hey,
Yeah.
like this is going to be tough. Like almost like when you're playing an RPG from like think
Yeah.
about Final Fantasy 2 and 3 on the SNES, and you got these boss fights that last like 20, 30, 40 minutes, right? It almost felt like it gave me that kind of
Sure.
vibe, but in a first person shooter Metroid. I'm like, this is interesting. I wonder if they're gonna like do this with all boss fights or if this is just part of the demo.
Yeah.
I would have liked to switch to missiles, right? And
Yeah.
use
You don't
missiles.
have that yet. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was interesting because one of the things I remember the Nintendo rep telling me was with the D-pad, you could switch to missiles. And I'm like, all right, yeah, cool. So I'm like doing this fight, right? With the boss fight, I'm like, I'm just going to blow this dude away with a missile because I didn't use any of them. And then when I tried to, I couldn't. And I don't know if that was like just they wanted the
Intentional
boss
or
fight
what,
to be
yeah.
like, more.
We were playing the opening of the
epic.
game. You hadn't unlocked missiles yet, or like I'm sure that's how you do use them, but we didn't have access to them. I don't think. I think that's what it was. I think by that point in the game, you're not going to have missiles either. And my frustration with the boss wasn't that it took a long time. I've fought long boss battles before. I love my Souls games. That's not necessarily an issue. This thing had like 2.5 moves. That's really the problem. Is I really didn't feel like it was evolving over the course of the battle. And that's really frustrating for a long boss battle when you feel like you're just going through the motions again and again. It had this thing where it like slams its big arms down and then it sends like a wave of energy at you that you either have to jump over or turn into a ball to duck underneath. And I was like,
that was fun.
I have dodged this attack 20 times already. Do something else, you big lug.
Yeah. This is what I thought too. My takeaway from the boss fight is that
this is the boss fight, by the way. It's about to start.
Yeah, is that this is for everyone to play and get associated, I guess you could say, with the mouse mode and with the controls of Metroid Prime. And it's supposed to be, I wouldn't say easy, but they want to make sure that everyone can play through this boss fight, right? And so I think they limited maybe the amount of moves like on purpose to make it.
Maybe.
And I'm not saying maybe we have more moves when the game comes out, but like this is obviously they want you to experience a boss fight that is not super difficult as far as the moves. It doesn't have a ton of moves, but it makes it feel like you accomplish something when you beat the boss.
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, we have a challenger approaching, new guest popping in the show because, of course,
Oh, there's the guy.
Hey, what's up?
we can't.
Whoa, there he is.
What's up?
He heard me talking shit about Prime 4, and he's like, I gotta go beat this guy to death.
He had to get in here.
Unless he's intentionally muted.
Andres, you're muted.
Totally muted, Andres. Totally muted.
Classic Andres right there.
Classic Andres right there. Still not working. See, this was an epic introduction for him, and he screwed up. You done?
You done?
Let's try again. Let's start again.
Kick him out and bring him back in.
Right?
Yep.
Challenger approaching. Andres
muted.
The muted.
Ew.
The muted one. Andres.
He's still muted. He's still muted. Oh no!
I'm looking forward to this.
Check your input. Go to the settings.
This guy.
Oh, do you see that chat? Andres needs to restart. Very good.
That's
Damn.
good. Little does he know Nate has
Still
him
no.
muted on purpose.
There
we
you
go.
There it
Okay.
is.
There we
No,
go.
I was on the wrong microphone. That's why.
Yeah. What did I say? Check your input.
All right,
Yeah.
let's try this again. Hey, we got a new challenger approaching. Andres restart because he couldn't miss Metro Prime 4.
How dare you speak ill of such a glorious boss fight? Are you kidding me? No, I mean it's your opinion. That's fine. But honestly, I think the boss is probably pretty easy. Like you can lock on, you can wipe those little orbs with a missile real quick. So I actually think you can beat it pretty fast. But that requires having a better I feel like speedrunners will blitz this. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's the beginning of the game, and even to think about Metro Prime Remastered, you guys gotta play the Switch one. The very first boss,
Parasite Queen, 6 seconds. Let's go.
It's a joke, yeah, it's a joke.
But the thing is, though, it's only a joke after you kind of learn it, right? Like at first, it is kind of like a sponge of damage because you're not hitting it as efficiently as you would like to.
Sure.
And it's not until you're like, oh, I can spam missiles on it really quick and throw out a lot of damage, right? So
Well, I still wouldn't say that it's difficult. I never felt like the first
you're
one.
not really meant to. Well, I mean, truth be told, I've seen people die against Parasite Queen when they don't know Prime. I think I even died when I was a little kid once or twice.
Well, okay, as an
actually,
adult,
you know what? I think I even live streamed once where I was messing around and it killed me. So it can happen.
Oh, well,
This one at least seems to be. I know Tucker, you're saying there wasn't too many mechanics for this, but this at least looks to have more mechanical depth than Parasite Queen.
Sure.
Yeah. This is. I mean, I'm really excited about this boss because I think this is a lot more elaborate than Parasite Queen. I mean, it is kind of difficult in comparison to Parasite Queen because you have to do more. You have to do the dodges with the morph ball. There are times it can grab you. It does force you to aim around. So I don't know. I actually think for a first boss fight, it's pretty good. Now I didn't play it, right? But I've looked at the footage repeatedly, and I think it looks pretty awesome. So
Tucker's like, yeah, well, what do you know?
Yeah,
it's an oversized delete from Halo. Is all it is.
It does look like one.
It gives me Moginar vibes, actually. For any of you who played Prime 3. It's Moginar is like a giant golem that has these orbs you have to aim at and you blast them. And actually on Wii, I played it in hype. You beat normal and veteran, right? But then there's hyper mode, and so in hyper mode you have to press A a million times, and if you screw up, it starts all over again. That is the ultimate way to obtain carpal tunnel. I'm glad now we can use the trigger. Actually, I have a question. So in Prime Remastered, right? They actually made a little subtle change to the game where when you press the arm cannon shot, it does a little bit of a rapid fire, right? To kind of make it easier for you to shoot repeatedly. Because in initially, every time you press the button, it's just one shot, right? But in Prime Remastered, it's 3. In this one, is it a single? I'm not talking about the charge shot, but when you press it just once, does it do a little bit of a da-da-da? A rapid fire shot.
Yeah, I don't remember. Unfortunately, I
'Cause
apologize.
I'm
but-
looking at the footage here, and you're just doing charge shots, which
He
are
does a
good if
lot-
you land them.
He does a lot of charge shots.
Yeah.
If you land them, if you're not, it's just like, oh darn.
I don't
wasted a charge shot.
recall if there was. I don't remember. Be honest with you.
I haven't actually
don't-
like been
I don't
looking
feel
for
like
it. Like
there
it just
was.
occurred to me now, like as we're talking about it, you know.
Yeah, I'm
if
going
there's,
back
like-
to the footage just to see if it happens to happen.
Now, I just clicked around through Stash's footage and just to see how long that boss fight was, just to see if I was making it up. 7 minutes out of the 17 minutes of his gameplay are that boss fight. So it
good to
is a massive chunk of that opening section.
I mean, I guess in that opening section, yeah, but I feel like that's still not that crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm perception
Oh,
of.
I think it
Metroid
is the
Prime
good
boss
of-
fights.
I just saw
Anyways.
Fast Fire and it looked like 3 came out.
Hold on.
Yeah, that I mean, that's
Slow
what I
down,
would assume.
analyze.
Analyzing the staff
The
footage.
frame by frame.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think it is right
You
because
can
it,
see it,
looks like
yeah.
it's happening pretty quick, and
Yeah.
that's a good thing. Yeah,
I feel
that's
bad asking this because I keep asking Rumble questions, but I gotta ask because these scenarios keep popping in my head as I watch this footage. Is there HD Rumble when you're in Morph Ball? Do you feel yourself rolling on the ground?
yeah.
Is that a
Oh,
thing?
Yeah.
It's actually very
Hell,
similar
that's
to. It's very similar to what I was saying about Mario Kart, where
Yes.
if you're like touching a wall, you kind of feel the rolling sensation, like be like up on one
bro.
side of the controller.
Love it.
And
Love
it's,
it.
It's
I
a
want
nice
that
little
immersion.
like. I would say like gritty, like
Oh man,
rolling along. Yeah, it's
keep
nice feeling.
keep whispering those sweet nothings, dude. I'm so
Okay.
glad that you brought up Mario Kart because I feel like Mario Kart's actually the best example of HD Rumble on the Switch, which
Sure.
is kind of funny because it's a Wii U game that came out
Yeah.
in the second month of the console.
Yeah.
I mean, Mario obviously does it well, but it kind of does it in like a gimmicky way. Like in Mario Kart 8, it's just like, hey, you're drifting and you feel the terrain, right?
Mhm.
And you know, it's kind of funny. I don't know how much you guys have talked about this, right? But like, we're supposedly we have better HD Rumble this time. It's HD Rumble
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, we
And
talked.
they
Yeah.
kind of glossed over that, like Nintendo. And I'm very curious, like, how much better is it? Does it compare to the haptic feedback on PlayStation 5?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. It's especially in the Pro controller. It's more localized than the Rumble
Okay.
in the Switch One Pro controller. And it's just a lot finer. What Stash and I were talking about, the most impressive use of HD Rumble was Drag and Drive, and the sensation
Makes sense.
the sensation of dragging it down and feeling the like 6 or 7 little clicks in the controller as you pull it back is a really satisfying sensation. I almost liken it to like a playing card, like flipping in the spokes of a bicycle wheel or something like that. It's like a little bit of a I don't know. I didn't know what I just did, but it feels like that in the controller.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I actually think I'm gonna like Drag and Drive a lot. I don't think they should sell it for a high price. It looks like
God,
it looks like an
I'll
eShop
kill
game.
that game.
Like,
Yeah.
but it
I
looks like
hope
a good
it's
eShop
$20
game.
bucks. I hope it's $20.
Yeah, $20 seems like a good
I
deal.
think you'll get enough players because it's online. So like, I think you'll get enough players at 20.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
you know
not
what?
gonna be 20
I
selling
actually
that much.
here's the thing. I feel like Drag Drive is a better launch title, like a pack-in, than Welcome Tour.
I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
And it's not a launch
Bro,
title. It's probably gonna come out like
that
in the middle
Wii
of summer.
Sports kind of vibe, like a new experience.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Really interesting, fun because it's a familiar sport. You know.
Yeah.
Just wait for the Dragon Drive Direct.
So
True.
I know when you guys are playing this, right? Like audio probably wasn't great because it's like a very loud environment.
Yeah.
But like when I've been
Mhm.
listening to the Treehouse, like it's like like an alien space opera. It just sounds amazing. I don't know if you guys picked up on that.
I did.
Yeah.
And like I just like it's stuck in my head. Like that's how good it is. And you know, I love the theme that they have from Viros as well, that you can get from the website. I don't know, like I only saw or heard you talking poorly on the boss fight, Tucker. So I don't know how you feel about the overall demo. Like, how do you feel about the segment?
Well, my comments can be interpreted positively or negatively based on how you feel about Prime in general. The thing that I said that I think was disappointing to me about this particular demo is that there was no mechanical improvements here that made me feel like, oh, finally, this is Prime 4. This is a massive step forward. The mouse mode was definitely the thing that I was most interested by. I'm like, okay, this definitely makes it feel a lot more responsive, but this is a very tutorially basic Metroid Prime opening segment where I don't think there was a single thing in here that you couldn't have done in the previous games. And that can be a positive. If you're like, hey, I love Metroid Prime, I'm just looking for another one that's very similar. But to me, the reason why I will offer that as a detriment, as a negative, is because I think a great thing about Nintendo's design philosophy in the Switch and now Switch 2 era is evolution upon their core design philosophies and taking something like Pokemon or Mario or even now Mario Kart and expanding on it in some way that makes it feel like that next step forward that takes advantage of current gen hardware and a greater learning from design philosophy. And I was a little bit underwhelmed to just feel like this section could have been from one of the other Prime games and you really wouldn't have been able to feel the difference. That being said, we didn't get to try psychic abilities. We don't know what the exploration is like. Those could certainly be things that change my opinion when I end up playing the final project. But this demo, I don't think was a great sense of what Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is as a 15 years plus in the making sequel. It was, this is a good Prime game on a mouse-enabled console, but not much more than that.
Okay. The way I look at this, and obviously we don't know, right? This is me speculating, but I kind of get the vibes that this segment is very much like the opening segment to Tears of the Kingdom.
It literally is, yeah.
Right. So it's like a prologue to the prologue, right? Because Tears of the Kingdom basically has two intros, right? It's that first, like, very cinematic, you know, it's essentially like a controllable like cutscene, which I feel like is some, it's not exactly, but similar. It's basically like a 10-minute thing. And then you're actually thrown into the island where you truly learn the game. And
great point.
From what we've actually seen of Euros, there are a lot of that's where we learn our psychic abilities, right? That's actually where we've seen the proof of the backdash, right? Which I think is kind of speaking more towards what you were hoping for, some different evolutions, right, of the actual like core Prime gameplay. And none of that's here, right? So I kind of get the sense that this is essentially like a cinematic opening 10-minute cutscene to get you
100%.
excited. It's the exposition for the game, like why we're at where we're at. This is basically, hey, this is classic Metroid Prime. And then the second area, I think, is where we're going to start to see those evolutions, which I think we have some evidence of, right? To what extent, that's where we're kind of going to have to wait and see. And just kind of, this is, I don't even know what you make of this. I just think it's like worth noting. It's very interesting how I think we can kind of look at Prime 4 similar to Tears of the Kingdom, and Samus has a weird hand with powers, as does Link. They both get whacked at the end of these 10-minute hype introductions, and they get thrown to another realm that they do not recognize, and now their hand has extra special powers where they learn a whole bunch of abilities they did not know about before. Just a very interesting similarity.
Sure.
I have one final question about Metroid Prime 4. From what you, Tucker, and you, Stash, experienced. Obviously, this is a Switch 2 edition of a Switch 1 game. So I got to ask about the visuals. I know that there's a 120 frames mode. There's the 4K,
that's what we played.
60 frames mode. Visually, did this feel kind of like a showstopper for Switch 2? Or was there something else that, you know, on the visual side really felt like, wow, Switch 2 looks beautiful?
I gotta say that it's this, and this is actually not really an insult, but it's very similar to Prime Remastered. And Prime Remastered probably the best looking game on the system in terms of fidelity and lighting engine and stuff like that. And so, and this is, I assume, is made in the exact same engine with almost the exact same team. And so I think that's to be expected. I think the cutscenes actually were the thing I was most impressed by. I mean, they have some really stunning vistas. They're really, really crisp. They run great. And obviously, cutscenes weren't something that's a particularly gigantic focus of Prime Remastered. So that definitely felt like a big step up in terms of a cinematic presence, was watching these really high quality pre-rendered cutscenes. But in terms of the game, it looked great. It ran great. This was the 120 FPS mode. I actually really would have wanted to see what it looked like in 4K. Maybe that would have made me feel a little bit more impressed by the technical power of the Switch 2. Because Obviously, frame rate is great, but I think a solid 60 is all I need, frankly. And so 4K I think would have been more appealing to me, but we didn't get the chance to switch it. It's whatever at the end of the day. Game looked great, but there was no particular element of this where I'm like, oh my God, Switch 2 can finally show this. And, you know, Prime Remastered already impressive. So it's very much on the same level.
Did you feel the same way, Stash, or?
Yeah, so I think that the two takeaways was the sharpness.
Yeah.
The resolution looked very sharp, and the HDR. The HDR looks phenomenal. And again, like when you play it in person, because it's you can't see the HDR watching the video in this format, right?
Right, off screen.
It really benefits to see it in person. It's kind of like I've compared it to trying to, for example, review like a gaming projector. It's really hard for you to understand the scale of 150 inch screen and how sharp it looks in person. And this is the same thing, like seeing is believing. When you see the colors in person, all of the games, like I remember like walking by Kirby in the Forgotten Land, and I'm like, good Lord, like it just pops off screen. Like it like made me stop to look and kind of take it in. Like, wow, like those colors just pop visually. So you do see a lot of that in Prime. So those were the two things I noticed that are different a little bit from Prime Remastered. And to what Tucker said as well, like I would have been more interested in playing 4K 60 because I do think 60 is enough. It's great that there's 120, but I'd like to see how it looks in 4K for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just take this moment. N64 Josh has to dip out. Totally understandable.
It's because I just got here.
The man is sick. He's also sick, so it's okay. He'll be tip top next show.
Absolutely.
Hope you feel better, man.
Feel better, man.
Thanks so much. I'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into some DK. Donkey Kong, baby.
Oh man. So
banana.
I thought I was just coming in, you know, for the
No,
boring.
we did a lot of hardware talk about all the different like features and the rumble
Sure.
and the sticks and all this. So and our first topic, we had an entirely different first topic. We were talking about the pre-order situation. So
Yeah, I mean, I saw a little bit of that. There was some pretty good, insightful things that Jake.
that's why we wanted to make sure we
Yeah.
because again, we had the pre-order man himself on. Of course, we had to do it.
Yeah.
So let's hit some DK up.
Can I say one more thing about Prime 4? I personally just get the sense that I never got confirmation if I could say anything, so I guess I'll just
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I didn't play it, right, but from everything I've seen, I really kind of get the sense this is probably going to be Nintendo's highest rated game of the year.
Okay.
Maybe.
High praise.
It's I mean, it's a guys, it's tough because if we're talking Nintendo's highest rated games, it's only tough because the competition is going to be insane with Mario Kart and Donkey Kong that we're about to talk about. Like these games are amazing. So I think all three of them are just going to be absolute freaking
I think
bangers.
all three could be game of the year candidates, to be honest.
They can. They literally, like, I walked away from the event like, holy shit, this is insane. Like all three of these games. Yeah, they're like, to me, they could all three be flagship launch titles or flagship titles, right? And we're getting all of them this year. And yeah, I was blown away. I walked away from Metroid thinking like, I cannot wait to play this. I cannot wait to play this in mouse mode, the whole thing. It's so cool.
So this is the crazy thing. A lot of people walked away really, from the impressions I saw, really impressed with DK. Seems we don't know for sure, but it seems like it's made by the Mario Odyssey team. We know last time they put out a full 3D platforming game, it got a 97. So it seems to be made by a team that knows what they're doing. It's gonna be interesting to see because I think that and MP4 could both end up getting nominated for Game of the Year. And the reason, I don't know who's gonna win it. And third parties, obviously, Sony games, so it's gonna be really stiff competition. But we're getting into DK. And I want to first go to Eric.
Yeah.
Because you love like Mario kind of games. And this is, not Mario, but it's DK. You love DK.
Sure as hell feels like Odyssey. It looks, it looks like Odyssey, I should say.
It's Silver Star.
So, do you have any questions for the guys who played it about this game in particular? Because this is one of the ones that I think since they revealed it, I'm like, oh, this is a game Eric might actually buy.
I'm gonna play it either way.
Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, I think it already appealed to you enough.
Man, I don't know if I have any questions though. I mean, I'm gonna buy it, so I'm gonna find out what the hell it's gonna be anyway. So,
how do you feel about the game visually? Like in person?
In person, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know, like I think the thing about this game, and I kind of speculate that this game was initially planned as a Switch 1 title, and it's impressive, but I think it's only impressive because 90% of the environment is destructible. If that makes any sense.
Most of the tech is on particle effects and destructibility and interactivity. This is going to be a fascinating game, and to be honest, I know this is not maybe what you want to hear, but I don't know if this is going to end up being a Game of the Year contender from what I played. Not that it won't be good, but this is a very different kind of video game. And here's why I don't think that it necessarily will be in the Game of the Year conversation, even if it is that Mario Odyssey team, which is one of my favorite Nintendo games of all time. I think one of the best games of the last generation. I absolutely adore that game. This game's not designed like anything else. The progression, the movement, the interactivity is a totally new type of 3D platforming game design. And I think that is awesome and really exciting. And for me, exactly why I'm excited for this game. But what it means is that it's also working on riskier ground, right? Mario Odyssey is as great as it is because it has literally 20 years worth of game design to learn from and mistakes and design decisions that were made over the course of many 3D Mario games. And this is the only thing this really has to base its structure upon is, of course, other 3D platformers. But because of the difference in combat and movement, exploration, and interactivity, I don't think it can really pull too much from those. And then I guess kind of Donkey Kong 64, but not really. This is a very different game progression-wise, exploration-wise. Oh, but not. It does pull that. And so I don't know how people are going to feel about this. Stash, I'm curious if you share a similar experience. This was a game that was really hard to get my hands and head around in terms of how you were interacting and progressing with it.
Can I real quick before you jump in, Stash, can I chime in? Because you partially kind of dove in. I have like one specific question about this game, and I'm sure more will arise as we discuss it. But you kind of, I feel like, are in that area, and Stash, when he gives his feedback, could probably answer this for me. I'm really curious about Donkey Kong. I think it looked amazing. I love the animations. I love his redesign.
So good.
But my big curiosity for this game, I've only watched that initial treehouse video. I didn't watch the second when they revisit and show more. Just that opening area I've seen when they're in the cave and he finds the little rock companion. That's all I've seen so far. So I'm curious. Obviously, this is a game with destructible environments where you can collect different things, but does it seem like there's going to be more depth to it than that? Does it feel like it's going to have like the depth of, while it might not be like a Mario Odyssey, but the depth of that? Is there more under the skin here than just destroy environments and find hidden items?
Yes, and for one particular reason is that we were given access to this Ingot Isle opening area, or at least part of it. It was kind of cut a little bit earlier. We didn't get to the Odd Rock part of it. And then we got to do this lagoon area that's like kind of got the yellowy grass. And the reason I say yes, there's going to be more, and I think it'll only get more interesting as the game progresses, is that what we were given a little bit of access to in this second area was some sort of sub areas, right? Like Sunshine or Odyssey, where you're doing a specific challenge. You have to do a combat or a platforming challenge. And that I think is where the game is going to shine in terms of its variety and its challenges.
Variety was the word that I needed. Yeah, I was just concerned, like, this looks amazing, but is it just a destructible playground with hidden items?
And that's the thing that I will levy as a mild criticism, I guess, about this as a demo, is this was a good way for us to get introduced to the basics of what this game is on a control level. how do you destroy things, what is destructible, how do you grab and pick up things. You use this interesting control scheme where jump is on A, and you have B to dig down, Y to dig sideways, and X to dig up. So it's got this kind of unique control scheme. This was very much about getting our heads around that, which was, I think, a little bit difficult to kind of understand because it controls very differently. But as a demo, it was much more about the destructibility, much more about digging around in caves and digging through dirt and picking up dirt. And I don't think the whole game is going to do that. I think this is very much a tutorial for you to get your head around how you can interact with the environment before it introduces a little bit more complexity in actual design and scripted sections. But I think this didn't really give us a sense of what the complexity and scope of the game is going to be, right? Where we really just like, what the hell is this? How does it work? Which is what you need a demo for. But I was a little bit underwhelmed by what we were given access to. It did feel a little bit samey, as you were saying you're a little bit worried about, of like, I'm kind of just smashing shit for 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I obviously didn't play this, but having played like demos in the past at a lot of demo events, that's a lot of what the demos are. They're very introductory because they're only showing you the beginning of the game, so you're not really going to get a good grasp for all the variety the game has to offer because again, they're saving that for future marketing and stuff like that. And
did you guys see the leak?
Yes.
Which one?
Which leak?
The art thing, yeah.
The evolution of Donkey Kong's companion.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert for
those who don't want to know. Spoiler alerts for.
I mean, we don't have to say it.
characters
I just think it kind of speaks to the question, though. Like, I think this game is going to kind of evolve and adapt, and like, when we've done like the footage analysis, right? Like, there are villages. There's villages for the ostriches. It looks like Espresso from Donkey Kong Country is coming back.
Cool.
We do see actually Cranky Kong in the other treehouse segment in the lagoon, and he makes reference to Rambi, and it's actual like a Rambi icon, which I think implies that Rambi is going to actually like be interactive to some extent. That doesn't mean it doesn't confirm that he'll be playable, but it at least confirms that he'll be kind of like So you remember like in the Galaxy games, like they would reference Luigi, and you would see the Luigi like icon. It's at least that, but I mean, if you think about what this game is all about, destruction, and what Rambi's all about, destruction, I kind of feel like
kind of goes hand in hand.
So I mean, there's a lot of character focus, reference to different things, a lot of references to OG Donkey Kong, potentially references to the Kremlins as well. So there's at least a lot of nods they're throwing in this game. And like I mentioned, there's villages and stuff like that. We've seen some variety to the environments, at least in the trailer. So I think there's going to be a decent amount of variance, but I also kind of like just looking at everything that is a concern of mine that like, is this going to get old? Like just destroying stuff.
And I understand this looks super cathartic and clearing out those huge gold caverns. But yeah, I was curious about variety. And I don't know if you guys, and Stash, I want to give you a chance to give your thoughts on this, but might as well throw this in there for both of you guys. I feel like one area that I feel like this game could really, really shine in, and I'm really excited to learn and see more of. And I don't know if you guys got to experience this in your play session, but I feel like boss fights could be an area where this game is really impressive. I don't know if you guys got to do a boss fight in your time. Like I said, this is pretty much what I've seen of the game is what I'm watching right now. So
I don't think I had a boss fight. If it wasn't
one available, no.
Yeah, it would have been.
Well,
it was a more formidable enemy I had.
Yeah, there's like one area that seems like it could lead to a boss fight, but if you drop down into it, it restarts the demo. It's like, all right, you're done.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, I think that happened to me on the second playthrough.
That was that's probably, I haven't seen all the footage yet, but the treehouse, their gameplay was the same way. When they dropped down, it'd be a few seconds and it reset.
Yeah.
So, Steph, what are your thoughts on all this stuff?
Yeah, so I walked away definitely feeling like DK could be something very special. It could be Game of the Year material. I walked away thinking that I could have spent hours exploring. Like there's an area where I was digging, and like how would you know that there was a golden banana hiding in there? Because there was. And I just kept digging deeper and deeper into the ground until I fell into a secret area and then got a golden banana. And I don't know if it's on this part or if it's on the second playthrough, but even the lady was like, "Oh, I haven't even seen this yet. Like, you're in an area I haven't seen." I'm like, that's what's cool about this, is that like there's secrets
sick.
everywhere. I went outside of the cave and I was climbing the wall, like the outside of the biome, you could say. And you can literally punch into the biome. So you can go on the outside, basically like the crust of the earth, and then punch into it from anywhere on the map. And when you scale out and look at the map, and when you press you press the pause button and you can look at the actual map, which I do in the demo, and you can zoom in and you can see like layers and layers. And you're just like, holy shit, this is massive. How many of these are in the game? This is really crazy. And all I could think is like, and I was telling Michaela too, like, babe, like you can spend so many hours just doing this and exploring, because who's to say there's not a golden banana, somewhere else if you punch into the wall? Because I punched all the way into the ground and found one, and I don't even know why I did this. I just did to kind of explore, and I guess to see like what you can do in the sandbox, right? The thing that I immediately got vibes from, and I talked to the guy here too. I even say to him, I was like, you can tell this is done by the Mario Odyssey team. And he agreed with me. I don't know if he knows anything, but
probably not.
He probably doesn't, but he agreed. And I'm like, yeah, like this is totally a Mario Odyssey team for sure.
I haven't seen Silver Star, guys.
Yeah, there's
I haven't seen any
elements in here that match up with like the way Mario Odyssey was designed. Certain very specific things.
Yeah, you can
Nate,
see
remember
here when I
last
do the
year-
map stuff.
Oh, interesting. See, I haven't seen any of this part. I've only seen that first area from when they first did the. I've been so busy when they first did the treehouse and they showed that initial playthrough. But this will all be new footage
And
for me.
you can see it better, of course, like when you're in person and you can actually like see the HDR. But do you see how there's like something under the water there? Like,
yeah,
and it's hard to see like on the screen. But I'm like, what's that? And they're like, oh, that's not something you can do right now. We're not sure if there's anything you can do there. I'm like, but you see that, right? Like I was making sure. I'm like, I'm not crazy, right? You see there's something there.
It's like the water's darker.
Yeah. And as I'm just scrolling through
If it's
here,
even water.
as you guys can see, I'm just like moving this map around. I'm just like, dude, there's so many like different areas and crevices that you can find to like put a pin on your map, which you can do. And I did, to find golden bananas. And to me, this is 100%. And I said this in my impressions, that this is 100% a evolution in a sense of collecting the power moons, collecting the golden jiggies from Banjo-Kazooie. This is like all of that kind of put together. And it's in this like huge sandbox. I don't know if you'd call it a world, but like a biome, because it's not open world, but it feels like these biomes are freaking massive, as you saw. And
I
the
think
fact that
sandbox
you
would
can go
apply.
anywhere. Yeah, like you can go anywhere. You can dig anywhere. Everything is searchable. Like there's going to be, we all know, like from playing Donkey Kong Country, right? That there's just secrets everywhere. If you explore, you're rewarded. Like the players who explore in Donkey Kong Country are the ones who get the most out of the game. And like here, like I'm just digging into the ground. Like, look at this. I just keep going and going. And I even looked at Michaela, like, what the heck? And then look, then I find this area. And it's like, oh, how would I have known this existed?
Yeah,
Unless I
that's
dug
big.
all the way
Cool.
into the ground, like what? You know what I mean?
Just
Like
found
this
another area. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's so cool.
And then it gave me like kind of Tears of the Kingdom vibes with the
Mhm.
underground area. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what is going on here? And then you see, that's where I find the banana. I'm like, how would I have known to have done this unless I just stumbled upon it because I'm exploring? And that's why it's like for people who like to do this kind of stuff, like when they play games, like explore, like when you play Zelda, do you like to explore? And here's me like on the outside, and I die one of these times, but it didn't stop me because after I died, I went and did it again because I'm like, I want to see what you can do. And even the Nintendo guys like, yeah, I get it. Like you got to figure out what the boundaries are. I'm like, exactly. I mean, that's part of it's part of playing in a
Did you see how
demo
the
is trying to
coins just
break
dropped
it.
there when you died?
Yeah.
That's exactly how it worked in Odyssey, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did are there surfaces that DK is unable to climb, or is there a limit to how long you could hold on to an edge or climb for?
No limit, no stamina.
He ain't
No,
Link.
yeah, no stamina. There are things that are like too slippery. He can't grab onto them.
Sure.
If you see on the map or on the side, there's like stone, and then there's like metal sheets or something that's kind of making up the base of the world. Can't grab onto that. It's too slippery.
Got it.
Whatever. What's interesting is that the climbing in the world that we played in wasn't. I didn't find it like I was using it too much for like curated gameplay. It was more like I just want to kind of mess around and see where I can climb and see what I can do. There weren't really any puzzles that used climbing, but of course I'm sure that will be different in the final game and in a wider variety of puzzles.
And he climbs quickly, right? Like he's not like Link where it's like a slog. Like no, he just runs on everywhere.
This looks sick.
Yeah, I do like that they make him kind of seem like, at least from this footage, like this unstoppable force. I think is a really cool way to portray DK.
Oh yeah, love it.
Yeah, he seems like it seems like they kind of give you in this game. It's like the opposite of the Metroid type idea, where I'm sure there will be more power ups, so they give him more abilities and whatnot. But it seems like you feel almost invincible in a way, and you just kind of go at it. You just figure it all out. The world is your oyster at that point.
So I got a theory on that actually. I actually suspect that Donkey Kong's powers may pretty much stay about the same. I mean, we pretty much know that his ally is going to adapt in some ways, so that might lead to some gameplay changes. But like the Mario games and also like the Donkey Kong games, where the gameplay varies is the environment, right? And partners. In Mario games, it's transformations, but in Donkey Kong, it's partners. I mentioned Rambi earlier. Something interesting that we actually see in this level, when he gets down to, there's like a puzzle in one of the water areas. He needs to like raise one of the golden bananas, which implies he can't dive down there, right? He has to use like a mechanism to raise it up. And so basically that tells us that Donkey Kong cannot dive in this game on his own. So that leads me to leave. Oh, could we also perhaps use On Guard, which is a swordfish, for diving levels as well, right? So I think like the stage is set for Donkey Kong to have partners, and that's how maybe we'll see like some different styles of gameplay outside of just weird environments that are like those side things that we kind of talked about earlier.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to head out. I appreciate this as well as ways.
Yeah,
this is the game looks fantastic. And, this is a great footage that you got.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks everybody for having me on. I got a video talking about the tariffs, and I'm gonna have a video about the missing slap sound for whatever reason in the near future. Yeah. So thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you guys later. And
you guys can go check out his channel. Link down in the description.
See ya.
Good to see you, man.
Nice. Cheers, man.
Yeah, out of here. All right.
See ya.
Man,
This is my second playthrough.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh my god.
And I got lectured on it.
You got lectured? What do you mean?
By the Nintendo rep. She's like, because she came over, and Michaela was, of course, recording, and she was like trying not to laugh, but laughing. And she's like, we know that this is your second time playing because we remember you. We remember exactly like what you look like and your jacket. I'm like,
wow.
And I was like, yeah. I'm like, this is my second time playing.
So
and
what?
she's like, how are you? She's like, how are you still here? this is the last game you're supposed to play. And then
Yeah.
everyone leaves out the exit. I'm like, yeah, I know. I was like, they told us earlier that we had to stop playing and come play Donkey Kong at 2:00. And they never said that after we played DK that we couldn't go back out and play more. I said, so and this is what Michaela said. Dude, like Michaela just pulls this out of her hat. And I'm like,
this is how the 5 hours happened. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm like, what is she doing? You know, I'm like, this is great. Like, she's bullshit. She's bullshitting like I bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, she never used to do this stuff. And yeah, she totally bullshitted them. And to my knowledge, I mean, I don't think this happened unless I was like blacked out playing, which I guess that could have happened too.
Possible. Yeah.
Drunk on Donkey Kong.
Yeah, but that's how we got to go back out. And we talked to the head guy, and he was really cool. And he really liked my mustache as well. And he had made a comment earlier. Dude, it was so funny. He's like, he pulled someone to the side and was on his radio, and he explained it to him. We're gonna let them go back out. You know, it's fine. Let them go back out. Let them play some more games, and it'll all be fine. That's what the head guy said to the other guy, and like, okay, yeah, cool. I'm like, oh my god, yes! Like I was just so happy. Like yes, we're gonna go play more games. This is great. 'Cause, like that was the whole point of the trip, right? Like it ain't cheap to fly out on less than a week's notice to get flights and a hotel. So I was like, this is great, man. I'm so happy.
Shout out to the old wifey Michaela coming up with the bullshit excuses to get the head guy involved to be like, just let him play. It's fine.
Yeah, I can't believe it worked too. Like, damn. Like, that is awesome. So yeah, we got to play twice, and she the lady, I had to explain it to her. And I'm like, she's like, what guy? And I'm like, oh, I don't know who he is right now. I mean, this isn't my shift. I'm not managing it. Like, I don't know where he's at, but
just keep a tracker on him.
I could point him out in a lineup, and like we were just kind of going back and forth about it. And I was like, I don't have to play. I was like, I'm just trying to get, I'm trying to get it the best footage as possible so we can present this game right to the community as best as possible on my YouTube channel and on our podcast. She's like, oh, you have a YouTube channel? And I was telling her, and she after that, like, she stopped hassling me and she just started talking to me about the game, and like you can see her reflection in the screen. Actually,
yeah, I've been watching that while you were talking.
Yeah.
They're like trying to figure out what do we do.
Yeah, I could feel her hovering, and it's like, hey, like I don't care, you know what I mean? Like I'm on bonus time, like ×2 right now because I'm playing the game twice, and honestly, it's like I can tell that the demo is not going to let me do all the things that like I want to try out, because earlier I went to a different area, and it says that, right, Tucker? It says like area something, like some numbers when you go like deep into, like I found a couple different areas that you're not supposed to find.
Yeah, the sub areas have like little
I found that too.
Names, yeah.
And there's gameplay footage of that. I'll tell you what those levels remind me of. They remind me of the platforming levels in Super Mario Sunshine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
which I loved.
That's a positive.
Yeah,
that is
totally.
a huge positive.
But overall, this game reminds me again of like, as far as what you do, you're collecting these golden bananas. We know there's more collectibles. The golden bananas remind me of the shines and the power moons. But then there's all these other collectibles. And the guy that I talked to, the first rep, was telling me that there's tons of different collectibles that we haven't seen in the demo.
Yeah.
That you're going to be able to use to get other things in the game. And like he wouldn't go into like any more detail, and I'm not going to press him, and at the same time I'm like trying to play the game.
You're all threatening him.
But there's so much more to this.
That's how it goes at these events. You have the reps that actually work at Nintendo, then the ones that were hired just for the event, and they're all intermixed in. So.
Like Jose, like Jose's wearing the same shirt as everybody else, but I know Jose's not a event member. Like he's a Nintendo employee.
Yeah, that's how Nintendo does it. Even at E3 and stuff, it's a mix of the real employees and then the the hire just for the event, and the more you hover around Nintendo's booth and the more you play the games, the more you start to realize, okay, this is someone who actually works at Nintendo.
Yeah, so I mean, he's probably played like other levels that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, you could even be a QA tester for him, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it was like when I saw Redek from CD Projekt Red,
really
I'd
cool.
immediately told Michaela, I was like, he's got a Nintendo Switch 2 shirt on, but he doesn't work for Nintendo. He works for CDPR. And I know, like, my best friend's Polish. He looks Polish. That's where CDPR is. Like, I know that guy works for them. And he had a Cyberpunk jacket on. So like you can pick people out and know like who they are just by kind of observing. You know, here you can kind of see how the colors are with the HDR a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty.
But in person, guys, oh my god.
Yeah.
Blows you away.
Were they, did they have you guys on like OLED TVs and stuff, like the, you know, best of the best, the percent of the best?
No, actually it wasn't. It wasn't on. These weren't OLED TVs.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, they weren't OLED.
I mean, they have to be ones that are HDR, obviously.
I was gonna say, I'd hope to God that, you know, they set us up with HDR TVs and HDMI 2.1, and you know, obviously they did, because the colors are just insane when you see it in person.
Well, also because Switch 2 requires the next generation HDMI. The Switch 1,
You have to for 120 hertz.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it would need to be using that.
Which is why it was such a big deal about this dock. Remember, with my emails with BenQ, because this is HDMI 2.1 confirming 120 hertz.
Yeah,
which we talked about months ago.
Which is hilarious because at the time we're like, oh, they're not going to do 120.
No one believed it.
I believed it.
The rumor hits right before the direct, and you're like, oh, wow,
no one believed it.
It's probably still bullshit. Then the direct comes and like, dude, we were watching it. Like as soon as they said supporting up to 120 FPS, I'm like, no, they fucking did it.
Right.
No.
But I think the only game that uses it is Metroid so far.
That's the only one that had a demo for. Yeah, we don't know if there's any of these other games have a mode for it or not.
It was funny because I was doing a live stream like a couple days before the direct, and I brought it up, and I was kind of shut down. I was kind of joking, but I was like, maybe. I was like, well, what if Smash Brothers is like 120 FPS? And pre-direct, it seemed like a kind of like a silly hopium idea. Now, I don't think so. Now it might be like a really good prediction.
The lady in the background still looks pissed.
Nate, if you rewind it like 20 seconds, I want to show you guys that. That's where it says, I went to a different sublayer and look what the game does.
Okay,
this is how I knew that, like, all right, I'm going out of bounds here, right? Like, they're not going to let me see what I just found. So you'll see here, I do something where it drains all the water, and now I can go down there. And I enter a new sublayer, and it says it.
Yeah.
They said that they showed this in the treehouse too, and
they cut out right. It cuts out like right.
It cuts out right there. Yeah, it's like the exact same.
He's got a very serious face.
I know. I could feel the heat radiating.
I totally picture. All right, it's time for you to leave, sir. And you're, I think I'll stay.
yeah.
Like, what do we do?
These are not the droids you're looking for.
He won't get off. People are supposed to just listen when we tell them. I don't.
The stash is too powerful.
Right.
The thing is, it's like, okay, well, if we can't convince him, we convince the wife. No, the wife's just coming up with excuses.
Right.
What do we do? Neither one of them will listen.
Yeah. I gotta say though, like there's a lot to these worlds, guys. Like they are really quite massive. So I can't wait to see.
And the thing that I was pointing out earlier that I think is going to be very exciting about this game is that in terms of the way you are progressing through the world and understanding like what to look for in the environment in order to find all the secrets is totally different from these other games that we've played. I mean, we've all played enough platformers, enough 3D collectathon games to where you understand, you know, okay, there's a slope, there's something kind of sparkly over there. What am I going to go for? But this game, in that you can destroy anything and can pick up rocks and throw them at things and stuff. This is a way of moving through and progressing through the environment that is going to be, you're gonna have to kind of retrain your brain to think about it in a 3D space that's more like you can just get to anything if you like, literally like drill through the environment if you want to, rather than like having to find a way around it. You can just go straight through. And so that's going to be, I think, as I said, I was kind of hard to get my head around the game a little bit at first, because it is designed in a different way. And I think that might be something that doesn't quite click with people and might make it something that people are a little bit more divided on. And I just want to sort of set that tenor as a little bit of a possibility scenario. Like, this is not necessarily the next super polished 3D Mario game. This is something a little bit more experimental, which I think is really exciting, especially from a team, presumably from the 3D Mario team, that has such a great track record. I have full confidence in me in an excellent game. But if it's not that that exact same sort of flow that we've been so used to in other 3D Mario games, that's going to be something that is a take it or leave it kind of thing, and it might not appeal to everyone. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but it's something I've been thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can say with like 95% certainty that this has at least some part of the 3D Mario team involved.
Yeah, of course.
But I wouldn't be surprised if it's not like the entire Mario Odyssey team and maybe just like a piece of them. Maybe they formed like a new team. Because I just have a hard time believing that they're not also working on Mario.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I keep seeing that lady's glare on the TV every time it goes to black.
Dude, it would have been so great if I was there, because I have a Nintendo Switch 2 shirt and I could have walked around holding pretending that I work there.
Oh my god,
doing things.
You could have stayed the whole time.
Yeah, right. It'd be like, wait, what are you doing? Someone had a problem with this. I'm just resetting the game.
So
we got to organize that for Switch 3, guys. If they do an event like this, we got to get Switch 3 shirts, show up with 3D models of it.
Yeah. All I wanted to say, by the way, is just I'm not sure this is an all hands on deck kind of thing, as you know, as it would have been for Mario Odyssey.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't think this is like and look, we all believe obviously that 3D Mario is in development and going to probably be shown at some point here. Maybe it's not coming out this year. It could be next year. But like, 40th anniversary coming up, a lot of thoughts of, hey, we could see it in September Direct or something like that. So yeah, the teams, this isn't the only game, in 8 years that team's been
right.
working.
I think they've been working on 2 games in the last 8 years.
Yeah. And this could have been
could have been ready for a while. So
yeah. And I mean, this could have been something that, hey, this is why there was no Odyssey 2. Part of the team went on to start working on this. And then at one point they're like, yeah, we should shift this over to Switch 2. We got Mario Wonder coming out. We can maybe hold on this for a bit. And then they made that decision to help flesh out the year one lineup. And I think that, probably a good decision, obviously. Could you guys tell if this game, I know it's really hard to tell, especially at these events, but did it look like it was running in 4K, or did it seem more like 1440?
Not something I can particularly answer.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell at these events.
Yeah, I thought it was running in 4K.
Yeah.
The fact that they didn't advertise it, though, has me suspecting it's not.
Yeah, it's interesting because like they talked about 4K, but then not really anything was really shown in 4K. The only thing specifically mentioned was Metroid Prime 4.
How
4K 60.
But to defend Stash's point that he thinks it's in 4K, they did make mention that Mario Party and Kirby are at 1440p, if I'm not mistaken. At least Kirby. And so it may be the case that the reason why they mentioned like resolution and things like that is that because these are Switch 2 editions and they want to point out how they are different on the new console. With Donkey Kong and Mario Kart, there is no comparison.
Yeah.
So there's not as much need to say those things. And so maybe it is 4K, and they just didn't. There's no reason to say it at this point.
Yeah, and I know that Digital Foundry said that we did some pixel counting. It's 1440. Well, it's a compressed video. They didn't actually go hands on, so they don't have direct feed footage. They're using compressed footage.
They've also been wrong a lot. So
they've also been wrong a lot about a lot of things regarding Nintendo in the past. I do trust them once they get their hands on. Yeah, their pixel counts to be accurate and everything. It's also important to remember that if it is 4K using DLSS or something, that's even harder to pixel peep in this situation. So it's one of those things where we'll obviously see once the game's out, or maybe they even drop this as a demo on the eShop or something. Who really knows? That would be sick.
It also might not even be a final build. So,
well, yeah, that too. That's always a thing too. Like, and that might be a good transition to like a third party stuff because like, as Stash said with like the like Cyberpunk and stuff like that. 7 weeks. We heard that story already broke out there. The 7-week thing. There's a 7-week build. That's obviously not the final product you're going to get on launch day. And even then, hearing 7 weeks, okay, they're talking 40 FPS, 1080p, all this stuff. They're probably still going to keep optimizing it after it comes out.
Sure.
And that's the third party. Because what's crazy about the 7-week thing is CD Projekt Red didn't get a Switch 2 till 7 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
And it's a launch game.
And it's a launch game, which also tells you how easy this system is to develop for.
Totally.
Which is why everything's coming there.
7 weeks.
And
it already runs at 40 FPS. Like, what?
Yeah, that's really impressive. That they were able to pump that out so quickly.
Yeah, and I heard the exact same thing, actually. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but about the Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, is that game started actual development 7 weeks prior to the build that we were playing. Which I was really impressed by. And that you mentioning how easy it is to develop for Ryuga Gotoku Studios they're smiling so wide at that news that they can get a really solid version of Yakuza 0 with extra content and English voiceover and stuff running on Switch 2 that quickly. They're going to be pumping out Yakuza games on Switch 2 like it's nobody's business, man. They've got like 15 of these games to work through, and so we're gonna be getting them like in every direct. I cannot wait for that.
And limited runs probably gonna handle the physical because they have the license for it. So everyone's gonna make money.
I want to go ahead, man. Oh, I was just since we're talking about Yakuza, it's Andres like I've never seen him before.
Oh
baby.
God.
Everyone zoom in.
I had like a pimple
How do you
there.
do that?
I was like, oh my God.
How do you do that?
How do you do that? How do you win?
But what I was gonna say was I'm a huge Yakuza fan. It's one of my favorite non-Nintendo series, and to me, Yakuza 0 is the cream of the crop from like just a story perspective. It's just such a good game. I think they get a lot of them are great. They kind of go a little downhill until we get to the new entries that have done really well. Also, but I got to know because I've heard mixed things about Yakuza 0 Director's Cut and how it looks and runs on Switch 2. Obviously, there's a lot of negative discourse going around over the last week regarding Switch 2. So I got to ask, you had hands-on experience with Yakuza, correct? I don't know if you've played the PS4 version of 0 or not, but I'm curious how it looked, how it ran. I'm excited. There's new content. And
okay, number one, how do you do this? It's driving me crazy. How do you make it zoom?
I just have a normal camera with a zoom.
Andres, how do I do it?
Okay, go ahead.
So for me, right, I have a camera that has like its own like app, and so with the app I can do stuff.
All right.
I don't know how.
Can I talk about Yakuza, or are we gonna keep showing people's nose holes?
Yeah, let's talk about Yakuza.
So here's an interesting thing about my experience with Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. I just beat Yakuza 0 2 weeks ago for the first time.
My God!
And I immediately went. I'm trying to talk about a game that you like. Quit pitching your nipples.
Well, you got to learn to ignore Gamebird. He's the villain of the show.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I need to take this more seriously.
This particular thing, if you want to care about Yakuza, I need to be able to.
I do. Sorry.
But as I was mentioning, I'm a brand new Yakuza fan. I played Like a Dragon 7 last December. Immediately jumped into 0. Beat 0 just a couple weeks ago. Immediately went into Kiwami. Beat Kiwami last week. Immediately jumped into Kiwami 2. And so I am immersed in Yakuza right now.
Hell yeah.
And I want to talk to you about that more later on, like maybe off the show, just because I need someone else to talk about these goddamn games with. But the crazy thing to me about Yakuza 0 Director's Cut is I don't agree with everyone saying that it looks particularly any different from the PS4 version. But I don't think it looks any better than the PS4 version, which I think is maybe what people are a little bit disappointed by, is that it's not a Kiwami. It's not built as a from the ground up remaster. And so I don't think people should be expecting a lighting overhaul or
and
a
they didn't even do that with all the remasters. They only did a couple of the Kiwamis, and then they were just doing ports for the rest of them. So
exactly. Nate's got something to say?
Yeah. So something that's really sticking with me, despite all the goofing off, is we obviously knew about CD Projekt Red having 7 weeks. You're saying the Yakuza team, they only had 7 weeks to get their build ready. That's what you heard. It's kind of sounding like all these big AAA third parties that are kind of right here at launch really only had 2 months to even get ready for this event, let alone to actually get their game to run. And they all obviously got to run pretty easy. I think one thing to note, if this is like a common occurrence, especially here at launch, I'm not saying there's not anyone who didn't have it longer and has a game coming later. Like obviously, I'm presuming From Software has probably had a for a while. The games are coming 2026, right? So there's going to be those games that aren't even announced right now. That obviously, like EA is an example. They obviously have a dev kit. They announced 2 games, but didn't show them, right? Obviously, they're not going to show them because they're going to be the new versions that they announced this summer. But I look at this and look at everything going on. For all the comparisons people are making right now of the games we do have, the Hogwarts Legacy, I wouldn't be surprised if someone confirms that they've only had 7 weeks to figure this out. These are what the games are looking like on Switch 2 without having the actual time to properly develop for the platform.
100%. And also, these are ports. These aren't games developed from the ground up for this system.
These aren't
which I think is also why Duskbloods is like the most impressive of all these. Is presumably, and well, I mean, obviously, that game is designed from the ground up for this hardware. And I think you're probably right that they've had a longer period of time to understand that system. And so, I think third-party games are only going to get better for the next, year or two in terms of being able to take advantage of the hardware. And for all these versions, the only of third-party games on Switch 2, the only one that I thought looked not very good was Split Fiction. I was not impressed by how that game looked.
I also wonder if they literally only had 7 weeks.
I think they did. And that's a really complicated game technically, so I understand why it's a little bit chunky. But I think it might be better.
Optimization, there could be a lot more optimization right now, and we can play it.
So I'm
have
not.
You guys
too
seen
worried
those?
about that.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was gonna say, have you guys seen that Final Fantasy VII remake comparison? It just shows Cloud, and they don't show what console it's on, and people can't tell the difference.
That's
interesting.
It's awesome.
Those make me happy.
It is the ultimate diminishing returns situation.
Yeah, that's the thing. And the funny thing is, for like the console warriors out there that are like trying to be like, oh, it looks so much better on PlayStation or whatever. Here's the thing. This entire PlayStation 5 generation, almost every single third-party game also went to PS4.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that it doesn't look better on PS5 and PS5 Pro. But what it is to say is the reason they could do that is because even the developers feel like there's a little bit of diminishing returns going from PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5. And I can just say this from experience. I've talked to a handful of AAA developers. They think this has been one of the worst generations ever because all they did was bump up the power when the developers weren't asking for more power. It like came at a time when they didn't feel limited by the power of the platform, which actually helps Switch 2 because the developers are still literally developing with PS4 in mind because they didn't really feel like they needed more power. What they needed is different. They needed more from the people running their companies, like allowing them to flesh out their ideas properly, giving them the time to do the things they want to do, get rid of some of the They wanted it to be like Nintendo where they say, hey, take as much time as you need to make the game you're trying to make. They don't always get that in the AAA industry. So I'm not saying, by the way, this generation is pointless and there's not absolutely gorgeous games. And first party always takes best advantage. Always, always, always. That's just the way it is. I mean, look at some of the PS5 now exclusives coming out of Sony. They look absolutely stunning and amazing. That's what first party does. They know the hardware best. And I'm not saying that there's not new things you can't do with this power, but I throw this out there, setting aside the fact that the controller for the DualSense feels amazing, right? From a pure gameplay perspective, has there really been any evolution from last gen to this gen? Kind of just feels like we're playing the same games.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, that's the diminishing return. They already looked really, really good on PS4, and the gameplay innovation, like there's nothing happening.
I got another one.
Power,
Metroid Prime 4 with the mouse controls.
Sure, but
evolution.
But
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, like, you're not talking about Switch 2. I'm just being a little shit.
Well, the reason I'm throwing that out there is just because, like, this is why I think all these graphic comparisons we're making, well, they don't really matter. The only thing you should take away from this is, it looks good enough. Most consumers aren't going to even know the difference unless you literally put it side by side on the same TVs, and then maybe they'll notice something here or there, a little lighting difference, but it looks so close that no one's really going to care. The biggest difference obviously right now will be the frame rate. To me, I think that's the biggest thing, is like a lot of games that might be running at 30 or 40 on Switch 2 might be 60 on PS5. But we're talking right now when the developers haven't had time to really build the game for the system. So, like, when we get a brand new third-party game next year, just set aside Dustbloods, because that's obviously they're making that exclusive. But like, look, just I'm trying to think, like, okay, now Hogwarts Legacy, but maybe the next Harry Potter game that comes out after how successful that one is, they will have so much more time to optimize and properly have that build ready for Switch 2. What if it does come out running at 60 FPS? What if it is hitting 1440p? Because now they've actually had time to spend with it. Like the Hogwarts Legacy thing, because some people have been using that as like the comparison. Oh, it's not really, look how much worse it is. One, in the developer interviews, and you guys might have played it, so you can have more to say on what it looks like. But the developer interviews literally said we ported the Switch 1 version, and then we just tried adding to that, which is probably, when you see like Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate, that's the PS5 version they ported over. And that's why it looks so damn good. If they would have taught Hogwarts Legacy and chose to start over again and say, let's try porting the PS5 version, I bet you it would have looked way better on Switch 2. But because they already had the Switch 1 version, that's where they chose to start. So I feel like when we're making all these graphics comparisons, because it's one of the biggest things happening right now since reveal, lots of people comparing graphics. Digital Foundry's doing it. I think we just have to remember that I don't think you can determine anything about the power of the platform right now. And I think this has been true of every generation. How many times have we seen games get better on systems the further we're in as they learn it? So this
every gen.
Like, Cyberpunk's only running at 10, did it in 7 weeks. Shut up.
I like how Digital Foundry's been lowballing Switch 2 to PS4 level, but they've done the caveat of it might be a little better.
Yeah, because they don't know.
But it Prime's right. It really doesn't matter. There was one thing going into this next generation that I personally feel that mattered. Switch 2 doesn't need to be as powerful as PS5. It doesn't need to be as powerful as Xbox Series X. What it needs to be is good enough to run third-party games without a package topology, without like that Vaseline look. It needs to be.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
And it needs to be good enough to where third parties can release their games multi-platform day and date on the console. That's something that wasn't possible on Switch 1, and it's something that looks like it's definitely going to be possible on Switch 2, and that's all that matters. Last week when we had Paul Gale, he was talking about Street Fighter. He mentioned that he couldn't really tell a difference between the two without seeing them side by side, his impression there. And I was saying, like, that's a really great sign. If you need to see a side-by-side comparison of a third-party game to know how big the difference is or which version looks worse, then Nintendo nailed it with this hardware. Because unless you look at it without having seen the other game and you're just like, oh, this is way worse. If you're like, is this worse? Like I can't really tell. The textures might not be as good, but I can't really tell. I need to look at a side by side. Nintendo nailed it. That's all you need. You need, like I said, you don't want the packaged apology. You don't want we're bringing it to this console, but it's going to be a year later. It's running at 15 frames per second, and it looks like there's Vaseline on the screen. That's all they needed to avoid. It just needs to look good enough, run well, and be able to be day and date. And I think they're going to do it.
So, getting to your guys' hands-on experience, obviously, I know Thunderstash played like pretty much all the third-party games. When you're there for 5 hours, you're going to do things. Even if that one lady really didn't want you to be there.
I didn't care.
The big man said, just keep playing. You're fine. You could play through 2.5 full sessions, People maybe didn't show up to the session that was anyways. And I know Tucker, didn't play quite as many. But what was there any sort of third-party game that like stood out to you just in terms of like, man, because like on Switch we had like those wow moments of, hey, this is unbelievable. This is here. The Dooms, like oh my god, this impossible sort of port, which we're not going to know impossible port status right now, but it's more so like, is there anything that really? Because all the games they showed off, we basically know, right? They're old games getting ported over, or it's something brand new like Hades 2, which everyone's excited for. But we know what Hades is, and it is really cool that it's like console exclusive for a little bit. We don't know how long, but for a little bit on Switch 2. Good on, I guess, Nintendo for trying to like boost their platform indie wise by having a console exclusive, or timed console exclusive, to be clear. So was there anything that really like stood out to you guys from any of these that you were like, man, this just feels great to actually play this on this platform?
As someone who's very platform agnostic in the larger sense, the third-party ports on Switch 2 are one element that I think is very exciting for the larger community, for the success of the system, for helping to build connections between Nintendo and these teams that have been, they've been touch and go during the Switch generation. Especially someone like EA, like none of those major games have been on Switch. Jesus Christ! But I'm not interested in them, frankly, and that's why I didn't really play them when I was at the hands-on event. It's like I played Cyberpunk, I played Civ 7 on PC, and so I'm excited that they're present. But when I am given limited time access, I want to play the new shit, frankly. And if a third-party game, it's not necessarily about if it's developed by Nintendo or not, though I'm very interested in seeing what Nintendo does for the system. But if there had been a Travis Strikes Again or an Octopath style or Monkey Ball Banana Rumble style third-party exclusive new game, I would have gone and tried that. But everything else was ports, and that's fine, and that's good. I'm glad they had that and did a big focus on that in the direct, but I just beat Split Fiction. As I mentioned, I just beat Yakuza 0. That's more on me than anything. I played Cyberpunk. I've played Civ. I'm going to play Hades on my PC. And so it was not a focus for me to go and explore that. Though with something like the Duskbloods, that's what as I said, that's my most anticipated game out of this whole lineup from a third party. So I'm interested to see over the course of the generation and hopefully maybe into next year as third-party games are starting to align more closely with Nintendo. And maybe we get some more third-party exclusives like Duskbloods. But from me and the event, Yakuza was the only one I did any hands-on for. And primarily because I thought it was interesting they had it locked away, separated in a mature content section. Oh no! It had Yakuza 0.
That makes sense, though.
It had Yakuza 0 and Cyberpunk. Those were the two games that were kind of siloed, and it was funny. You go behind the special wall, you access of the mature section. I stand there to play some Yakuza 0, and he's like, "Look, I know there's a mature section, but don't go in the strip clubs, man." And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I don't have to do that. But I just thought it was so dumb that I'm here in the mature section and they're like, don't go in there. I'm like, yeah, he's like,
I would have played the game if I knew that so I could go.
I would have went straight into it.
I totally would have. That's so funny.
I don't know what this is.
What
what
is this? When reps tell me not to do things, I'm gonna do it. I talked about that story with reps. The reps tell me don't go over there, you're gonna die. I'm like, well, I'm fucking going over there then. Tell me what to do.
It just seems more like a suggestion than a
Yeah. Like then you get mad at me for going over there. No, I'm gonna do it. Like
it's the big red button.
Literally, the only question I have is, am I getting kicked off the demo if I do it? No. Okay, then I'm doing it. Like, don't tell me what to do, man. I'm gonna play the game.
I do have a question for you guys, because I haven't noticed this yet, and maybe I just missed it. But were there any third-party games that used the mouse controls?
Civ? Yeah.
Well, Civ's an obvious one. I was just kind of thinking like maybe like Cyberpunk, for example. Like it's a first.
Nah, almost everything was Pro Controller at every single station. Yeah.
Because I was thinking like
to try.
If we do get to a point where games are day and date, like obviously they're not going to run and look as good as a PS5 version, right? But if they look close, right, and then they also have mouse controls, and then also you have the whole portability factor, then it's not necessarily like an objectively worse version. It's just a different version.
Right.
And that to me is a very interesting situation.
What'll be very interesting to see is how much of these games that are also available on PC, which is basically every third-party game, incorporate mouse controls. Because, Civ, we get that. But, like, my brother played Split Fiction on PC, and that game, you can aim. Like, there's some shooting segments where you can aim with a mouse. Is a Split Fiction on Switch 2 going to have mouse controls? Do they even really care to implement it? It's going to be really fascinating to see.
I wouldn't be surprised to see those patched in at a later time. Listen, if we're finding out that Cyberpunk is 7 weeks into development for the Switch 2, like it's only been 7 weeks, that's something that we haven't gotten around to mouse controls, but like Cyberpunk might definitely support it at one point.
I might buy it day one.
See, I also feel like because of the mouse, if this is stuff that I'm going to pay attention with third parties, we might start getting more like PC ports.
Sure.
Like the PC versions of the games get ported because they already have that mouse support built in.
Aren't PC ports like in theory more scalable?
We need
in
Diablo so badly. ARPGs will rock on Switch 2 with mouse support.
It's coming. You know it is. We have Diablo on Switch 1.
That said, throw it to the stash, man. My original question: anything like kind of blow your mind away? Like, oh man, this is great for Switch 2.
Yeah, Cyberpunk was impressive because I played it and I got to see how good it looked. The colors, again, the HDR is very apparent. I have the game on PS5. What's that?
Was it a solid frame rate?
Yeah.
It was 30, right? I think I heard they want to shoot for a 40.
No, it was 40.
It was running at 40.
It was 40.
They have the performance mode there. Oh.
I saw an article that they wanted to do a 40 FPS mode, but I didn't know that they actually had a 40 FPS mode already.
Yeah, 40 FPS and 30 docked. Or not 30 docked, but 30 handheld. They didn't have handheld on display, but that's what I confirmed.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah. It ran really good. That's one of the things that was really impressive to me, because we all know that like Cyberpunk in itself, the game's a technical achievement. When it first came out, that game was looked at as like the next gen game, right? Almost like Crysis back in the day, right?
Or Watch Dogs,
yeah. And so to see that,
it should have been, but it came out like
I know
as a heaping dumpster fire.
Yeah. In fact, I had Cyberpunk pre-ordered on PS4. I still have my Steelbook. I upgraded it to PS5 now.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Oh my God. I played that game on PS4 too. Don't do that again. Never making that mistake.
No, you tried to play it on PS4. Didn't work.
Both. I bought it and my cousin, and I told my cousin, I was like, hey, I didn't even install it yet. Don't play it. Don't play it yet. It's got a lot of issues right now. Just hold off. And I remember him asking me like a year later. And he had asked me a couple times, but a year later, is it safe yet? I'm like, you might want to wait for a PS5 version. So to see this running on Switch 2, the way it did, I was like, dude, this is like 100% playable, like enjoyable playable. To the point that I walked away thinking, do I give him my money again? This would be really fun to play, like portably.
I never played it, so like for me, I'm like, oh, this is might
and
be
all on the cart, which is also appealing for physical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in
That
my
red
impressions,
cartridge.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Of course.
it's this. No, it's this. Yeah, it's the 64 gig cart. So this has the DLC on it too. Redec confirmed, and the thing is that the DLC is $30. It rarely goes on sale, and I know it rarely goes on sale because I have it on my wish list, and I don't get notifications. And so you're essentially paying $70 to be able to play this portably and get everything. You're paying $40 for the game. I think it's a really good deal. And again, like when you see this in person, the HDR doesn't come through in this video, but I think it looks fantastic.
I have a question, and you might not have the answer to this. Maybe you guys just know because technical know-how. But the 40 FPS mode, if that only works in docked, if I'm not mistaken, wouldn't you need like a 120 hertz television to be able to like actually see the 40 FPS?
Yeah, like
Because
VR.
the TV would have to have a variable refresh rate.
Yeah,
right?
VR. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Metroid was 120 hertz. I think they used all the same TVs there.
Right. My point is, though, for anyone who has a 60 hertz television,
A lot of
even
people.
though
Yeah.
they won't be able to see the 40 FPS, even though it's lower than 60. It's all about how it's like divisible, right?
Correct. No, that's right. A lot of people won't be able to see it
Very
because,
interesting.
yeah, a lot of people don't have 120 hertz TVs. Like they are still fairly new. Like they came on the market. I had this talk with somebody on my YouTube comments. Like, oh, the TVs came out in 2020, and I'm like, well, yeah, 2 models came out at the end of the year in December. I looked it up. Yes, and then the next year there was like 9 models total. So like this didn't become mainstream to have HDMI 2.1, 120 hertz with VRR until like 2023 is when it started becoming mainstream.
Yeah, and we're talking in the TV space because like monitors have been way in this realm for a long time.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people I know that they game on monitors, like even their consoles, they console game on monitors. But yeah, the TV thing is very, very interesting. And sometimes I've noticed this on certain TV models, just for those who know, because sometimes you don't use this mode because you can get better colors than others. The game mode is often the mode that will have your 120 hertz because it's like literally the only piece of content that uses it is games.
Right.
So sometimes it's locked behind that game mode on your guys' TV. So, I mean, you guys might have a TV at home that supports it. You just don't know because you don't use that mode because it's not always the best picture quality. But you can also manually adjust if you ever know, you can always manually adjust your TV for any picture you want. People just don't always want to mess with all those settings.
Yeah, but if you don't have enough hertz, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta have the 120. I know this one behind me does 120. So yeah, I looked it up as soon as they announced 120. Right after I was like, okay, I gotta look this up. Yeah, okay, I have 120.
It's funny because the TV I have, I think I got like maybe a year and a half ago, and I was like, I'll probably won't need 120.
Yeah, right. Right.
Was
And
wrong.
then I was thinking, I'm like, well, geez, for my live streams, okay, I can't stream in 120, but I might want to play in 120. And then I was sitting here, I'm like, oh, none of these monitors here could do that. In fact, one of them's a 30 hertz monitor. I'm like, well, the 30 hertz one, you're the one getting pitched. I am replacing you with a 120 hertz HDR monitor. So I'm like, all right, yeah, this is cool. I didn't never. I mean, I'm like you, Andres. I never thought, oh, I'm not gonna have to change my monitor on my streaming setup. No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I don't need 120. There's no way it'll be 120.
I mean, getting a monitor for PC 1440p 120 is not as bad as.
I mean, yeah, there'll never be 4K 120 on Switch 2. They said 4K 60 was top. Which, by the way, you know it was Next Handheld, right? That was like that insider or the leaker that was like right about almost everything.
Yeah.
They were also the one that said 30 was the top at 4K, and they were obviously
Yeah,
wrong.
I just there. I mean, there was no way that was correct.
Yeah, it didn't even make sense.
Nintendo GameCube had 30 FPS, 60 FPS. Like,
it just didn't even.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was the only part of his
I
information.
think even older systems had 60 FPS.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
that was the only. And by the way, this isn't me throwing shit at Next Handed. He was right about so much stuff.
I think it was just a translation.
translation
Something was lost in communication because that's
miscommunication.
I agree.
It didn't even make sense. And then the people are like, well, maybe it's just the game can only run at 4K 30. That and then it's like, okay, well, literally the Zelda games are 4K 60. So or 4K 40 60 or whatever. We know Metro Prime 4 for sure is 4K 60. So it's like, okay. It's like it didn't even make sense. I'm not saying that a lot of games will be 4K 60. By the way, a lot of games will probably be 4K 30 with a performance.
I think Metro Prime 4 is probably gonna be like one of the rare
ones.
that
Yeah,
happens.
yeah.
Retro Studios are
I think
wizards.
4K 30 is gonna be more common, and then you have performance mode at like 1080p 60 or whatever. But and you'll have the Metroid won't be the only 120 FPS game. There'll be some others,
But how wild is it though that we can talk about Metroid Prime 4 being a 4K 60 game? Because we talk about Xbox and PlayStation. It's very, very rare for any game to be 4K 60.
Yeah,
totally.
So to see Prime 4 hit that, it's
Totally.
kind of wild.
Yeah, and again, it goes to Nate's point about first parties being able to take advantage of the hardware a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can keep going with a billion other topics for this. I think we should just get to the Q&A and let the fans get their questions in. We have 17 super chats right now that are marked. If you guys have any more you guys want to get in, now's the time to do it, to get your questions in, your final questions before we get out of here. So let's go ahead and get through this stuff. Cryptic said, Thunder, how did the Switch feel? Does it feel more premium? We kind of went over that yes, well, actually, we didn't go over the overall. How's it feel like when you're holding it in your hands compared to Switch 1? Like just that overall feel, suppose. And then how strong are
the whole system?
We didn't talk about how strong are the magnets. And do you think they'll be wear over time? Did you feel any heat? We talked about the LCD to OLED. So,
okay. So how did it feel? It felt more premium. It felt really good. It felt like I could log a ton of hours the way it is intended to be held, meaning I don't need to have a nitro deck, right?
Yeah.
I can hold it. I can use it the way it came out of the box and put in, 10 hours handheld, no problem. All I need is a battery.
Yeah, like you don't need a grip necessarily this time.
No, I really don't feel like I did. So yeah, more premium. How strong are the magnets? So in my first video that I posted on my channel, I did it's kind of like the recap of the event. And there's a video of me pulling the Joy-Cons off multiple times and very slowly moving the Joy-Con to the magnet to show you guys how it clips in. And it's awesome. Like, it's so cool. As soon as you get close to it, it just like snaps.
Does it make a sound effect when they snap in?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Cool.
When they snap in, yes. When they snap out, no. It makes no sound. It's kind of
yeah. So this isn't part of this question, but I just throw this out there because everyone was freaking out about this. The little board in there, everyone's worried about snapping and breaking. Did you guys see is that something that you could forcibly make happen or will happen?
I talked about that too. In that first video I put out, I talked about it, and I put my hand over it, and Michaela aimed the camera right to it, and you can see that when you put your finger over it, it sits flush with the device. And I was even talking to the Nintendo guy. I'm like, so many people were concerned about this when it was first shown, and my opinion stands. It stands firmer now that you would literally have to go out of your way to try and break
it.
You'd have to take a hammer to it.
This
you're not going to break it on accident.
Yeah. Here's an interesting story. We are brought into the first room, which is more of the hardware area. We got to hold an inactive Switch 2, test the magnets, feel it in our hands, use the sticks a little bit. Should see the kickstand. Feels good. It doesn't to your mind feel too much more substantial because you're like, I'm just holding this in my hands, but it is just a better build quality. And then as they were like gearing everyone up for Mario Kart, who's excited? Yeah. I look over and one of the Nintendo employees cleaning the screen drops the Switch 2 straight onto the concrete from like shoulder height. And she looks down. She's like,
discounted Switch 2, anybody?
And she picked it up and she does the. I looked over. I saw her mouth. Oh my god! And then she looked at it. And she's like, okay, it's fine. And she put it back. But she dropped it from like shoulder height onto just a concrete floor.
I mean, how much do you think they got paid for that day? Like probably less than $450.
Yeah.
It would have been funny if like Doug Bowser was just sitting there and he's looking over. Better know.
Yeah, but the Joy-Con didn't come off, and
now in this program,
and considering that they just put it back into like
we do not need that on camera. God damn it!
Yeah,
not too surprised that it's durable. Even Switch, it could survive some drops. You know, the thing about Switch is that what would often, if you dropped it, would be the clip would break, and then your Joy-Con went. But this is all magnets, so like that's not how that works. You know. So I think that's pretty interesting. And then the heat. That's something specifically in this comment. You guys even notice the heat in handheld?
We didn't
at all?
play enough handheld, and we didn't play it long enough. No way to know.
I didn't notice it in Zelda. Obviously, yeah, we played Mario Kart. Didn't notice anything, but
that'd be probably the only one you guys
got to play both Zeldas, and
but it feel ergonomic.
Yes, it did. That's one thing I was excited about because, you know, allow me to put in a lot more times in handheld.
Yeah, because besides making them bigger, like, you know, like the people talked about how, like, you know, it kind of has this taper off a little bit. And I've had this mock-up for a bit, you know, and I hold this and then I
have the same thing. People have been like, how'd you get that? And I've intentionally not responded. I'm just leaving.
Yeah,
letting people wonder.
But it literally, like, even this mock-up, like, it does feel more comfortable to hold.
Mm-hmm.
It just does. It's like they did slight things. Now, if you're someone who absolutely has to have like a little bump back here, okay, yeah, you're probably going to use a grip or something if you have to. But I don't mind putting my hands a little flat. Like, I actually tend to hold it like this. My pinkies are somehow on the bottom. I don't know why. Just the way my hand naturally holds it. But it does feel more comfortable. But yeah, this is kind of funny. We probably got it from the same company too.
Maybe. Yeah. Did you get cases?
Considering how high, you have the exact same one that I just shot an ad for. It's crazy, like how high quality these things are too. These are not like your standard 3D prints or anything.
No. Yeah.
That's why we can fool people.
Did you get a dock?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got the whole king caboodle, baby. Oh, yeah. And they said, do I have to send it back? And they're like, we'll let you know. We only have so many. Well, they haven't said anything, so.
Oh, that wasn't even like. I mean, I even asked for it. They're just like, "Hey, we're gonna send you this too."
Yeah, I know. I didn't even know it was coming. It just showed up in the box. I had no idea.
The thing is, like that, like as actually like an opportunity to make a whole bunch more content.
Yep. I'm just waiting for the ad to get approved, and then after that, I'll put more content into it. Warner Bros. Just wanted to shout out Butthead. I don't know who that's a reference to, but that's okay.
Right there. Hey, he's gonna kick your ass.
Yeah. There he is. Oh my god, I missed that show. So
I know. I was just thinking about him, man.
About to do America again. Anyways, Karkun on the Japanese store page, they check out the requirements. You need to click a button to prove you have met the criteria for pre-order lottery. Wish me luck. Good luck.
Good luck, friend.
The lotteries are hardcore in Japan. Good luck. Even retail lotteries. Oh man.
Question: when pre-orders go up here in the States, right? What I'm curious about, like, are you gonna have to pay the whole thing right up front?
So Jake Randall actually addressed that. No, you have to have the money. You don't have to pay any upfront technically until they ship. But Best Buy will do a hold to make sure you have the money, and then they'll release it later in the day.
What about like the Nintendo store?
That one we don't know. Obviously,
idea.
yeah, no clue with Nintendo. The standard until it happens.
Yep.
Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam.
Yep.
It's got to happen. This
Bring
is
it
the
back.
This is the
Come
gen.
home to Papa.
This is the gen. Demonic Brawler then says, what's messed up is because of the delay. Now, whenever pre-orders do go live, people are going to jump on in a panic as if it's their only chance. So we won't just be combating scalpers. It sucks. I think that was going to happen anyways.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's
I do
it's
feel
gonna
a
be fun.
desperation though. You know, it's so interesting. This situation we're in, because if you listen to the vocal minority, which by the way, I think it's more than a minority. But a lot of people would have you believe that you should not buy this console. It's way too overpriced. No one's going to buy it. But then you look at the pre-orders. You look at how everyone continues to talk about this.
Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is that there's more than enough excitement right now where they're going to sell out. And what's going to happen is that the lucky few, which will still be a several million, right, will have that Mario Kart World. And they'll invite the people who didn't want to buy it.
This thing's going to take off word of mouth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I was talking with my friends the other day. I got so upset because one of them was like, "Oh yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy it. All the games are $90." I was like, "No, they're not. No, they're
There's not a single $90 game.
No, I literally got inspired because one of my friends, who's actually a very intelligent person, right? But like, I was just shocked.
Direct them to my channel. I got 3 misinformation videos to take care of these problems.
Well, I'm making a whole new special one tomorrow because
you can put it all in one. We need a video that's got all in one. There's so much.
Maybe we should stop telling people this so that there's less people that are looking to buy it, and then we get it. You know,
look, keep spreading misinformation so I can
and then we can start telling them, and then they can start finding out on their own. Hey, this isn't right.
I went to the store and I glanced at Switch shoe games. Wait, so none of them were 90. What the fuck?
Right.
So 70, 50. What? Wait, what?
What's gonna happen though is because it's interesting. Like Nintendo actually added some very interesting features that I think are low key like money savers, but also low key advertisers, right? Like the game share program, right? The game chat program, the lending program through virtual game cards. These are all different ways to further kind of push the word of mouth factor, right?
Yep.
I don't know what he's doing, but it seems interesting.
He's eating Mario fruit snacks.
Word of mouth. There you go, right there.
Right? Literally.
Yeah. But I think that it's going to change, right? Like I'm going to get Mario Kart World. My friends are all going to come over and they're going to be like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, that's the thing when they play it. Also, guys, I think some of the confusion might get cleaned up next week. I think Nintendo might actually put the price of Mario Kart World in the Direct just to get. It's an easy way to clean up the confusion. We already have the price announced. Just put it in the Direct. Just casually
on the website.
Casually towards the end. Pre-order now, and the price is on screen.
I think what would do really good if they announce a free expansion pass.
Yep, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Right, so year 2, it will be paid, but
I don't think it's happening.
You don't think there's going to be an expansion pass, or you don't think there's going to be a free first wave?
I don't think there's going to be a free first wave. I think the entire Direct, and Bill Trennan kind of made this in his thing. He talked about like just wait till the Direct, and I think it's because there's so much content in this game already that people are going to be like, no.
I mean,
$80 seems fair.
You know,
I don't necessarily.
Battle mode could be a real game changer. Like, what if they do it Fortnite style? Like an island elimination.
They have like a 99.
Yeah. What if it's 4 teams of 24 teams? Each is a 24 cart team.
Oh my god, that would be sick.
Bro.
That'd be sick.
Then that would that would be sick.
Bro.
They have the giant world map you can drive around in. Why the fuck not?
Right.
Right.
The mode that would get me really hyped, because I'm already hyped for obviously knockout mode, is just so cool to me. The one and this was in my Mario Kart video from a year ago. I would love a story mode with boss races. Like I just feel like
boss
adding
races?
a story. Yeah, so like you do your story mode, you do like your three races, and then the 4th race is like a boss race. And you progress through story mode.
There's been some people thinking that there's something hidden about this open world aspect, and part of it might be that there's a story mode involved with it that we
There
just
are
don't
some
know.
giant creatures in the world, right? You have
Yes.
the Iron Donkey Kong. There are the
Yeah.
dinosaurs. I think there's some other characters I haven't noticed, but there are the dragons off on the horizon, which are just like when they showed that in the trios, I was like, oh my god, why aren't you driving there right now? Like, I need to go. I need to see those dragons up close.
I just think a story mode would go a long way, especially at launch. You know, not all your friends are getting Switch 2s and Mario Kart. I think having that single player experience with it beyond just learning the courses in your regular Grand Prix would be a really cool thing to have.
I think we've never had a Mario Kart Direct ever. I think there's a lot in this.
Wasn't there a Mario Kart 8 Direct?
It was the first Direct. Oh, you mean for the DLC? For the booster course?
I thought
they had it in a Direct. I'm pretty sure that was in a Direct. Because like my thing is, I think
there was a Mario Kart Direct.
Okay.
Mario Kart 8.
I stand
April
corrected.
30th, 2014.
I stand corrected. I think there's a lot in this game. Like a crazy amount of shit. Guys, it's the first new console Mario Kart in 11 years.
That shit blows our mind.
Like, I think there's a lot that we don't know about this game. And everyone's already hyped about knockout mode and the open world and the 24 racers. And I think we're only scratching the surface.
Bro, something occurred to me. So, you know, in Double Dash, there's another cup you can unlock after Mirror.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact name, but I think it was like All Cup Tour or something like that, where it was a cup where you played every single race. And obviously that's ridiculous.
Travel the whole world.
But like, what if though? Like, it's only 30 tracks, 29 plus the one leaked one that I.
Well, we don't know. There could be bonus stuff that's unlocked. You know, we don't know.
It could be a secret world.
Yeah, we don't know. There could be a secret world. We have no idea. An underground
Rainbow Road.
Yeah.
A lot of people are asking, "Where's Rainbow Road?" That could be.
We know that one leaked.
We know where Rainbow Road is.
Oh,
yeah.
We
figured it out.
Okay. Not officially, but we know.
I mean,
Nintendo Korea leaked it.
Yeah, it came from a Nintendo. Yeah,
Nintendo Korea is the best leaker now.
Yeah, Nintendo Korea is the number one leaker. Someone lost their job for some of that stuff. Anyways, at least scolded. Lauren says, new fan here in Nintendo Prime. Well, hey, thanks for being a new fan. Despite all the bad press for Switch 2, how successful do you think the system will be? Reviews and sales. Okay, so like, it's gonna sell out at launch. We talked about that during the because it's already selling out everywhere else that has pre-order. It's gonna sell out at launch. It's not really about what it sells at launch. It's about can it because like Wii U sold out at launch. Can it maintain momentum after that? And I think it's got a few things going its way that Wii U and other platforms Nintendo have had that failed, that didn't. And then one is it already has 2 banger games in the first 2 months. You got Mario Kart, their best seller, and then you have Donkey Kong.
Welcome Tour.
You have Donkey Kong the next month. We already know, besides that, by the way, guys, that's in June, right? So we have June, July. We know Metroid Prime 4 and Legends EA is slotted somewhere in there as well. And I know those are Switch 1 games, and they'll probably sell better on Switch 1 because there's more people that own Switch 1.
No, I think Prime 4 will sell better on Switch 2.
But okay, well, we'll see. But the point is, I think that there will be people that want, especially like Legends EA, after all the Pokemon stuff, a lot of people will want to pick up a Switch 2 to actually play that and feel like it's a better experience for Pokemon. So it could actually be a seller for Switch 2. But besides that, I don't think we've seen everything Nintendo's releasing this year yet. I think they're still saving some stuff for this summer to reveal.
Yeah, I agree.
So, like, there's going to be like a consistent cadence of those games, and the big third parties are all there. So I do think that as long as the games don't suck and the word of mouth is extremely positive about all the games in year one, like it was for year one of Switch, I think that's going to ensure that, hey, yeah, this thing's expensive. Also, holy fucking shit, have you seen this crazy fucking thing I did in World? Did you know that DK, and I'm not going to get the spoiler, but did you know this crazy shit happened? Oh my God. Did you, dude, I literally got mad, and you know what? I forgot I was even playing on Switch 2. It felt like I was playing on my PS5 again. Like, wait, what? So that's the kind of stuff that I feel like that word of mouth gets out there. And if this is like Wii U had massive droughts and game gaps, and even like the launch games, no one was really raving about any of the launch games. The big one, the Mario one, was like, oh God, this is like our 4th one of this kind of game. Like, this isn't that exciting. Even though at Nintendo Land, that was the exciting one, but like no one was really talking about it. So like, it's this whole thing where that 3DS, right? Oh, Steel Diver. Okay, this is Mario Kart at launch. Not
Mario
Steel
Kart
Diver.
World.
Yeah.
Like World is probably the ultimate name they could have chosen.
A new
because it has
vision.
such a history.
Well, and this is the thing.
Yeah.
Coming out of this event, even though, yes, there were some criticisms, and there's always going to be some criticisms or some concerns.
When is there not?
It's in general very, very positive. Coming out of this event, everyone who's going to it, the overall impression is usually pretty positive. Would the two people here who played agree? Like the overall impression is positive coming out of this?
Yeah, I think everything that we did hands on. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. I think the only big surprise I really felt was how much I liked Knockout Tour or Knockout.
Everyone's gonna be surprised.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway. I think. Everything else, it was like, yeah, okay, this feels good. This looks good. This is premium. These games are going to be a lot of fun. And so, yeah, I don't think that almost anything I did hands-on wise decreased my excitement at all. And I think that's kind of the general sentiment of like, this is just it's a very solid confirmation of, all right, they know what they're doing this time. This is no longer theoretical. This is no longer hypothetical. We've gone hands-on. We've played hours of it. Some of us went back for extra time. And it's everything you want from it, frankly.
Yeah. I think software momentum is the big one. Like you said, as long as they keep the games pumping out, I mean, we could be potentially seeing by September the next big 3D Mario, maybe a tease at the next Zelda game or a Zelda remake. And that stuff. Yeah.
If Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong, and Metroid Prime 4 all rate in the 90s, everyone's going to think this is a must-own system.
Let me ask you guys a question, because I think you guys all sort of like implied it earlier. Is there another major Nintendo title that is announced to come out this year? Right. At this point, it feels like 3D Mario is not coming out this year. Maybe it's an early release.
I think it's September announcement for that coming out like April, May, March, somewhere next year.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking lately.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go sort of through your Rolodex of
like what
of which teams would be available for that.
Maybe Legacy. Monolith Soft could have a new IP possibly. The thing they've been working on like throughout the entire Switch era, like that's the only thing that I'm like, okay, that could. I mean, maybe Splatoon, but I just don't feel like they would do Splatoon in the holiday.
I don't think Splatoon's going to be a holiday game. I think we could see the next big Fire Emblem by the end of this year. I would not that wouldn't shock me. Fire Emblem exploded with 3 houses.
Yeah, if they're
critically in popularity.
If their holiday is like the next 3 houses style Fire Emblem, then you have Legend ZA, and then you end in December with Age of Calamity. I think that's actually a really, really strong.
Well, Age of Calamity might not even come out this year.
Well, I know it says winter 2025. It can go into next year, obviously, but if it is a December game, like that would be a really, really strong lineup.
I for sure think there's something else we're getting at the end of this year.
Yeah, we're due for
or heard yet.
We're due for Paper Mario.
Are we due?
No, I'm totally joking.
Dude, if there's another Mario RPG, good God.
I actually would be excited about that.
I would buy it, but yeah, they should pump the brakes for a sec.
Yeah, give us a little break. Give us at least a year or two before you give us another Mario RPG. I love it, but let's let it be a shocker again. Let us miss it for a while. But yeah, there's a lot of things that there could be. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see on any of that. Anyways, yeah. I'll say this: if any of our opinions change on how much we think this system is going to sell lifetime, I know it's way too early to predict, but we've had these conversations before. Now we've seen it. Now we know the price. Now we know all this stuff. Has any of our minds changed on like how much we think it sells lifetime?
I think it's going to sell at least 100.
Yeah, I think it'll break 100 million still, as long as the cadence of games doesn't stop.
Like, I think there's a potential for more, to be clear, but it's just such a tough thing. I think in like maybe Switch 2 can surpass Switch 1, but with it coming out and it being more expensive, and like it's gonna be hard to do that unless there's two things I sort of see they can maybe kind of change that from happen, allow it to surpass Switch 1 someday. One, it's just that Nintendo's brand continues to grow ever larger with the movies, the parks, and all, and it just kind of, Nintendo's brand just gets better and better. And two, it is because Switch 2 is appealing to another audience. It's that PC or kind of AAA third party game audience, like the people that are into like the Call of Duties, the FIFAs, the Civs, and things like that, where they're not necessarily going to buy a PS5 or an Xbox for every gen. They're always sort of not sure which one they're going to pick. Maybe by picking up a little bit more of that audience, plus just the overall expansion of Nintendo's brand, they might be able to approach Switch 1 sales numbers, but probably not. Probably they're going to get to like the 60-70% range of what Switch 1 sold. But they're also making more money per unit, right? So there's that to consider.
Let's go around the rest of the room. Let's just fire a number rapid quick. Tucker, how much is Switch 2 selling overall lifetime?
You know what? I'm going to lowball a little bit. I'm going to say about 90 million.
All right, Eric. Rapid fire.
100.
All right. Gamebird.
I'm gonna say 103 million.
This is gonna be fun to revisit. This is gonna be fun to revisit this, by the way, at the end of the game.
We're not gonna.
Oh, I'll revisit.
Are you writing this down? Are you writing this down?
Dude, we make clips of this now, so don't worry about it. Thunderstash.
123 million.
Dang.
All right, I'm gonna be the crazy one that's wrong. 160.
Look at this, man.
I don't actually believe it's going to happen, but you know what? Someone's got a highball. I'm going
so you
high.
think it's gonna, so all of us think it's going to sell worse than Switch 1.
Well, I mean, 160 is ahead of Switch 1 right now.
No, he's saying that it'll still keep selling. Yeah.
I mean, Switch 1's not done.
I mean, it's going to depend on the software. Like that's that momentum.
I think it's going to depend too on the movie universe, because if that explodes the way we think it can, that is going to bring in so many new consumers. It's going to be like a new version of the Blue Ocean strategy.
All right.
Bro, the Mario movie is going to help that Donkey Kong game sell.
It is.
It might. Let's go ahead and rapid fire through these super chats. We got so many to get through, and I don't want to be here till like 5 a.m. So, Louis G said, to your continued success, you are never too old to play video games. Absolutely. That's a simple one. Karkut, insane. You play Switch 1 waiting, camping outside. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Play Switch
100%.
1 right up to Switch 2 coming out, baby. That's how you do it.
Switch 1 can only play Tetris now.
Karkut, officially no Hall effect. But similar maybe. Officially no achievements, but similar maybe. It's not really officially. Like it's officially that they're not using the word, like the actual Hall effect name is not what they're using. As Stash described earlier, it's not. It's Hall effect or TMR, but they're gonna call it something else. You could tell from the sticks itself. Like that's not. Drift is gone. It's done. We're over it.
Only drifting you'll be doing is in Mario Kart.
Although now Nintendo lost a lawsuit over drift, so it's not really actually shocking that they would actually rework it and to not have that problem. That being said, obviously no achievements, but the whole idea is they're not calling it these things that are already like claimed by other companies. They'll have new names, but it's the same thing. Demonic Brawler. Okay, I got a question. When it comes to Hall effect sticks, Nintendo confirmed it won't be the Joy-Cons. What about the Pro Controllers? We went over all of this. It basically is Hall effect and or TMR, which is a newer technology than Hall effect. But either way, it doesn't matter because they're not going to call it either of those things.
Right.
Nintendo said no Hall effect because they're not going to use that. That's actually a copyrighted thing, not copyrighted, a patented thing. They're not going to pay other people's patents. They're going to make their own thing, but it'll work similar. Karkun, large straight roads in Mario Kart circuit. Worried? I don't know. Are you guys worried? You're the ones that played them.
Something I didn't get to touch on, and I'll just make this brief, is that I found the tracks to be incredibly engaging because they have a lot of internal variety. Every track, because it's just a straight, you're not doing laps. You always feel like you're moving on to a new area. If there's not the I've seen this before kind of thing, especially on the first few times you're playing it. And you're going from the rooftops of buildings down to a seaside, down up onto all sorts of different stuff, like going on the waves. you're always moving to a different area within the tracks. And so I personally think that that's a plus instead of looping back around and seeing the same thing 3 times within one race. And also just the amount of people and items and things going on and things you can interact with and rail grind on means that I don't think the tracks will feel boring. I mean, people might prefer the more tight knit, let's just say, older style of course design, but I really thought they were great, and I think it's just going to take some getting used to because it's very new.
Yeah, and I always remember Bill Training kind of sort of hinted that might still be in the game anyways. There might still be like a lap thing, but he didn't want to explain it because again, watch the direct. And wouldn't it be crazy if there is a lap thing, but it's literally we don't even know. There's all new courses that we don't even know about. It's like traditional Mario Kart. Like, oh my god, like they could be hiding.
It's possible. It's possible.
Possible. Anything's possible because we barely seen the game. Justin Richards. So I'm going to pick up Cyberpunk Day 1 to support physical third-party games. I already made the decision once they said it's all on the cart. I got to support that. I want that to be a more common thing. I got to show support. Let's see here. Vidata 712. Water got me feeling like streaking. Yeah, we hit the streak earlier. Justin Richards then came in with another 20 and says Switch 2 games seem to be on a much grander scale so far. I'm excited. Yeah. Is that what you guys kind of generally feel? You played it? Everything's more grander?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There
that was a big takeaway.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Boo Mini. I heard that there might be a manure construct amiibo. Yes, I remember. I even talked about that in a video. We haven't
Horse manure?
Manure. I know. It's a hard name.
You said manure.
It's a hard name to say. Say it very well, okay? And I'll probably even you know what? Moo you. Moving on.
There is though, right? We saw it.
There's like an image, but like we haven't seen it actually in amiibo forms. I don't know. It could be fake. Beats the hell out of me. Nintendo's not really talking. Nintendo and communication. That's a topic for another day. Demonic Brawler says, imagine because of a mouse mode, it could open doors where there may be Steam games that release on Switch 2, but not on Xbox or PlayStation. That is very fascinating, actually. Games that maybe require a mouse that are not on PlayStation and Xbox could be on Switch 2. Very, very interesting observation because everyone will have 2 mouses, technically. Let's see here. Demonic Brawler says, will there be a Switch 2 stick fix bundle? Care to comment?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
I guarantee it.
Day one.
You'll make it happen somehow.
I'll make it happen. I'll talk to Bill.
Let me know when to add it to the merch store.
You gotta put a stick fix shirt on there.
Dude, we gotta make one. It has to happen. TS Bud 95. Minimum deposit for Switch 2 pre-order at GameStop. I have no idea. It used to be $50. I don't know what it is today.
Your soul.
Your soul.
Your firstborn child.
Yeah.
Could be 100. You know, I have no idea. It's been a while. No clue. Best to probably call and ask them. They'll give you an answer. They know they take pre-orders, right? Taker 610. Based on Cyberpunk's performance, could we conclude that Switch 2 is closer to PS5 than PS4? Now Nintendo has hit price parity with Microsoft and Sony. Stash, care to comment?
Yeah, I think it's closer to PS5 than PS4. I don't know, like a percentage. Maybe 70.
Okay.
70% closer to a PS5.
Maybe just because like it's modern hardware, right? That's
maybe more
modern features in mind.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because like if you think about it, guys, the games that we played, I would presume outside of Nintendo, the other ones, they're going to be worked on up until the last minute to hit launch. I mean, obviously Cyberpunk's going to be worked on to the last minute, but like, what do games look like 2 or 3 years from now when they all know how to use the hardware and how to utilize DLSS from the ground up?
Yep.
As they're using it right now for porting, which that's what DLSS was originally used for, was to help port games. So it'll be interesting to see what third parties do from the ground up in a couple of years.
All right, Steven comes in. Do you think each retailer like GameStop will have a specific amount of stock pre-orders set for in-store locations? I don't know. I mean, there'll be a specific amount for pre-orders. Yeah, you're talking about pre-orders set for. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Each store they'll base the GameStop will base because GameStop will be told how much they're going to get from Nintendo, and then they'll allocate those pre-orders for online. They'll have a huge amount for online, and then they'll have a set amount for in-store for each store, and they'll be allocated based on how many people buy. I think the popularity of the stores for buying like Nintendo systems and games. Yeah, it'll be different at each store. Each store will have a different amount because it's going to be based on what they sell. Like, what's the thing that, like, there's stores that, hey, they really are popular selling Xbox stuff. They don't sell much else. They will have Switch 2, but they're not going to have as many as a store that, like, if you walk, and I don't know if you guys have done this, if you travel around the country and go to different GameStops, it's wild. You go to a GameStop where it's like 50% of the store is nothing but Switch. Then you go to another one and it's like 75% PlayStation because it's all based on what's selling in their area. But all stores will have it, but some stores will have a lot more. So, and let's see. Then Taker comes in and says Mario Kart of the Wild. Guys, one thing I did not think they were going to do is Breath of the Wild Mario Kart. Didn't have that on my bingo card.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like Donkey Kong took some Breath of the Wild and Tears mechanics, and then Mario Kart took the rest.
Sure.
We'll see. We'll see. All right. That's going to do it for the Nintenbyte Podcast episode 13. Go around the room. Let us know what we got going on, where we could find the content and things happening. And we got the hell out of here. Been a long show, 2 back-to-back really long shows, back-to-back weeks, which is understandable because this is it. This is
the time. This is it.
Yeah, like what are we supposed to do, guys? I presume we don't have any more hands-on impressions coming next time, so hopefully it'll be a little bit of a shorter show for the people that like it to be shorter. But we'll see. The news can go crazy. And we got Mario Kart next week. Granted, in case you guys didn't know, we already talked about it. Like we're probably gonna end up doing back-to-back shows again. Welcome to the Switch 2 era, man. This is insane. That being said, Andres Restart, I'd say they could find you in the description, but they can't. So
I mean, I'm just here to chat. So I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't exist.
Oh, well, there we go. Yeah. Tucker Hazel, one of the mans of the hour, gave so much valuable feedback on the show today for hours and hours and hours. What do you got going on, and where can they find you?
I have a YouTube channel that is in my name right there called, I'm putting my finger at Backlog Banter. Look at that. I am currently sitting at 1,491 subscribers, so close to that 1,500. And of course, I'd love to blow past that, and I hope I do. But if you want to see me get a little bit to a bit of a milestone, I would appreciate you subscribing. And then on top of that, I do a lot of kind of different coverage. This last week or so has been, relatively traditional. We did a Switch 2 hands-on video, which you guys basically got a lot of my thoughts on today. But we did an interesting video about Tomodachi Life history, a scripted video about the origins of the Japanese exclusive Tomodachi Life game. So if you guys want to learn yourself a little bit of history, you can go over and check that out on that channel. And I also do weekly developer interviews with indie devs. I have an interview with the team behind Wanderstop coming out on Friday. Next week is Rift of the Necro Dancer. And then in a couple weeks, I'll be having Randy Pitchford, the creator of Borderlands.
There we go.
On
Nice.
my YouTube channel. So I've got a lot in the hopper.
Guys, why are you not subscribed? What's wrong with you?
So if you like learning about video games, I talk to developers every week, and I do some interesting stuff about games history and stuff. So I think you guys would definitely learn a lot. And I'm also very passionate about Nintendo. Most of my videos are about Nintendo, so you guys can go enjoy some of those as well.
All right, Eric.
Yeah, I'm here and on our Clips channel.
There you go. He kind of runs the Clips channels guy. I don't know if you really know. He's like the man over there. Gamer Classic. What does it say?
Oh,
he got it.
Nice.
But, yeah, he kicks off every episode now for our intro. So
Hey, what a freaking killer show tonight. Huge shout out to you, Tucker. Thanks for coming on and sharing your experience, both hardware and software wise. Same to you, Stash. This episode rocked. I always have so many questions, and in a way, I almost feel like I got to experience the event, getting all that deep knowledge from you guys. Anyways, enough about you two. Let's talk about me. It's my time. I'm Gamebird Classic. You guys can find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic. I do Nintendo content. I also do a lot of funny skits, similar to what we opened with tonight. And like Tucker, I am
that was just
so
true.
close.
That was true. That's not a skit. It's real life.
It is true. It is real. That's real footage captured on a hidden camera. But no, I like Tucker. I'm about to hit 1,500 subs. I'm not quite as close as Tucker. I think I'm about 30 away. So I appreciate the subs. I appreciate anyone who wants to check out my channel. I've got some Switch 2 videos coming out soon. I've got planned.
They both better be there. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna load up right now. We better just be there before I even get their channels loaded. Come on.
Everyone, make sure you go subscribe, or Nate's gonna get mad. You don't want to see when he's angry. Oh my god.
YouTube.
Yeah, come on.
And if you guys want
Understash 100K, we can get these guys 30 subs. Come on.
Come on, guys. And hey, how about this for both of us? Do us a favor. Don't stop at 1,500. If you go there and you see that the number's at 1,500, that doesn't mean don't subscribe. That's not permission to not subscribe.
Let's get them to 69K.
And stop.
Yeah.
No more than that.
I'd enjoy that.
Man, it must be hard to get past 69K. People are like, oh, no.
No, I don't want to ruin that. I can't ruin that.
It's not a nice number anymore.
It was 69.9. Yeah, we can't push to the 70. No. Stash Man.
Yep. So you can find me on YouTube at Thunderstash Gaming and on YouTube on Twitter at Thunderstash _YT. I know, man. So what am I working on? What we were doing the podcast, actually. I have it uploaded. I have my GameCube NSO video from the Switch 2 experience.
Yeah. We didn't really get to that today, but yeah.
No, we didn't. So I got that. I have going up tomorrow, probably all of them is going to be GameCube NSO, Dragon Drive, Hades 2, Switch 2 Welcome Tour.
Oh my gosh.
Hogwarts Legacy. And then I'll probably save Friday for the games we saw but didn't play because I watched them closely while I was in line. And I think I can speak on all of them and their performance just by knowing what to look for. So there you go. Yeah, a lot of videos coming.
Yeah, put it this way. Stash went from like no video for 3 weeks as he's been working on that AC Shadows review. So you guys are slammed.
Slam, dude. Oh my God. And I have other stuff I have to do, obviously, too. It's like, but I have to get this done.
Well, before I sign us out for good here, Taker610 just give us a new slogan. Get more, pay more.
Oh,
Eric. I just got chills.
It's the Eric Moore way.
I better see this spammed in the Mario Kart official stream on Nintendo's channel. But you know we're going to be drop the price. No. Get more, pay more, baby. Oh, see that?
That's another shirt right
Yeah,
there.
I just realized something. If you're doing Knockout Tour, if you lose early, you can boot out, play another game, but you can still stay in the same game chat. Yeah.
By the way, if you guys have, Eric needs a channel too. It's the Clips channel.
Yeah.
I literally said he has the login. He literally is the Clips channel.
Yeah.
It's basically his channel.
The only thing I'm not doing is sending him live.
Yeah, I literally just throw a thumbnail on basically.
And that. Yeah.
That's pretty much all I do. I throw a thumbnail and I hit publish. That's it. Sometimes I edit the title a little bit to try to get more views.
Yeah, I'm just throwing the descriptor on there. I'm kind of leaving it to you what you want to call it.
But he does all the work. He clips everything. He uploads everything. Dude, it's basically his channel.
Well, I don't do all the work. God, what the heck?
You don't pay the taxes.
No, there's that. There's that. But hold on, I gotta shout it out again.
Hold on, I'm holding.
Yep.
My butt cheeks are clenched.
Give me 2 seconds here.
Oh no!
Gotta go back.
It's starting to squeeze out, buddy. You better.
I know.
I can't keep it clenched forever.
Shout out to Raven again because I don't do all the work. Raven
Well, the
just
hard work.
timestamps.
The timestamps that Raven that Raven puts up.
Yeah,
that's the real.
That's
You're the real
lifesaver.
MVP.
Yeah. I just go and like do. Yeah, okay, yep. Listen. Yep. Okay, good. Cut it.
Yep. Anyways, guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. If you don't know who the hell I am, apparently I'm the clickbaiter.
Yes.
I'm also the
Mr. P.
God damn it! The whole episode. I'm also not saying that. God damn it! I'm also
Clickbaiter Master Raider.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm the clickbaiter that's also now getting a reputation for debunking misinformation. I don't know how that goes together. There's like two opposing ideals.
Yep.
But they work. My channel does them both. I clickbait and I get rid of misinformation. That's just what happens at my channel.
You bait clicks. You don't click bait.
There we go. There we go. That's it. Anyways, you guys know what I do. I've been getting multiple videos on a day because news is crazy and I'm trying to stay on top of everything. And I already literally was taking notes during the show. I have 2 videos to build off of this show because we had 2 really big like Switch 2 news stories that people want to know about from the impressions and the conversation. So I already have like 2 things there off of this show. And then there's potentially more. I've been seeing some stuff. I don't know if I'm going to get to it because I got to do some verification on it. Some of the rumors and other stuff floating out there. I got to check there are some people claiming with inside sources they know things, and we're at this point where we have so much to cover. Do I really go with people who just claim they have inside sources that know things, or do I just say fuck you because I don't know who the fuck you are? That probably seems like, look, if this was last week or 2 weeks ago, yeah, maybe.
Break out the tinfoil hats.
I have too much real stuff to talk about, so I'm not worry about some of the rumors. But we'll see. We'll see. I got to dig into it a little bit and look at the history of these people and see if it's even worth bringing up at all in any format, even on a live stream. That being said, that's what I do. I cover rumors. I cover news. I apparently debunk people and get shit on by half the internet. So welcome to Nintendo Prime, everyone. Thank you so much for everything. Hey, our community got Thunderstash up to 100K. He was already going to get there anyways. I really just wanted to be this episode. This is a hands-on episode. And when I realized he was dropping his impression videos, I'm like, dude, he has to hit 100K when the Switch 2 impressions go up. Come on.
Yeah.
It worked out good.
we got to make this happen. And then, thank you guys as well for everything you've been doing at my channel this week. Absolutely incredible. This has been like one of the best performing weeks like we've had. Views are going nuts. Subscribers are going nuts. Thank you guys so much. Please go support all the people we have, all the guests we had on the show. We have Flam on the show earlier. We had N64 Josh. Let's not just let me and Stash sit up here in the 100K club. Let's trickle this down and give everybody up. We want to bring everyone. This celebration we did for Stash, I want to be doing this for Eric when the Clips channel hits it. I want to be doing this for Gamebird when his channel hits it. Tucker, you hit 100K. I want to do a celebration for you. Surprise, motherfucker. Sorry, man. You get nothing.
I mean, look at that. We can't even hit 1,500. Oh,
come on.
Uno mas? By the way, the one last thing. Andres didn't see it. What did the Nintenbyte podcast give Thunderstash for 100K?
Oh
yeah. This is
see, this is what happened. You left the show. Look what could have happened when you hit 50K.
Instead of picking it up, I am going to.
It is heavy as
zoom, and
there's that. Some more nipple action.
Oh, it's rotating. I didn't notice
that. That is awesome.
It's a freaking wave race. Yeah, it's so awesome, and it's what is this? Laser etched.
Laser etched. Yeah.
It's so sick, dude. Like, oh my god.
Wow.
And you can change the lights. Like, I have it on the green light, which actually looks kind of cool with the water, because it looks like ocean water.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I had it on blue, but then I tried green. I'm like, I might have to keep it on that.
And you notice how it hits? I actually messed around with this when I was putting on the thing to make sure when the light hits it, it looks like it's kind of like flowing when it hits the thing.
I just realized there used to be a wave race game where you're racing through an area with bioluminescence in there. So as you're like hitting the water, there's like
Oh, look at that! I just changed the autofocus. Now look at it.
Oh yeah,
it's beautiful.
Congrats to Thunderstash, obviously, for hitting 100K today. And
just over play button, we can get that.
Here's the thing. And
It is
everyone,
actually
everyone
way
on the show
cooler.
can confirm because this is literally a group effort on this between me, Eric, and Gamebird. We've been working on this for like a month and a half. We knew you were hitting it. We knew it was
Dude,
coming.
That's awesome. This is the coolest thing ever. I have to find a great place to obviously put it, but never
And
in
don't
my
say the
life would I have
trash.
thought. No, it's so badass, dude. I would have never.
The door stops, so it just keeps getting dented and chipped.
I would have never thought that something like this could be thought up. I guess. Like I don't know how you guys came up with this, but it's like so cool.
Yeah,
Everyone's just pointing at me. Goddamn.
Hey, this is
it over here. Stop it.
This is how I get my wave race, right? This is the only way I'm getting it right here.
I mean, it was so obvious. Basically, I was looking around, like trying to come up with an idea because I knew I wanted to do. I didn't know if I wanted to spin, but I knew I wanted to do something special for you, for it because it's I know how much it meant to me, and I know you don't really celebrate this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but it's different. It's coming from the guys. Yeah. So I'm like, man, how are we gonna do this? And so I was just kind of looking around, and I was like, he fucking loves wave race. I gotta find a way. I gotta fucking find a way. He's talking about water all the fucking time. So I'm just like browsing on Etsy, and then I found this store, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, I'm doing a wave race statue.
Dude, it is.
It's fucking sick.
It's
happening.
sick.
It's so awesome, and it's so cool to finally see it unboxed and unraveled and lit up. I gotta say, like my personal opinion, that's way cooler than a 100K plaque. Just you know what I mean?
100%.
The show. If he hit 100K, I would have been like, well, it's got Metroid and Zelda.
It's gotta be Metroid.
Sick. We're doing a sick combo. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. But it's gonna be fucking. I would have figured it out. It's gonna be fully custom, and I like the fully custom stuff because I feel like it's just extra special because it's from the boys. It's something unique. No one else has this, so
it's amazing. I absolutely love it. I don't know if I want to display it in here. I probably will, but I might like want to display this somewhere nicely in the house too. Like this is really cool
on your nightstand.
Yeah, this isn't. This isn't some little cheap thing that we sent you. This is
Yeah, somewhere safe for sure. I don't know. It's so cool though. I love it.
All right. We have one final super chat to come in. Taker610 just wanted to be the last face on this stream. I'm just watching your Mario Kart World video. I noticed that the tracks appear to be based on previous game tracks. Is that what the map says?
I'm not sure what the names of the tracks are, but it is intentional that a lot of the tracks are remixes of prior Mario Kart tracks. That is by design. There are some totally original tracks that have no sort of reference to any prior tracks, but there's also I haven't counted, but like a lot of them, maybe more than half, are a remix of a prior track. They still feel very different, but they're also like, that's it.
That's a thing.
It's there. So that is the case.
All right, guys, you can check out this podcast everywhere podcasts are heard. We got the audio version that goes everywhere. The video version is always right here on YouTube. You can catch it on my channel, catch it on Stash's channel, catch it on Gamebird's channel, and you can catch it in chunks on the Clips channel as well if you'd like to watch smaller versions of it. I have no idea how Raven's going to chop this one up because it was technically two topics, but then we talked about a billion different things. So hopefully he chops it up by game, by thing. I don't know, Raven, by the time you get here, this isn't usually part of the cut. So anyways, thank you guys so much. We'll be back same time next week, probably on Wednesday and Thursday, because we got a direct all about Mario Kart. So we have a Mario Kart only episode. So that's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Catch you guys later. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
Bye.
Oh, wait. We have an outro.
We have an outro.
We have an outro. My bad.
I look like an